Chapter 18 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Missy, Guangzhou, China. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 18. Church. Hetty! Hetty! Don't you know church begins at 2, and it's gone half after 1 already? Have you got nothing better to think on this good Sunday, as poor old Thias be's to be put into the ground, and him drownded i' the dead of the night, as it's enough to make one's back run cold, but you must be dizening yourself as if there was a wedding instead of a funeral? Well, aunt, said Hetty, I can't be ready so soon as everybody else when I've got Totty's things to put on, and I'd ever such work to make her stand still. Hetty was coming downstairs, and Mrs. Poyser, in her plain bonnet and shawl, was standing below. If ever a girl looked as if she had been made of roses, that girl was Hetty, in her Sunday hat and frock. For her hat was trimmed with pink, and her frock had pink spots sprinkled on a white ground. There was nothing but pink and white about her, except in her dark hair and eyes, and her little buckled shoes. Mrs. Poyser was provoked at herself, for she could hardly keep from smiling, as any mortal is inclined to do at the sight of pretty round things. So she turned without speaking and joined the group outside the house door, followed by Hetty, whose heart was fluttering so at the thought of someone she expected to see at church that she hardly felt the ground she trod on. And now the little procession set off. Mr. Poyser was in his Sunday suit of drab, with a red and green waistcoat and a green watch ribbon having a large cornelian seal attached, pendant like a plumb line from that promontory where his watch pocket was situated, a silk handkerchief of a yellow tone round his neck, and excellent grey-ribbed stockings, knitted by Mrs. Poyser's own hand, setting off the proportions of his leg. Mr. Poyser had no reason to be ashamed of his leg, and suspected that the growing abuse of top boots and other fashions tending to disguise the nether limbs had their origin in a pitiable degeneracy of the human calf. Still less had he reason to be ashamed of his round, jolly face, which was good humour itself, as he said, "Come, Hetty, come, little uns," and giving his arm to his wife, led the way through the causeway gate into the yard. The little uns addressed were Marty and Tommy, boys of 9 and 7, in little fustian-tailed coats and knee-breeches, relieved by rosy cheeks and black eyes, looking as much like their father as a very small elephant is like a very large one. Hetty walked between them, and behind came patient Molly, whose task it was to carry Totty through the yard and over all the wet places on the road, for Totty, having speedily recovered from her threatened fever, had insisted on going to church to-day, and especially on wearing her red and black necklace outside her tippet. And there were many wet places for her to be carried over this afternoon, for there had been heavy showers in the morning, though now the clouds had rolled off and lay in towering silvery masses on the horizon. You might have known it was Sunday if you had only waked up in the farmyard. The cocks and hens seemed to know it, and made only crooning, subdued noises. The very bulldog looked less savage, as if he would have been satisfied with a smaller bite than usual. The sunshine seemed to call all things to rest and not to labour. It was asleep itself, on the moss-grown cowshed, on the group of white ducks nestling together with their bills tucked under their wings, on the old black sow, stretched languidly on the straw, while her largest young one found an excellent spring-bed on his mother's fat ribs, on Alick the shepherd, in his new smock-frock, taking an uneasy siesta, half sitting, half standing, on the granary steps. Alick was of the opinion that church, like other luxuries, was not to be indulged in often by a foreman who had the weather and the ewes on his mind. "Church? Nay, I'm gotten summat else to think on," was an answer which he often uttered in a tone of bitter significance that silenced further question. I feel sure Alick meant no irreverence. Indeed, I know that his mind was not of a speculative, negative cast, and he would on no account have missed going to church on Christmas Day, Easter Day, and Whitsuntide, but he had a general impression that public worship and religious ceremonies, like other non-productive employments, were intended for people who had leisure. "There's father a-standing at the yard gate," said Martin Poyser. "I reckon he wants to watch us down the field. It's wonderful what sight he has, and him turned 75. "Ah, I often think it's with the old folks as it is with the babies," said Mrs. Poyser. "They're satisfied with looking, no matter what they're looking at. It's God A'mighty's way of quietening 'em, I reckon, afore they go to sleep." Old Martin opened the gate as he saw the family procession approaching, and held it wide open, leaning on his stick, pleased to do this bit of work, for, like all old men whose life has been spent in labour, he liked to feel that he was still useful, that there was a better crop of onions in the garden because he was by at the sowing, and that the cows would be milked the better if he stayed at home on a Sunday afternoon to look on. He always went to church on Sacrament Sundays, but not very regularly at other times. On wet Sundays, or whenever he had a touch of rheumatism, he used to read the 3 first chapters of Genesis instead. "They'll ha' putten Thias Bede i' the ground afore ye get to the churchyard," he said, as his son came up. "It 'ud ha' been better luck if they'd ha' buried him in the forenoon when the rain was falling. There's no likelihoods of a drop now, and the moon lies like a boat there, dost see? That's a sure sign o' fair weather. There's a many as is false, but that's sure." "Aye, aye," said the son. "I'm in hopes it'll hold up now." "Mind what the parson says, mind what the parson says, my lads," said grandfather to the black-eyed youngsters in knee breeches, conscious of a marble or two in their pockets which they looked forward to handling a little secretly during the sermon. "Do bide, Dan, Dad," said Totty. "Me doin' to church. Me dot my necklace on. Div me a peppermint." Grandad, shaking with laughter at this deep little wench, slowly transferred his stick to his left hand, which held the gate open, and slowly thrust his finger into the waistcoat pocket, on which Totty had fixed her eyes with a confident look of expectation. And when they were all gone, the old man leaned on the gate again, watching them across the lane along the home close, and through the far gate, till they disappeared behind a bend in the hedge. For the hedgerows in those days shut out one's view, even on the better managed farms, and this afternoon the dog roses were tossing out their pink wreaths, the nightshade was in its yellow and purple glory, the pale honeysuckle grew out of reach, peeping high up out of a holly bush, and over all an ash or a sycamore every now and then threw its shadow across the path. There were acquaintances at other gates who had to move aside and let them pass. At the gate of the home close there was half the dairy of cows standing one behind the other, extremely slow to understand that their large bodies might be in the way. At the far gate there was the mare holding her head over the bars, and beside her the liver-coloured foal with its head towards its mother's flank, apparently still much embarrassed by its own straddling existence. The way lay entirely through Mr. Poyser's own fields, till they reached the main road leading to the village, and he turned a keen eye on the stock and the crops as they went along, while Mrs. Poyser was ready to supply a running commentary on them all. The woman who manages a dairy has a large share in making the rent, so she may well be allowed to have her opinion on stock and their keep, an exercise which strengthens her understanding so much that she finds herself able to give her husband advice on most other subjects. "There's that shorthorn Sally," she said, as they entered the home close, and she caught sight of the meek beast that lay chewing the cud and looking at her with a sleepy eye. "I begin to hate the sight of the cow. And I say now what I said 3 weeks ago, the sooner we get rid of her the better, for there's that little yellow cow as doesn't give half the milk, and yet I've twice as much butter from her." "Why, thee't not like the women in general," said Mr. Poyser. "They like the shorthorns as give such a lot o' milk. There's Chowne's wife wants him to buy no other sort." "What's it sinnify what Chowne's wife likes? A poor soft thing, with no more headpiece nor a sparrow. She'd take a big cullender to strain her lard wi', and then wonder as the scratchins run through. I've seen enough of her to know as I'll niver take a servant from her house again. All hugger-mugger, and you'd niver know when you went in whether it was Monday or Friday, the wash dragging on to the end o' the week. And as for her cheese, I know well enough it rose like a loaf in the tin last year. And then she talks o' the weather being i' the fault, as there's folks 'ud stand on their heads and then say the fault was o' their boots." "Well, Chowne's been wanting to buy Sally, so we can get rid of her if thee likest," said Mr. Poyser, secretly proud of his wife's superior power of putting 2 and 2 together. Indeed, on recent market days he had more than once boasted of her discernment in this very matter of shorthorns. "Aye, them as chooses soft for a wife may's well buy up the shorthorns, for if you get your head stuck in a bog, your legs may's well go after it." Tuck o' legs, there's legs for you," Mrs. Poyser continued, as Totty, who had been set down now the road was dry, toddled on in front of her father and mother. "There's shapes, and she's got such a long foot she'll be her father's own child. Aye, she'll be welly such a one as Hetty i' 10 years' time, only she's got thy-coloured eyes. I never remember a blue eye i' my family. My mother had eyes as black as sloes, just like Hetty's. The child 'ud be none the worse for having summat as isn't like Hetty, and I'm none for having her so over pretty. Though for the matter o' that, there's people with light hair and blue eyes as pretty as them with black. If Dinah had got a bit o' colour in her cheeks, and didn't stick that Methodist cap on her head enough to frighten the cows, folks 'ud think her as pretty as Hetty. Nay, nay, said Mr. Poyser, with rather a contemptuous emphasis. They dostna know the pints of a woman. The men 'ud never run after Dinah as they would after Hetty. What care I what the men 'ud run after? It's well seen what choice the most of 'em know how to make, by the poor draggle-tails o' wives you see, like bits o' gauze ribbon, good for nothing when the colour's gone. Well, well, thee canstna say but what I knowed how to make a choice when I married thee, said Mr. Poyser, who usually settled little conjugal disputes by a compliment of this sort, and thee was twice as buxom as Dinah 10 year ago. I never said as a woman had need to be ugly to make a good missus of a house. There's Chown's wife, ugly enough to turn the milk and save the rennet, but she'll niver save nothing any other way. But as for Dinah, poor child, she's never likely to be buxom as long as she'll make her dinner a cake and water, for the sake of giving to them as want. She provoked me past bearing sometimes, and as I told her, she went clean again the Scripture, for that says, love your neighbour as yourself. But, I said, if you loved your neighbour no better nor you do yourself, Dinah, it's little enough you'd do for him. You'd be thinking he might do well enough on a half-empty stomach. I wonder where she is this blessed Sunday. Sitting by that sick woman, I dare say, as she'd set her heart on going to all of a sudden. Ah, it was a pity she should take such megrims into her head, when she might have stayed with us all summer, and eaten twice as much as she wanted, and it 'ud never have been missed. She made no odds in the house at all, for she sat as still at her sewing as a bird on the nest, and was uncommon nimble at running to fetch anything. If Hetty gets married, thee'dst like to ha' Dinah with thee constant. It's no use thinking o' that, said Mrs. Poyser. You might as well beckon to the Flying Swallow as ask Dinah to come and live here comfortable like other folks. If anything could turn her, I should ha' turned her, for I've talked to her for an hour on end, and scolded her too, for she's my own sister's child, and it behoves me to do what I can for her. But, poor thing, as soon as she'd said us good-bye and got into the cart, and looked back at me with her pale face, as is welly like her Aunt Judith come back from heaven, I begun to be frightened to think o' the set-downs I'd given her, for it comes over you sometimes, as if she'd a way o' knowing the rights o' things more nor other folks have. But I'll niver give in as that's 'cause she's a Methodist, no more nor a white calf's white 'cause it eats out o' the same bucket with a black un. Nay, said Mr. Poyser, with as near an approach to a snarl as his good nature would allow, I'm no opinion o' the Methodists. It's only tradesfolks as turn Methodists. You never knew a farmer bitten with them maggots. There's maybe a workman now and then, as isn't over clever at's work, takes to preachin' and that, like Seth Bede. But you see Adam, as has got one of the best headpieces hereabout, knows better. He's a good churchman, else I'd never encourage him for a sweetheart for Hetty. Why, goodness me, said Mrs. Poyser, who had looked back while her husband was speaking. Look where Molly is with them lads. They're the field's length behind us. How could you let him do so, Hetty? Anybody might as well set a picture to watch the children as you. Run back and tell him to come on. Mr. and Mrs. Poyser were now at the end of the second field, so they set Totty on top of one of the large stones forming the true Loamshire style, and awaited the loiterers, Totty observing with complacency, "Dey naughty, naughty boys, me do it." The fact was that this Sunday walk through the fields was fraught with great excitement to Marty and Tommy, who saw a perpetual drama going on in the hedgerows, and could no more refrain from stopping and peeping than if they had been a couple of spaniels or terriers. Marty was quite sure he saw a yellowhammer on the boughs of that great ash, and while he was peeping he missed the sight of a white-throated stoat, which had run across the path and was described with much fervour by the junior Tommy. Then there was a little greenfinch, just fledged, fluttering along the ground, and it seemed quite possible to catch it, till it managed to flutter under the blackberry bush. Hetty could not be got to give any heed to these things, so Molly was called on for her ready sympathy, and peeped with open mouth wherever she was told, and said "Lawks!" whenever she was expected to wonder. Molly hastened on with some alarm when Hetty had come back and called to them that her aunt was angry, but Marty ran on first, shouting, "We found the speckled turkey's nest, mother!" with the instinctive confidence that people who bring good news are never in fault. "Ah," said Mrs. Poyser, really forgetting all discipline in this pleasant surprise, "that's a good lad. Why, where is it?" "Down in ever such a hole under the hedge. I saw it first, looking after the greenfinch, and she sat on the nest." "You didn't frighten her, I hope," said the mother, "else she'll forsake it." "No, I went away as still, and whispered to Molly. Didn't I, Molly?" "Well, well, now come on," said Mrs. Poyser, "and walk before father and mother, and take your little sister by the hand. We must go straight on now. Good boys don't look after the birds of a Sunday." "But, mother," said Marty, "you said you'd give half-a-crown to find the speckled turkey's nest. Mayn't I have the half-crown put into my money-box?" "We'll see about that, my lad, if you walk along now like a good boy." The father and mother exchanged a significant glance of amusement at their eldest born's acuteness, but on Tommy's round face there was a cloud. "Mother," he said, half crying, "Marty's got ever so much more money in his box nor I've got in mine." "Money, me want a half-a-town in my box," said Totty. "Hush, hush, hush," said Mrs. Poyser. "Did ever anybody hear such naughty children? Nobody shall ever see their money-boxes any more if they don't make haste and go on to church." This dreadful threat had the desired effect, and through the 2 remaining fields the 3 pair of small legs trotted on without any serious interruption, notwithstanding a small pond full of tadpoles, alias bullheads, which the lads looked at wistfully. The damp hay that must be scattered and turned afresh to-morrow was not a cheering sight to Mr. Poyser, who during hay and corn harvest had often some mental struggles as to the benefits of a day of rest, but no temptation would have induced him to carry on any field work, however early in the morning, on a Sunday. For had not Michael Holdsworth had a pair of oxen sweltered while he was ploughing on Good Friday? That was a demonstration that work on sacred days was a wicked thing, and with wickedness of any sort Martin Poyser was quite clear that he would have nothing to do, since money got by such means would never prosper. "It almost makes your fingers itch to be at the hay now the sun shines so," he observed, as they passed through the big meadow. "But it's poor foolishness to think o' saving by going against your conscience. There's that Jim Wakefield, as they used to call Gentleman Wakefield, used to do the same of a Sunday as weekdays, and took no heed to right or wrong, as if there was neither God nor devil. And what's he come to? Why, I saw him myself last market day a-carrying a basket with oranges in it." "Ah, to be sure," said Mrs. Poyser emphatically, "you make but a poor trap to catch luck if you go and bait it wi' wickedness. The money as is got so's like to burn holes i' your pocket. I'd niver wish us to leave our lads a sixpence, but what was got i' the rightful way. And as for the weather, there's One above makes it, and we must put up with it. It's nothing of a plague to what the wenches are." Notwithstanding the interruption in their walk, the excellent habit which Mrs. Poyser's clock had of taking time by the forelock had secured their arrival at the village while it was still 1:45, though almost every one who meant to go to church was already within the churchyard gates. Those who stayed at home were chiefly mothers, like Timothy's Bess, who stood at her own door nursing her baby and feeling as women feel in that position, that nothing else can be expected of them. It was not entirely to see Thias Bede's funeral that the people were standing about the churchyard so long before service began. That was their common practice. The women, indeed, usually entered the church at once, and the farmers' wives talked in an undertone to each other, over the tall pews, about their illnesses and the total failure of doctors' stuff, recommending dandelion tea and other homemade specifics as far preferable, about the servants, growing exorbitance as to wages, whereas the quality of their services declined from year to year, and there was no girl nowadays to be trusted any further than you could see her, about the bad price Mr. Dingall, the Treddleston grocer, was giving for butter, and the reasonable doubts that might be held as to his solvency, notwithstanding that Mrs. Dingall was a sensible woman, and they were all sorry for her, for she had very good kin. Meantime the men lingered outside, and hardly any of them except the singers, who had a humming and fragmentary rehearsal to go through, entered the church until Mr. Irwine was in the desk. They saw no reason for that premature entrance. What could they do in church if they were there before service began? And they did not conceive that any power in the universe could take it ill of them if they stayed out and talked a little about business. Chad Cranage looks like quite a new acquaintance to-day, for he has got his clean Sunday face, which always makes his little granddaughter cry at him as a stranger. But an experienced eye would have fixed on him at once as the village blacksmith, after seeing the humble deference with which the big saucy fellow took off his hat and stroked his hair to the farmers. for Chad was accustomed to say that a working man must hold a candle to a personage understood to be as black as he was himself on weekdays, by which evil-sounding rule of conduct he meant what was, after all, rather virtuous than otherwise, namely, that men who had horses to be shod must be treated with respect. Chad and the rougher sort of workmen kept aloof from the grave under the white thorn, where the burial was going forward, but Sandy Jim and several of the farm labourers made a group round it, and stood with their hats off, as fellow mourners with the mother and sons. Others held a midway position, sometimes watching the group at the grave, sometimes listening to the conversation of the farmers, who stood in a knot near the church door, and were now joined by Martin Poyser, while his family passed into the church. On the outside of this knot stood Mr. Casson, the landlord of the Donnithorne Arms, in his most striking attitude, that is to say, with the forefinger of his right hand thrust between the buttons of his waistcoat, his left hand in his breeches pocket, and his head very much on one side, looking, on the whole, like an actor who has only a monosyllabic part entrusted to him, but feels sure that the audience discern his fitness for the leading business. Curiously in contrast with old Jonathan Burge, who held his hands behind him and leaned forward, coughing asthmatically, with an inward scorn of all knowingness that could not be turned into cash. The talk was in rather a lower tone than usual to-day, hushed a little by the sound of Mr. Irwine's voice reading the final prayers of the burial service. They had all had their word of pity for poor Thias, but now they had got upon the nearer subject of their own grievances against Satchell, the squire's bailiff, who played the part of steward so far as it was not performed by old Mr. Donnithorne himself. For that gentleman had the meanness to receive his own rents and make bargains about his own timber. This subject of conversation was an additional reason for not being loud, since Satchell himself might presently be walking up the paved road to the church door. And soon they became suddenly silent, for Mr. Irwine's voice had ceased, and the group round the white thorn was dispersing itself towards the church. They all moved aside and stood with their hats off, while Mr. Irwine passed. Adam and Seth were coming next, with their mother between them, for Joshua Rann officiated as head sexton as well as clerk, and was not yet ready to follow the rector into the vestry. But there was a pause before the three mourners came on. Lisbeth had turned round to look again towards the grave. Ah, there was nothing now but the brown earth under the white thorn. She cried less to-day than she had done any day since her husband's death. Along with all her grief there was mixed an unusual sense of her own importance in having a burial, and in Mr. Irwine's reading a special service for her husband. And besides, she knew the funeral psalm was going to be sung for him. She felt this counter-excitement to her sorrow still more strongly as she walked with her sons towards the parish door, and saw the friendly sympathetic nods of their fellow parishioners. The mother and sons passed into the church, and one by one the loiterers followed, though some still lingered without. The sight of Mr. Donnithorne's carriage, which was winding slowly up the hill, perhaps helping to make them feel that there was no need for haste. But presently the sound of the bassoon and the key bugles burst forth. The evening hymn, which always opened the service, had begun, and every one must now enter and take his place. I cannot say that the interior of Hayslope church was remarkable for anything, except for the grey age of its oaken pews. Great square pews mostly, ranged on each side of a narrow aisle. It was free indeed from the modern blemish of galleries. The choir had two narrow pews to themselves in the middle of the right-hand row, so that it was a short process for Joshua Rann to take his place among them as principal bass, and return to his desk after the singing was over. The pulpit and desk, grey and old as the pews, stood on one side of the arch leading into the chancel, which also had its grey square pews for Mr. Donnithorne's family and servants. Yet I assure you these grey pews, with the buff-washed walls, gave a very pleasing tone to this shabby interior, and agreed extremely well with the ruddy faces and bright waistcoats. And there were liberal touches of crimson toward the chancel, for the pulpit and Mr. Donnithorne's own pew had handsome crimson cloth cushions, and to close the vista there was a crimson altar cloth embroidered with golden rays by Miss Lydia's own hand. But even without the crimson cloth, the effect must have been warm and cheering when Mr. Irwine was in the desk, looking benignly round on that simple congregation, on the hardy old men, with bent knees and shoulders perhaps, but with vigour left for much hedge-clipping and thatching, on the tall, stalwart frames and roughly cut bronzed faces of the stone-cutters and carpenters, on the half-dozen well-to-do farmers with their apple-cheeked families, and on the clean old women, mostly farm labourers' wives, with their bit of snow-white cap-border under their black bonnets, and with their withered arms, bare from the elbow, folded passively over their chests. For none of the old people held books. Why should they? Not one of them could read. But they knew a few good words by heart, and their withered lips now and then moved silently, following the service without any very clear comprehension indeed, but with a simple faith in its efficacy to ward off harm and bring blessing. And now all faces were visible, for all were standing up, the little children on the seats, peeping over the edge of the grey pews, while good Bishop Ken's evening hymn was being sung to one of those lively psalm tunes which died out with the last generation of rectors and choral parish clerks. Melodies die out, like the pipe of Pan, with the ears that love them and listen for them. Adam was not in his usual place among the singers to-day, for he sat with his mother and Seth, and he noticed with surprise that Bartle Massey was absent too, all the more agreeable for Mr. Joshua Rann, who gave out his bass notes with unusual complacency, and threw an extra ray of severity into the glances he sent over his spectacles at the recusant Will Maskery. I beseech you to imagine Mr. Irwine looking round on this scene, in his ample white surplice that became him so well, with his powdered hair thrown back, his rich brown complexion, and his finely cut nostril and upper lip. For there was a certain virtue in that benignant yet keen countenance, as there is in all human faces from which a generous soul beams out. And over all streamed the delicious June sunshine through the old windows, with their desultory patches of yellow, red, and blue, that threw pleasant touches of colour on the opposite wall. I think, as Mr. Irwine looked round to-day, his eyes rested an instant longer than usual on the square pew occupied by Martin Poyser and his family. And there was another pair of dark eyes that found it impossible not to wander thither, and rest on that round pink and white figure. But Hetty was at that moment quite careless of any glances. She was absorbed in the thought that Arthur Donnithorne would soon be coming into church, for the carriage must surely be at the church gate by this time. She had never seen him since she parted with him in the wood on Thursday evening, and oh, how long the time had seemed! Things had gone on just the same as ever since that evening. The wonders that had happened then had brought no changes after them. They were already like a dream. When she heard the church door swinging, her heart beat so she dared not look up. She felt that her aunt was curtsying. She curtsied herself. That must be old Mr. Donnithorne. He always came first. The wrinkled small old man, peering round with short-sighted glances at the bowing and curtsying congregation. Then she knew Miss Lydia was passing, and though Hetty liked so much to look at her fashionable little coal-scuttle bonnet with the wreath of small roses round it, she didn't mind it to-day. But there were no more curtsies. No, he was not come. She felt sure there was nothing else passing the pew door but the housekeeper's black bonnet and the lady's maid's beautiful straw hat that had once been Miss Lydia's, and then the powdered heads of the butler and footman. No, he was not there. Yet she would look now. She might be mistaken, for after all she had not looked. So she lifted up her eyelids and glanced timidly at the cushioned pew in the chancel. There was no one but old Mr. Donnithorne rubbing his spectacles with his white handkerchief, and Miss Lydia opening the large gilt-edged prayer-book. The chill disappointment was too hard to bear. She felt herself turning pale, her lips trembling. She was ready to cry. Oh, what should she do? Everybody would know the reason. They would know she was crying because Arthur was not there. And Mr. Craig, with the wonderful hot-house plant in his buttonhole, was staring at her, she knew. It was dreadfully long before the general confession began, so that she could kneel down. 2 great drops would fall then, but no one saw them except good-natured Molly, for her aunt and uncle knelt with their backs towards her. Molly, unable to imagine any cause for tears in church except faintness, of which she had a vague traditional knowledge, drew out of her pocket a queer little flat blue smelling bottle, and after much labour in pulling the cork out, thrust the narrow neck under Hetty's nostrils. "It donna smell," she whispered, thinking this was a great advantage which old salts had over fresh ones. They did you good without biting your nose. Hetty pushed it away peevishly. But this little flash of temper did what the salts could not have done. It roused her to wipe away the traces of her tears and try with all her might not to shed any more. Hetty had a certain strength in her vain little nature. She would have borne anything rather than be laughed at, or pointed at with any other feeling than admiration. She would have pressed her own nails into her tender flesh rather than people should know a secret she did not want them to know. What fluctuations there were in her busy thoughts and feelings while Mr. Irwine was pronouncing the solemn absolution in her deaf ears, and through all the tones of petition that followed! Anger lay very close to disappointment, and soon won the victory over the conjectures her small ingenuity could devise to account for Arthur's absence on the supposition that he really wanted to come, really wanted to see her again. And by the time she rose from her knees mechanically, because all the rest were rising, the colour had returned to her cheeks even with a heightened glow, for she was framing little indignant speeches to herself, saying she hated Arthur for giving her this pain, she would like him to suffer too. Yet while this selfish tumult was going on in her soul, her eyes were bent down on her prayer-book, and the eyelids with their dark fringe looked as lovely as ever. Adam Bede thought so, as he glanced at her for a moment on rising from his knees. But Adam's thoughts of Hetty did not deafen him to the service. They rather blended with all the other deep feelings for which the church service was a channel to him this afternoon, as a certain consciousness of our entire past and our imagined future blends itself with all our moments of keen sensibility. And to Adam the church service was the best channel he could have found for his mingled regret, yearning, and resignation. Its interchange of beseeching cries for help with outbursts of faith and praise, its recurrent responses and the familiar rhythm of its collects, seemed to speak for him as no other form of worship could have done. As to those early Christians who had worshipped from their childhood upwards in catacombs, the torchlight and shadows must have seemed nearer the divine presence than the heathenish daylight of the streets. The secret of our emotions never lies in the bare object, but in its subtle relations to our own past. No wonder the secret escapes the unsympathizing observer, who might as well put on his spectacles to discern odours. But there was one reason why even a chance comer would have found the service in Hayslope church more impressive than in most other village nooks in the kingdom, a reason of which I am sure you have not the slightest suspicion. It was the reading of our friend Joshua Rann. Where that good shoemaker got his notion of reading from remained a mystery even to his most intimate acquaintances. I believe, after all, he got it chiefly from Nature, who had poured some of her music into this honest, conceited soul, as she had been known to do into other narrow souls before his. She had given him, at least, a fine bass voice and a musical ear, but I cannot positively say whether these alone with the rich chant in which he delivered the responses. The way he rolled from a rich, deep forte into a melancholy cadence, subsiding at the end of the last word into a sort of faint resonance, like the lingering vibrations of a fine violoncello, I can compare to nothing for its strong, calm melancholy but the rush and cadence of the wind among the autumn boughs. This may seem a strange mode of speaking about the reading of a parish clerk, a man in rusty spectacles, with stubbly hair, a large occiput, and a prominent crown. But that is Nature's way. She will allow a gentleman of splendid physiognomy and poetic aspirations to sing woefully out of tune, and not give him the slightest hint of it, and takes care that some narrow-browed fellow, trolling a ballad in the corner of a pot-house, shall be as true to his intervals as a bird. Joshua himself was less proud of his reading than of his singing, and it was always with a sense of heightened importance that he passed from the desk to the choir. Still more to-day, it was a special occasion, for an old man familiar to all the parish had died a sad death, not in his bed, a circumstance to the mind of the peasant, and now the funeral psalm was to be sung in memory of his sudden departure. Moreover, Barcy was not at church, and Joshua's importance in the choir suffered no eclipse. It was a solemn minor strain they sang. The old psalm tunes have many a wail among them, and the words, "Thou sweep'st us off as with a flood, we vanish hence like dreams," seem to have a closer application than usual in the death of poor Thias. The mother and sons listened, each with peculiar feelings. Lisbeth had a vague belief that the psalm was doing her husband good. It was part of that decent burial which she would have thought it a greater wrong to withhold from him than to have caused him many unhappy days while he was living. The more there was said about her husband, the more there was done for him, surely the safer he would be. It was poor Lisbeth's blind way of feeling that human love and pity are a ground of faith in some other love. Seth, who was easily touched, shed tears, and tried to recall, as he had done continually since his father's death, all that he had heard of the possibility that a single moment of consciousness at the last might be a moment of pardon and reconcilement. For was it not written in the very psalm they were singing that the divine dealings were not measured and circumscribed by time? Adam had never been unable to join in a psalm before. He had known plenty of trouble and vexation since he had been a lad, but this was the first sorrow that had hemmed in his voice. And strangely enough, it was sorrow because the chief source of his past trouble and vexation was forever gone out of his reach. He had not been able to press his father's hand before their parting and say, "Father, you know it was all right between us. I never forgot what I owed you when I was a lad. You forgive me if I have been too hot and hasty now and then." Adam thought but little today of the hard work and the earnings he had spent on his father. His thoughts ran constantly on what the old man's feelings had been in moments of humiliation, when he had held down his head before the rebukes of his son. When our indignation is borne in submissive silence, we are apt to feel twinges of doubt afterwards as to our own generosity, if not justice. How much more when the object of our anger has gone into everlasting silence, and we have seen his face for the last time in the meekness of death. "Ah, I was always too hard," Adam said to himself. "It's a sore fault in me as I'm so hot and out of patience with people when they do wrong, and my heart gets shut up against 'em, so as I can't bring myself to forgive 'em. I see clear enough there's more pride nor love in my soul, for I could sooner make 1,000 strokes with the hammer for my father than bring myself to say a kind word to him. And there went plenty of pride and temper to the strokes, as the devil will be having his finger in what we call our duties as well as our sins. Mayhap the best thing I ever did in my life was only doing what was easiest for myself. It's always been easier for me to work nor to sit still, but the real tough job for me 'ud be to master my own will and temper, and go right against my own pride. It seems to me now if I was to find father at home tonight, I should behave different, but there's no knowing. Perhaps nothing 'ud be a lesson to us if it didn't come too late. It's well we should feel as life's a reckoning we can't make twice over. There's no real making amends in this world, any more nor you can mend a wrong subtraction by doing your addition right." This was the keynote to which Adam's thoughts had perpetually returned since his father's death, and the solemn wail of the funeral psalm was only an influence that brought back the old thoughts with stronger emphasis. So was the sermon, which Mr. Irwine had chosen with reference to Thias's funeral. It spoke briefly and simply of the words, "In the midst of life we are in death," how the present moment is all we can call our own for works of mercy, of righteous dealing, and of family tenderness. All very old truths, but what we thought the oldest truth becomes the most startling to us in the week when we have looked on the dead face of one who has made a part of our own lives. For when men want to impress us with the effect of a new and wonderfully vivid light, do they not let it fall on the most familiar objects, that we may measure its intensity by remembering the former dimness? Then came the moment of the final blessing, when the forever sublime words, "The peace of God, which passeth all understanding," seemed to blend with the calm afternoon sunshine that fell on the bowed heads of the congregation. And then the quiet rising, the mothers tying on the bonnets of the little maidens who had slept through the sermon, the fathers collecting the prayer books, until all streamed out through the old archway into the green churchyard, and began their neighbourly talk, their simple civilities, and their invitations to tea. For on a Sunday every one was ready to receive a guest. It was the day when all must be in their best clothes and their best humour. Mr. and Mrs. Poyser paused a minute at the church gate. They were waiting for Adam to come up, not being contented to go away without saying a kind word to the widow and her sons. "Well, Mrs. Bede," said Mrs. Poyser, as they walked on together, "you must keep up your heart. Husbands and wives must be content when they've lived to rear their children and see one another's hair grey." "Aye, aye," said Mr. Poyser, "they wonna have long to wait for one another then, anyhow. And you've got two o' the strappin'est sons i' the country, and well you may, for I remember poor Thias as fine a broad-shouldered fellow as need to be. And as for you, Mrs. Bede, why, you're straighter o' the back nor half the young women now." Said Lisbeth, "it's poor luck for the platter to wear well when it's broke a-two. The sooner I'm laid under the thorn the better. I'm no good to nobody now." Adam never took notice of his mother's little unjust plaints, but Seth said, "Nay, mother, thee mustna say so. Thy sons'll never get another mother." "That's true, lad, that's true," said Mr. Poyser, "and it's wrong on us to give way to grief, Mrs. Bede, for it's like the children crying when the fathers and mothers take things from 'em. There's one above knows better nor us." "Ah," said Mrs. Poyser, "and it's poor work allays setting the dead above the living. It 'ud be better if folks 'ud make much on us beforehand, i'stid o' beginning when we're gone. It's but little good you'll do a watering the last year's crop." "Well, Adam," said Mr. Poyser, feeling that his wife's words were, as usual, rather incisive than soothing, and that it would be well to change the subject, "you'll come and see us again now, I hope. I hanna had a talk with you this long while, and the missus here wants you to see what can be done with her best spinning wheel, for it's got broke, and it'll be a nice job to mend it. They'll want a bit o' turning. You'll come as soon as you can now, will you?" Mr. Poyser paused and looked around while he was speaking, as if to see where Hetty was, for the children were running on before. Hetty was not without a companion, and she had, besides, more pink and white about her than ever, for she held in her hand the wonderful pink and white hothouse plant, with a very long name, a Scotch name, she supposed, since people said Mr. Craig the gardener was Scotch. Adam took the opportunity of looking round too, and I am sure you will not require of him that he should feel any vexation in observing a pouting expression on Hetty's face as she listened to the gardener's small talk. Yet in her secret heart she was glad to have him by her side, for she would perhaps learn from him how it was Arthur had not come to church. Not that she cared to ask him the question, but she hoped the information would be given spontaneously, for Mr. Craig, like a superior man, was very fond of giving information. Mr. Craig was never aware that his conversation and advances were received coldly, for to shift one's point of view beyond certain limits is impossible to the most liberal and expansive mind. We are none of us aware of the impression we produce on Brazilian monkeys of feeble understanding. It is possible they see hardly anything in us. Moreover, Mr. Craig was a man of sober passions, and was already in his 10th year of hesitation as to the relative advantages of matrimony and bachelorhood. It is true that now and then, when he had been a little heated by an extra glass of grog, he had been heard to say of Hetty that the lass was well enough, and that a man might do worse, but on convivial occasions men are apt to express themselves strongly. Martin Poyser held Mr. Craig in honour as a man who knew his business, and who had great lights concerning soils and compost, but he was less of a favourite with Mrs. Poyser, who had more than once said in confidence to her husband, "You're mighty fond o' Craig, but for my part I think he's welly like a cock as thinks the sun's rose a purpose to hear him crow." For the rest, Mr. Craig was an estimable gardener, and was not without reasons for having a high opinion of himself. He had also high shoulders and high cheekbones, and hung his head forward a little, as he walked along with his hands in his breeches pockets. I think it was his pedigree only that had the advantage of being Scotch, and not his bringing up, for except that he had a stronger burr in his accent, his speech differed little from that of the Loamshire people about him. But a gardener is Scotch, as a French teacher is Parisian. "Well, Mr. Poyser," he said, before the good slow farmer had time to speak, "you'll not be carrying your hay to-morrow, I'm thinking. The glass sticks at change, and ye may rely upon my word as we'll ha' more a downfall afore 24 hours is past. Ye see that darkish blue cloud there upo' the horizon? You know what I mean by the horizon, where the land and sky seems to meet." "Aye, I see the cloud," said Mr. Poyser, "rising or no rising. It's right o'er my Coldsworth fallow, and a foul fallow it is. Well, you mark my words as that cloud'll spread o'er the sky pretty nigh as quick as you'd spread a tarpaulin over one o' your hay-ricks. It's a great thing to ha' studied the look o' the clouds. Lor bless you, the meteorological almanacs can learn me nothing, but there's a pretty sight o' things I could let them up to if they'd just come to me. And how are you, Mrs. Poyser? Thinking o' getherin' the red currants soon, I reckon? You'd a deal better gather 'em afore they're o'erripe, with such weather as we got to look forward to. How do you do, Mistress Bede?" Mr. Craig continued, without a pause, nodding by the way to Adam and Seth. "I hope you enjoyed them spinach and gooseberries as I sent Chester with the other day. If you want vegetables while you're in trouble, ye know where to come to. It's well known I'm not giving other folks' things away, for when I've supplied the house, the garden is my own speculation, and it isn't every man the old squire could get as 'ud be equal to the undertaking, let alone asking whether he'd be willing. I've got to run my calculation fine, I can tell you, to make sure o' getting back the money as I pay the squire. I should like to see some o' them fellows as make the almanecks looking as far before their noses as I've got to do every year as comes." "They look pretty fur, though," said Mr. Poyser, turning his head on one side and speaking in rather a subdued, reverential tone. "Why, what could come truer nor that picture o' the cock with the big spurs, as has got its head knocked down with the anchor, and the firing, and the ships behind? Why, that picture was made afore Christmas, and yet it's come as true as the Bible. Why, the cock's France, and the anchor's Nelson, and they told us that beforehand." "Phew!" said Mr. Craig. "A man doesna want to see fur as to know the English'll beat the French. Why, I know upon good authority as it's a big Frenchman as reaches 5 foot high, and they live upon spoon meat mostly. I knew a man as his father had a particular knowledge o' the French. I should like to know what them grasshoppers are to do against such fine fellows as our young Captain Arthur. Why, it 'ud astonish a Frenchman only to look at him. His arm's thicker nor a Frenchman's body, I'll be bound, for they pinch theirselves in with stays, and it's easy enough, for they got nothing on their insides." "Where is the captain, as he wasn't at church to-day?" said Adam. "I was talking to him a Friday, and he said nothing about his going away." "Oh, he's only gone to Eagledale for a bit of fishing. I reckon he'll be back again afore many days are o'er, for he's to be at all the arranging and preparing o' things for the coming age o' the 30th o' July. But he's fond o' getting away for a bit now and then. Him and the old squire fit one another like frost and flowers." Mr. Craig smiled and winked slowly as he made this last observation, but the subject was not developed farther, for now they had reached the turning in the road where Adam and his companions must say good-bye. The gardener, too, would have had to turn off in the same direction if he had not accepted Mr. Poyser's invitation to tea. Mrs. Poyser duly seconded the invitation, for she would have held it a deep disgrace not to make her neighbours welcome to her house. Personal likes and dislikes must not interfere with that sacred custom. Moreover, Mr. Craig had always been full of civilities to the family at the Hall Farm, and Mrs. Poyser was scrupulous in declaring that she had "nothing to say again him, only it was a pity he couldna be hatched o'er again and hatched different." So Adam and Seth, with their mother between them, wound their way down to the valley and up again to the old house, where a saddened memory had taken the place of a long, long anxiety, where Adam would never have to ask again as he entered, "Where's father?" And the other family party, with Mr. Craig for company, went back to the pleasant bright house-place at the Hall Farm, all with quiet minds except Hetty, who knew now where Arthur was gone, but was only the more puzzled and uneasy. For it appeared that his absence was quite voluntary. He need not have gone. He would not have gone if he had wanted to see her. She had a sickening sense that no lot could ever be pleasant to her again if her Thursday night's vision was not to be fulfilled. And in this moment of chill, bare, wintry disappointment and doubt, she looked towards the possibility of being with Arthur again, of meeting his loving glance, and hearing his soft words with that eager yearning which one may call the growing pain of passion. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Missy, Guangzhou, China. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 19. Adam on a working day. Notwithstanding Mr. Craig's prophecy, the dark blue cloud dispersed itself without having produced the threatened consequences. "The weather," as he observed the next morning, "the weather, you see, 's a ticklish thing, and a fool'll hit on it sometimes when a wise man misses. That's why the almanecks get so much credit. It's one o' them chancy things as fools thrive on." This unreasonable behaviour of the weather, however, could displease no one else in Hayslope besides Mr. Craig. All hands were to be out in the meadows this morning as soon as the dew had risen. The wives and daughters did double work in every farmhouse, that the maids might give their help in tossing the hay, and when Adam was marching along the lanes with his basket of tools over his shoulder, He caught the sound of jocose talk and ringing laughter from behind the hedges. The jocose talk of haymakers is best at a distance. Like those clumsy bells round the cows' necks, it has a rather coarse sound when it comes close, and may even grate on your ears painfully, but heard from far off, it mingles very prettily with the other joyous sounds of nature. Men's muscles move better when their souls are making merry music, though their merriment is of a poor blundering sort, not at all like the merriment of birds. And perhaps there is no time in a summer's day more cheering than when the warmth of the sun is just beginning to triumph over the freshness of the morning, when there is just a lingering hint of early coolness to keep off languor under the delicious influence of warmth. The reason Adam was walking along the lanes at this time was because his work for the rest of the day lay at a country house about 3 miles off, which was being put in repair for the son of a neighbouring squire, and he had been busy since early morning with the packing of panels, doors, and chimney pieces in a waggon, which was now gone on before him, while Jonathan Burge himself had ridden to the spot on horseback to await its arrival and direct the workmen. This little walk was a rest to Adam, and he was unconsciously under the charm of the moment. It was a summer morning in his heart, and he saw Hetty in the sunshine, a sunshine without glare, with slanting rays that tremble between the delicate shadows of the leaves. He thought, yesterday, when he put out his hand to her as they came out of church, that there was a touch of melancholy kindness in her face, such as he had not seen before, and he took it as a sign that she had some sympathy with his family trouble. Poor fellow! That touch of melancholy came from quite another source, but how was he to know? We look at the one little woman's face we love as we look at the face of our Mother Earth, and see all sorts of answers to our own yearnings. It was impossible for Adam not to feel that what had happened in the last week had brought the prospect of marriage nearer to him. Hitherto he had felt keenly the danger that some other man might step in and get possession of Hetty's heart and hand, while he himself was still in a position that made him shrink from asking her to accept him. Even if he had had a strong hope that she was fond of him, and his hope was far from being strong, he had been too heavily burdened with other claims to provide a home for himself and Hetty, a home such as he could expect her to be content with, after the comfort and plenty of the farm. Like all strong natures, Adam had confidence in his ability to achieve something in the future. He felt sure he should some day, if he lived, be able to maintain a family and make a good broad path for himself. But he had too cool a head not to estimate to the full the obstacles that were to be overcome. And the time would be so long. And there was Hetty, like a bright-cheeked apple hanging over the orchard wall, within sight of everybody, and everybody must long for her. To be sure, if she loved him very much, she would be content to wait for him. But did she love him? His hopes had never risen so high that he had dared to ask her. He was clear-sighted enough to be aware that her uncle and aunt would have looked kindly on his suit, and indeed without this encouragement he would never have persevered in going to the farm. But it was impossible to come to any but fluctuating conclusions about Hetty's feelings. She was like a kitten, and had the same distractingly pretty looks that meant nothing for everybody that came near her. But now he could not help saying to himself that the heaviest part of his burden was removed, and that even before the end of another year his circumstances might be brought into a shape that would allow him to think of marrying. It would always be a hard struggle with his mother, he knew. She would be jealous of any wife he might choose, and she had set her mind especially against Hetty, perhaps for no other reason than that she suspected Hetty to be the woman he had chosen. It would never do, he feared, for his mother to live in the same house with him when he was married, and yet how hard she would think it if he asked her to leave him. Yes, there was a great deal of pain to be gone through with his mother, but it was a case in which he must make her feel that his will was strong. It would be better for her in the end. For himself, he would have liked that they should all live together till Seth was married, and they might have built a bit themselves to the old house and made more room. He did not like to part with the lad. They had hardly ever been separated for more than a day since they were born. But Adam had no sooner caught his imagination leaping forward in this way, making arrangements for an uncertain future, than he checked himself. "A pretty building I'm making, without either bricks or timber. I'm up at the garret already, and I haven't so much as dug the foundation." Whenever Adam was strongly convinced of any proposition, it took the form of a principle in his mind. It was knowledge to be acted on, as much as the knowledge that damp will cause rust. Perhaps here lay the secret of the hardness he had accused himself of. He had too little fellow-feeling with the weakness that errs in spite of foreseen consequences. Without this fellow-feeling, how are we to get enough patience and charity towards our stumbling, falling companions in the long and changeful journey? And there is but one way in which a strong, determined soul can learn it: by getting his heartstrings bound round the weak and erring, so that he must share not only the outward consequence of their error, but their inward suffering. That is a long and hard lesson, and Adam had at present only learned the alphabet of it in his father's sudden death, which, by annihilating in an instant all that had stimulated his indignation, had sent a sudden rush of thought and memory over what had claimed his pity and tenderness. But it was Adam's strength, not its correlative hardness, that influenced his meditations this morning. He had long made up his mind that it would be wrong as well as foolish for him to marry a blooming young girl, so long as he had no other prospect than that of growing poverty with a growing family. And his savings had been so constantly drawn upon, besides the terrible sweep of paying for Seth's substitute in the militia, that he had not enough money beforehand to furnish even a small cottage and keep something in reserve against a rainy day. He had good hope that he should be firmer on his legs by and by, but he could not be satisfied with a vague confidence in his arm and brain. He must have definite plans, and set about them at once. The partnership with Jonathan Burge was not to be thought of at present. There were things implicitly tacked to it that he could not accept, but Adam thought that he and Seth might carry on a little business for themselves in addition to their journeyman's work, by buying a small stock of superior wood, and making articles of household furniture, for which Adam had no end of contrivances. Seth might gain more by working at separate jobs under Adam's direction than by his journeyman's work, and Adam in his over-hours could do all the nice work that required peculiar skill. The money gained in this way, with the good wages he received as foreman, would soon enable them to get beforehand with the world, so sparingly as they would all live now. No sooner had this little plan shaped itself in his mind than he began to be busy with exact calculations about the wood to be bought, and the particular article of furniture that should be undertaken first, a kitchen cupboard of his own contrivance, with such an ingenious arrangement of sliding doors and bolts, such convenient nooks for stowing household provender, and such a symmetrical result to the eye, that every good housewife would be in raptures with it, and fall through all the gradations of melancholy longing till her husband promised to buy it for her. Adam pictured to himself Mrs. Poyser examining it with her keen eye, and trying in vain to find out a deficiency. And of course, close to Mrs. Poyser stood Hetty, and Adam was again beguiled from calculations and contrivances into dreams and hopes. Yes, he would go and see her this evening. It was so long since he had been at the Hall Farm. He would have liked to go to the night school, to see why Bartle Massey had not been at church yesterday, for he feared his old friend was ill. But unless he could manage both visits, this last must be put off till tomorrow. The desire to be near Hetty and to speak to her again was too strong. As he made up his mind to this, he was coming very near to the end of his walk, within the sound of the hammers at work on the refitting of the old house. The sound of tools to a clever workman who loves his work is like the tentative sounds of the orchestra to the violinist who has to bear his part in the overture. The strong fibres begin their accustomed thrill, and what was a moment before joy, vexation, or ambition begins its change into energy. All passion becomes strength when it has an outlet from the narrow limits of our personal lot, in the labour of our right arm, the cunning of our right hand, or the still, creative activity of our thought. Look at Adam through the rest of the day as he stands on the scaffolding with the 2-feet ruler in his hand, whistling low while he considers how a difficulty about a floor joist or a window frame is to be overcome, or as he pushes one of the younger workmen aside and takes his place in upheaving a weight of timber, saying, "Let alone, lad, thee'st got too much gristle i' thy bones yet," or as he fixes his keen black eyes on the motions of a workman on the other side of the room, and warns him that his distances are not right. Look at this broad-shouldered man, with the bare muscular arms and the thick, firm black hair, tossed about like trodden meadow grass whenever he takes off his paper cap, and with the strong baritone voice bursting every now and then into loud and solemn psalm tunes, as if seeking an outlet for superfluous strength, yet presently checking himself, apparently crossed by some thought which jars with the singing. Perhaps, if you had not been already in the secret, you might not have guessed what sad memories, what warm affection, what tender, fluttering hopes had their home in this athletic body with the broken fingernails, in this rough man who knew no better lyrics than he could find in the Old and New Version and an occasional hymn, who knew the smallest possible amount of profane history, and for whom the motion and shape of the earth, the course of the sun, and the changes of the seasons lay in the region of mystery just made visible by fragmentary knowledge. It had cost Adam a great deal of trouble and his work in overhours to know what he knew over and above the secrets of his handicraft, and that acquaintance with mechanics and figures and the nature of the materials he worked with, which was made easy to him by inborn inherited faculty, to get the mastery of his pen and write a plain hand, to spell without any other mistakes than must in fairness be attributed to the unreasonable character of orthography rather than to any deficiency in the speller, and moreover to learn his musical notes and part singing. Besides all this, he had read his Bible, including the apocryphal books, Poor Richard's Almanac, Taylor's Holy Living and Dying, the Pilgrim's Progress with Bunyan's Life and Holy War, a great deal of Bailey's Dictionary, Valentine and Orson, and part of a History of Babylon, which Bartle Massey had lent him. He might have had many more books from Bartle Massey, but he had no time for reading the common print, as Lisbeth called it, so busy as he was with figures in all the leisure moments which he did not fill up with extra carpentry. Adam, you perceive, was by no means a marvellous man, nor, properly speaking, a genius. Yet I will not pretend that his was an ordinary character among workmen, and it would not be at all a safe conclusion that the next best man you may happen to see, with a basket of tools over his shoulder and a paper cap on his head, has the strong conscience and the strong sense, the blended susceptibility and self-command of our friend Adam. He was not an average man. Yet such men as he are reared here and there in every generation of our peasant artisans, with an inheritance of affections nurtured by a simple family life of common need and common industry, and an inheritance of faculties trained in skilful, courageous labour. They make their way upwards, rarely as geniuses, most commonly as painstaking, honest men, with the skill and conscience to do well the tasks that lie before them. Their lives have no discernible echo beyond the neighbourhood where they dwelt, but you are almost sure to find there some good piece of road, some building, some application of mineral produce, some improvement in farming practice, some reform of parish abuses, with which their names are associated by 1 or 2 generations after them. Their employers were the richer for them, the work of their hands has worn well, and the work of their brains has guided well the hands of other men. They went about in their youth in flannel or paper caps, in coats black with coal dust or streaked with lime and red paint. In old age their white hairs are seen in a place of honour at church and at market, and they tell their well-dressed sons and daughters, seated round the bright hearth on winter evenings, how pleased they were when they first earned their 2 pence a day. Others there are who die poor and never put off the workman's coal on weekdays. They have not had the art of getting rich, but they are men of trust, and when they die before the work is all out of them, it is as if some main screw had got loose in a machine. The master who employed them says, "Where shall I find their like?" End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Missy, Guangzhou, China. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 20. Adam visits the Hall Farm. Adam came back from his work in the empty wagon, that was why he had changed his clothes, and was ready to set out to the Hall Farm when it still wanted 6:45. "What's thee got thy Sunday clothes on for?" said Lisbeth complainingly, as he came downstairs. "Thee artna going to the school i' thy best coat." "No, mother," said Adam quietly. "I'm going to the Hall Farm, but mayhap I may go to the school after, so thee mustna wonder if I'm a bit late. Seth'll be at home in half an hour, he's only gone to the village, so thee wouldna mind." "Eh, and what's thee got thy best clothes on for to go to the Hall Farm? The Poyser folks seed thee in them yesterday, I warrant. What dost mean by turning work-a-day into Sunday, that'n? It's poor keeping company with folks as donna like to see thee in thy working jacket." "Good-bye, mother, I can't stay," said Adam, putting on his hat and going out. But he had no sooner gone a few paces beyond the door than Lisbeth became uneasy at the thought that she had vexed him. Of course, the secret of her objection to the best clothes was her suspicion that they were put on for Hetty's sake, but deeper than all her peevishness lay the need that her son should love her. She hurried after him, and laid hold of his arm before he had got half-way down to the brook, and said, "Nay, my lad, thee wouldna go away angered with thy mother, and her got nought to do but to sit by hersen and think on thee." "Nay, nay, mother," said Adam gravely, and standing still while he put his arm on her shoulder. "I'm not angered, but I wish for thy own sake thee'dst be more contented to let me do what I've made up my mind to do. I'll never be no other than a good son to thee as long as we live. But a man has other feelings besides what he owes to his father and mother, and thee oughtna to want to rule over me body and soul. And thee must make up thy mind as I'll not give way to thee where I've a right to do what I like. So let us have no more words about it." "Eh," said Lisbeth, not willing to show that she felt the real bearing of Adam's words, "and who likes to see thee i' thy best clothes better nor thy mother? And when thee'st got thy face washed, and clean as the smooth white pibble, and thy hair combed so nice, and thy eyes a sparkling, what else is there as thy old mother should like to look at half so well? And thee shan't put on thy Sunday clothes when thee likes for me, and I'll ne'er plague thee no more about 'en." "Well, well. Good-bye, mother," said Adam, kissing her and hurrying away. He saw there was no other means of putting an end to the dialogue. Lisbeth stood still on the spot, shading her eyes and looking after him till he was quite out of sight. She felt to the full all the meaning that had lain in Adam's words, and as she lost sight of him and turned back slowly into the house, she said aloud to herself, for it was her way to speak her thoughts aloud in the long days when her husband and sons were at their work, "Eh, he'll be telling me as he's going to bring her home one of these days, and she'll be missus o'er me, and I mun look on belike while she uses the blue-edged platters and breaks 'em mayhap, though there's ne'er been one broke sin' my old man and me brought 'em at the county fair. 20 year come next Whitsuntide. Eh," she went on still louder, as she caught up her knitting from the table, "but she'll ne'er knit the lad's stockings nor foot 'em nayther, while I live, and when I'm gone he'll be thinking as nobody'll ne'er fit his leg and foot as his old mother did. She'll know nothing o' narrowing and heeling, I'll warrant, and she'll make a long toe as he cannot get his boots on. That's what comes o' marrying young wenches. I were gone 30, and the feyther too, afore we were married, and young enough too. She'll be a poor dratchel by then she's 30, a marrying o' that un, afore her teeth'll come." Adam walked so fast that he was at the yard gate before 7. Martin Poyser and the grandfather were not yet come in from the meadow. Every one was in the meadow, even to the black and tan terrier. No one kept watch in the yard but the bulldog, and when Adam reached the house door, which stood wide open, he saw there was no one in the bright clean house place. But he guessed where Mrs. Poyser and some one else would be, quite within hearing, so he knocked on the door and said in his strong voice, "Mrs. Poyser within?" "Come in, Mr. Bede, come in," Mrs. Poyser called out from the dairy. She always gave Adam this title when she received him in her own house. "You may come into the dairy if you will, for I canna justly leave the cheese." Adam walked into the dairy, where Mrs. Poyser and Nancy were crushing the first evening cheese. "Why, you might think you are come to a dead house," said Mrs. Poyser, as he stood in the open doorway. "They're all i' the meadow, but Martin's sure to be in afore long, for they're leaving the hay cocked to-night, ready for carrying first thing to-morrow. I've been forced to have Nancy in, up account as Hetty must gather the red currants to-night. The fruit allays ripens so contrary, just when every hand's wanted, and there's no trust in the children to gather it, for they put more into their own mouths nor into the basket. You might as well set the wasps to gather the fruit." Adam longed to say he would go into the garden till Mr. Poyser came in, but he was not quite courageous enough, so he said, "I could be looking at your spinning wheel then, and see what wants doing to it. Perhaps it stands in the house where I can find it." "No, I've put it away in the right-hand parlour, but let it be till I can fetch it and show it to you. I'd be glad now if you'd run into the garden and tell Hetty to send Totty in. The child'll run in if she's told, and I know Hetty's letting her eat too many currants. I'll be much obliged to you, Mr. Bede, if you'll go and send her in. And there's the York and Lancaster roses beautiful in the garden now. You'll like to see 'em. But you'd like a drink o' whey first, p'raps. I know you're fond o' whey, as most folks is when they hanna got to crush it out." "Thank you, Mrs. Poyser," said Adam. "A drink o' whey's always a treat to me. I'd rather have it than beer any day." "Aye, aye," said Mrs. Poyser, reaching a small white basin that stood on the shelf, and dipping it into the whey tub. "The smell o' bread's sweet to everybody but the baker. The Miss Irwines allays say, 'Oh, Mrs. Poyser, I envy you your dairy, and I envy you your chickens, and what a beautiful thing a farmhouse is, to be sure.' And I say, 'Yes, a farmhouse is a fine thing for them as look on, and don't know the lifting and the standing and the worriting of the inside as belongs to it.'" "Why, Mrs. Poyser, you wouldn't like to live anywhere else but in a farmhouse, so well as you manage it," said Adam, taking the basin. "And there can be nothing to look at pleasanter nor a fine milk cow, standing up to its knees in pasture, and the new milk frothing in the pail, and the fresh butter ready for market, and the calves and the poultry. Here's to your health, and may you allays have strength to look after your own dairy, and set a pattern to all the farmers' wives in the country." Mrs. Poyser was not to be caught in the weakness of smiling at a compliment, but a quiet complacency overspread her face like a stealing sunbeam, and gave a milder glance than usual to her blue-grey eyes as she looked at Adam drinking the whey. "Ah, I think I taste that whey now, with a flavour so delicate that one can hardly distinguish it from an odour, and with that soft gliding warmth that fills one's imagination with a still happy dreaminess. And the light music of the dropping whey is in my ears, mingling with the twittering of a bird outside the wire network window, the window overlooking the garden and shaded by tall guelder roses." "Have a little more, Mr. Bede," said Mrs. Poyser, as Adam set down the basin. "No, thank you, I'll go into the garden now and send in the little lass." "Aye, do, and tell her to come to her mother in the dairy." Adam walked round by the rickyard, at present empty of ricks, to the little wooden gate leading into the garden, once the well-tended kitchen garden of a manor house, now, but for the handsome brick wall with stone coping that ran along one side of it, a true farmhouse garden, with hardy perennial flowers, unpruned fruit trees, and kitchen vegetables growing together in careless half-neglected abundance. In that leafy, flowery, bushy time, to look for any one in this garden was like playing at hide-and-seek. There were the tall hollyhocks beginning to flower and dazzle the eye with their pink, white, and yellow. There were the syringas and guelder roses, all large and disorderly for want of trimming. There were leafy walls of scarlet beans and late peas. There was a row of bushy filberts in one direction, and in another a huge apple tree making a barren circle under its low spreading boughs. But what signified a barren patch or two? The garden was so large. There was always a superfluity of broad beans. It took 9 or 10 of Adam's strides to get to the end of the uncut grass walk that ran by the side of them. And as for other vegetables, there was so much more room than was necessary for them, that in the rotation of crops a large flourishing bed of groundsel was of yearly occurrence on one spot or other. The very rose trees at which Adam stopped to pluck one looked as if they grew wild. They were all huddled together in bushy masses, now flaunting with wide-open petals, almost all of them of the streaked pink and white kind, which doubtless dated from the union of the houses of York and Lancaster. Adam was wise enough to choose a compact Provence rose that peeped out, half smothered by its flaunting scentless neighbours, and held it in his hand. He thought he should be more at ease holding something in his hand, as he walked on to the far end of the garden, where he remembered there was the largest row of currant trees, not far off from the great yew tree arbour. But he had not gone many steps beyond the roses when he heard the shaking of a bough, and a boy's voice saying, "Now then, Totty, hold out your pinny, there's a duck." The voice came from the boughs of a tall cherry tree, where Adam had no difficulty in discerning a small blue pinafored figure perched in a commodious position where the fruit was thickest. Doubtless Totty was below, behind the screen of peas. Yes, with her bonnet hanging down her back, and her fat face, dreadfully smeared with red juice, turned up towards the cherry tree, while she held her little round hole of a mouth and her red-stained pinafore to receive the promised downfall. I am sorry to say more than half the cherries that fell were hard and yellow instead of juicy and red, but Totty spent no time in useless regrets, and she was already sucking the third juiciest when Adam said, "There now, Totty, you've got your cherries. Run into the house with them to mother. She wants you. She's in the dairy. Run in this minute, there's a good little girl." He lifted her up in his strong arms and kissed her as he spoke, a ceremony which Totty regarded as a tiresome interruption to cherry eating, and when he set her down she trotted off quite silently towards the house, sucking her cherries as she went along. "Tommy, my lad, take care you're not shot for a little thieving bird," said Adam, as he walked on towards the currant trees. He could see there was a large basket at the end of the row. Hetty would not be far off, and Adam already felt as if she were looking at him. Yet when he turned the corner she was standing with her back towards him, and stooping to gather the low-hanging fruit. Strange that she had not heard him coming. Perhaps it was because she was making the leaves rustle. She started when she became conscious that someone was near, started so violently that she dropped the basin with the currants in it, and then, when she saw it was Adam, she turned from pale to deep red. That blush made his heart beat with a new happiness. Hetty had never blushed at seeing him before. "I frightened you," he said, with a delicious sense that it didn't signify what he said, since Hetty seemed to feel as much as he did. "Let me pick the currants up." That was soon done, for they had only fallen in a tangled mass on the grass plot, and Adam, as he rose and gave her the basin again, looked straight into her eyes with the subdued tenderness that belongs to the first moments of hopeful love. Hetty did not turn away her eyes. Her blush had subsided, and she met his glance with a quiet sadness, which contented Adam because it was so unlike anything he had seen in her before. "There's not many more currants to get," she said. "I shall soon ha' done now." "I'll help you," said Adam, and he fetched the large basket, which was nearly full of currants, and set it close to them. Not a word more was spoken as they gathered the currants. Adam's heart was too full to speak, and he thought Hetty knew all that was in it. She was not indifferent to his presence after all. She had blushed when she saw him, and then there was that touch of sadness about her, which must surely mean love, since it was the opposite of her usual manner, which had often impressed him as indifference. And he could glance at her continually as she bent over the fruit, while the level evening sunbeams stole through the thick apple-tree boughs, and rested on her round cheek and neck as if they too were in love with her. It was, to Adam, the time that a man can least forget in after life, the time when he believes that the first woman he has ever loved betrays, by a slight something, a word, a tone, a glance, the quivering of a lip or an eyelid, that she is at least beginning to love him in return. The sign is so slight it is scarcely perceptible to the ear or eye. He could describe it to no one. It is a mere feather touch, yet it seems to have changed his whole being, to have merged an uneasy yearning into a delicious unconsciousness of everything but the present moment. So much of our early gladness vanishes utterly from our memory. We can never recall the joy with which we laid our heads on our mother's bosom, or rode on our father's back in childhood. Doubtless that joy is wrought up into our nature, as the sunlight of long past mornings is wrought up in the soft mellowness of the apricot. But it is gone forever from our imagination, and we can only believe in the joy of childhood. But the first glad moment in our first love is a vision which returns to us to the last, and brings with it a thrill of feeling intense and special as the recurrent sensation of a sweet odour breathed in a far-off hour of happiness. It is a memory that gives a more exquisite touch to tenderness, that feeds the madness of jealousy and adds the last keenness to the agony of despair. Hetty bending over the red bunches, the level rays piercing the screen of apple-tree boughs, the length of bushy garden beyond, his own emotion as he looked at her and believed that she was thinking of him, and that there was no need for them to talk. Adam remembered it all to the last moment of his life. And Hetty? You know quite well that Adam was mistaken about her. Like many other men, he thought the signs of love for another were signs of love towards himself. When Adam was approaching unseen by her, she was absorbed, as usual, in thinking and wondering about Arthur's possible return. The sound of any man's footstep would have affected her just in the same way. She would have felt it might be Arthur before she had time to see, and the blood that forsook her cheek in the agitation of that momentary feeling would have rushed back again at the sight of anyone else, just as much as at the sight of Adam. He was not wrong in thinking that a change had come over Hetty. The anxieties and fears of a first passion, with which she was trembling, had become stronger than vanity, had given her for the first time that sense of helpless dependence on another's feeling, which awakens the clinging, deprecating womanhood even in the shallowest girl that can ever experience it, and creates in her a sensibility to kindness which found her quite hard before. For the first time Hetty felt that there was something soothing to her in Adam's timid yet manly tenderness. She wanted to be treated lovingly. Oh, it was very hard to bear this blank of absence, silence, apparent indifference, after those moments of glowing love. She was not afraid that Adam would tease her with love-making and flattering speeches, like her other admirers. He had always been so reserved to her. She could enjoy without any fear the sense that this strong, brave man loved her, and was near her. It never entered into her mind that Adam was pitiable too, that Adam too must suffer one day. Hetty, we know, was not the first woman that had behaved more gently to the man who loved her in vain, because she had herself begun to love another. It was a very old story, but Adam knew nothing about it, so he drank in the sweet delusion. "That'll do," said Hetty, after a little while. "Aunt wants me to leave some on the trees. I'll take 'em in now." "It's very well I came to carry the basket," said Adam, "for it'd ha' been too heavy for your little arms." "No, I could ha' carried it with both hands." "Oh, I dare say," said Adam, smiling, "and been as long getting into the house as a little ant carrying a caterpillar. Have you ever seen those tiny fellows carrying things 4 times as big as themselves?" "No," said Hetty indifferently, not caring to know the difficulties of ant life. "Oh, I used to watch 'em often when I was a lad. But now, you see, I can carry the basket with one arm, as if it was an empty nutshell, and give you the other arm to lean on. Won't you? Such big arms as mine were made for little arms like yours to lean on." Hetty smiled faintly and put her arm within his. Adam looked down at her, but her eyes were turned dreamily towards another corner of the garden. "Have you ever been to Eagledale?" she said, as they walked slowly along. "Yes," said Adam, pleased to have her ask a question about himself. "10 years ago, when I was a lad, I went with father to see about some work there. It's a wonderful sight, rocks and caves such as you never saw in your life. I never had a right notion o' rocks till I went there." "How long did it take to get there?" "Why, it took us the best part o' 2 days walking. But it's nothing of a day's journey for anybody as has got a first-rate nag. The captain 'ud get there in 9 or 10 hours, I'll be bound. He's such a rider. And I shouldn't wonder if he's back again to-morrow. He's too active to rest long in that lonely place, all by himself, for there's nothing but a bit of a inn i' that part where he's gone to fish. I wish he'd got the estate in his hands. That'd be the right thing for him, for it'd give him plenty to do, and he'd do it well too, for all he's so young. He's got better notions o' things than many a man twice his age. He spoke very handsome to me the other day about lending me money to set up a business, and if things came round that way, I'd rather be beholden to him nor to any man in the world." Poor Adam was led on to speak about Arthur because he thought Hetty would be pleased to know that the young squire was so ready to befriend him. The fact entered into his future prospects, which he would like to seem promising in her eyes. And it was true that Hetty listened with an interest which brought a new light into her eyes and a half-smile upon her lips. "How pretty the roses are now," Adam continued, pausing to look at them. "See, I stole the prettiest, but I didna mean to keep it myself. I think these as are all pink and have got a finer sort o' green leaves are prettier than the striped uns. Don't you?" He set down the basket and took the rose from his buttonhole. "It smells very sweet," he said. "Those striped uns have no smell. Stick it in your frock, and then you can put it in water after. It'd be a pity to let it fade." Hetty took the rose, smiling as she did so at the pleasant thought that Arthur could so soon get back if he liked. There was a flash of hope and happiness in her mind, and with a sudden impulse of gaiety she did what she had very often done before, stuck the rose in her hair, a little above the left ear. The tender admiration in Adam's face was slightly shadowed by reluctant disapproval. Hetty's love of finery was just the thing that would most provoke his mother, and he himself disliked it as much as it was possible for him to dislike anything that belonged to her. "Ah," he said, "that's like the ladies in the pictures at the Chase. They've mostly got flowers or feathers or gold things i' their hair. But somehow I don't like to see 'em. They allays put me in mind o' the painted women outside the shows at Treddleston Fair. What can a woman have to set her off better than her own hair, when it curls so like yours? If a woman's young and pretty, I think you can see her good looks all the better for her being plain dressed. Why, Dinah Morris looks very nice, for all she wears such a plain cap and gown. It seems to me as a woman's face doesna want flowers. It's almost like a flower itself. I'm sure yours is." "Oh, very well," said Hetty, with a little playful pout, taking the rose out of her hair. "I'll put one o' Dinah's caps on when we go in, and you'll see if I look better in it. She left one behind, so I can take the pattern." "Nay, nay, I don't want you to wear a Methodist cap like Dinah's. I dare say it's a very ugly cap, and I used to think when I saw her here as it was nonsense for her to dress different to other people. But I never rightly noticed her till she came to see mother last week, and then I thought the cap seemed to fit her face somehow, as the acorn cup fits the acorn, and I shouldn't like to see her so well without it. But you've got another sort of face. I'd have you look just as you are now, without anything to interfere with your own looks. It's like when a man's singing a good tune. You don't want to hear bells tinkling and interfering with the sound." He took her arm and put it within his again, looking down on her fondly. He was afraid she should think he had lectured her, imagining, as we are apt to do, that she had perceived all the thoughts he had only half expressed. And the thing he dreaded most was lest any cloud should come over this evening's happiness. For the world he would not have spoken of his love to Hetty yet, till this commencing kindness towards him should have grown into unmistakable love. In his imagination he saw long years of his future life stretching before him, blessed with the right to call Hetty his own. He could be content with very little at present. So he took up the basket of currants once more, and they went on towards the house. The scene had quite changed in the half hour that Adam had been in the garden. The yard was full of life now. Marty was letting the screaming geese through the gate, and wickedly provoking the gander by hissing at him. The granary door was groaning on its hinges as Alick shut it, after dealing out the corn. The horses were being led out to watering, amidst much barking of all the 3 dogs, and many whoops from Tim the ploughman, as if the heavy animals who held down their meek, intelligent heads and lifted their shaggy feet so deliberately were likely to rush wildly in every direction but the right. Every one was come back from the meadow, and when Hetty and Adam entered the house-place, Mr. Poyser was seated in the 3-cornered chair, and the grandfather in the large armchair opposite, looking on with pleasant expectation while the supper was being laid on the oak table. Mrs. Poyser had laid the cloth herself, a cloth made of homespun linen, with a shining checkered pattern on it, and of an agreeable whitey-brown hue, such as all sensible housewives like to see. None of your bleached shop rag that would wear into holes in no time, but good homespun that would last for 2 generations. The cold veal, the fresh lettuces, and the stuffed chine might well look tempting to hungry men who had dined at 12:30 o'clock. On the large deal table against the wall there were bright pewter plates and spoons and cans, ready for Alick and his companions. For the master and servants ate their supper not far off each other, which was all the pleasanter, because if a remark about to-morrow morning's work occurred to Mr. Poyser, Alick was at hand to hear it. "Well, Adam, I'm glad to see ye," said Mr. Poyser. "What, ye've been helping Hetty to gather the currants, eh? Come, sit ye down, sit ye down. Why, it's pretty near 3 weeks since ye had your supper with us, and the missus has got one of her rare stuffed chines. I'm glad you're come." "Hetty," said Mrs. Poyser, as she looked into the basket of currants to see if the fruit was fine, "run upstairs and send Molly down. She's putting Totty to bed, and I want her to draw the ale, for Nancy's busy yet at the dairy. You can see to the child. But whatever did you let her run away from you along with Tommy for, and stuff herself with fruit, as she can't eat a bit of good victual?" This was said in a lower tone than usual, while her husband was talking to Adam, for Mrs. Poyser was strict in adherence to her own rules of propriety, and she considered that a young girl was not to be treated sharply in the presence of a respectable man who was courting her. That would not be fair play. Every woman was young in her turn, and had her chances of matrimony, which it was a point of honour for other women not to spoil, just as one market woman who has sold her own eggs must not try to bulk another of a customer. Hetty made haste to run away upstairs, not easily finding an answer to her aunt's question, and Mrs. Poyser went out to see after Marty and Tommy and bring them in to supper. Soon they were all seated, the 2 rosy lads, one on each side, by the pale mother, a place being left for Hetty between Adam and her uncle. Alick too was come in, and was seated in his far corner, eating cold broad beans out of a large dish with his pocket-knife, and finding a flavour in them which he would not have exchanged for the finest pineapple. "What a time that girl is drawing the ale, to be sure," said Mrs. Poyser, when she was dispensing her slices of stuffed chine. "I think she sets the jug under and forgets to turn the tap, as there's nothing you can't believe of them wenches. They'll set the empty kettle o' the fire, and then come an hour after to see if the water boils." "She's drawing for the men too," said Mr. Poyser. "Thee shouldst ha' told her to bring our jug up first." "Told her?" said Mrs. Poyser. "Yes, I might spend all the wind in my body, and take the bellows too, if I was to tell them girls everything as their own sharpness wonna tell 'em. Mr. Bede, will you take some vinegar with your lettuce? Aye, you're in the right knot. It spoils the flavour o' the chine, to my thinking. It's poor eating where the flavour o' the meat lies o' the cruets. There's folks as make bad butter and trusten to the salt to hide it." Mrs. Poyser's attention was here diverted by the appearance of Molly, carrying a large jug, 2 small mugs, and 4 drinking cans, all full of ale or small beer, an interesting example of the prehensile power possessed by the human hand. Poor Molly's mouth was rather wider open than usual as she walked along with her eyes fixed on the double cluster of vessels in her hands, quite innocent of the expression in her mistress's eye. "Molly, I niver knew your equals. To think o' your poor mother as is a widow, and I took you wi' as good as no character, and the times and times I've told you." Molly had not seen the lightning, and the thunder shook her nerves the more for the want of that preparation. With a vague, alarmed sense that she must somehow comport herself differently, she hastened her step a little towards the far deal table, where she might set down her cans, caught her foot in her apron, which had become untied, and fell with a crash and a splash into a pool of beer, whereupon a tittering explosion from Marty and Tommy, and a serious "'Ello" from Mr. Poyser, who saw his draught of ale unpleasantly deferred. "There you go," resumed Mrs. Poyser in a cutting tone, as she rose and went towards the cupboard, while Molly began dolefully to pick up the fragments of pottery. "It's what I told you 'ud come, over and over again, and there's your month's wage gone and more to pay for that jug as I've had i' the house this 10 year, and nothing ever happened to it before, but the crockery you've broke sin' here in the house you've been 'ud make a parson swear, God forgive me for saying so, and if it had been a boiling wort out o' the copper, it 'ud ha' been the same, and you'd ha' been scalded and very like lame for life, as there's no knowing but what you will be some day if you go on, for anybody 'ud think you'd got the St. Vitus's dance to see the things you've throwed down. It's a pity but what the bits was stacked up for you to see, though it's neither seeing nor hearing as'll make much odds to you. Anybody 'ud think you were case hardened." Poor Molly's tears were dropping fast by this time, and in her desperation at the lively movement of the beer stream towards Alec's legs, she was converting her apron into a mop, while Mrs. Poyser, opening the cupboard, turned a blighting eye upon her. "Ah," she went on, "you'll do no good wi' crying and making more wet to wipe up. It's all your own wilfulness, as I tell you, for there's nobody no call to break anything if they'll only go the right way to work. But wooden folks had need to ha' wooden things to handle, and here must I take the brown and white jug, as it's never been used 3 times this year, and go down in the cellar myself, and belike catch my death and be laid up with inflammation." Mrs. Poyser had turned round from the cupboard with the brown and white jug in her hand, when she caught sight of something at the other end of the kitchen. Perhaps it was because she was already trembling and nervous that the apparition had so strong an effect on her. Perhaps jug-breaking, like other crimes, has a contagious influence. However it was, she stared and started like a ghost-seer, and the precious brown and white jug fell to the ground, parting forever with its spout and handle. "Did ever anybody see the like?" she said, with a suddenly lowered tone, after a moment's bewildered glance round the room. "The jugs are bewitched, I think. It's them nasty glazed handles, they slip o'er the finger like a snail." "Why, thee'st let thy own whip fly i' thy face," said her husband, who had now joined in the laugh of the young ones. "It's all very fine to look on and grin," rejoined Mrs. Poyser, "but there's times when the crockery seems alive and flies out o' your hand like a bird. It's like the glass sometimes 'll crack as it stands. What is to be broke will be broke, for I never dropped a thing in my life for want o' holding it, else I never should ha' kept the crockery all these years as I bought at my own wedding. And Hetty, are you mad? Whatever do you mean by coming down o' that way and making one think as there's a ghost walking in the house?" A new outbreak of laughter, while Mrs. Poyser was speaking, was caused, less by her sudden conversion to a fatalistic view of jug-breaking than by that strange appearance of Hetty, which had startled her aunt. The little minx had found a black gown of her aunt's, and pinned it as close round her neck to look like Dinah's, had made her hair as flat as she could, and had tied on one of Dinah's high-crowned borderless net caps. The thought of Dinah's pale grey face and mild grey eyes, which the sight of the gown and cap brought with it, made it a laughable surprise enough to see them replaced by Hetty's round rosy cheeks and coquettish dark eyes. The boys got off their chairs and jumped round her, clapping their hands, and even Alec gave a low ventral laugh as he looked up from his beans. Under cover of the noise, Mrs. Poyser went into the back kitchen to send Nancy into the cellar with the great pewter measure, which had some chance of being free from bewitchment. "Why, Hetty, lass, are ye turned Methodist?" said Mr. Poyser, with that comfortable slow enjoyment of a laugh which one only sees in stout people. "You must pull your face a deal longer before you'll do for one, mustna she, Adam? How come you put them things on, eh?" "Adam said he liked Dinah's cap and gown better nor my clothes," said Hetty, sitting down demurely. "He says folks looks better in ugly clothes." "Nay, nay," said Adam, looking at her admiringly.
I only said they seemed to suit Dinah. But if I'd said you'd look pretty in 'em, I should ha' said nothing but what was true." "Why, thee thoughtest Hetty were a ghost, didn'st said Mr. Poyser to his wife, who now came back and took her seat again. "Thee look'st as scared as scared." "It little signifies how I looked," said Mrs. Poyser. "Looks 'll mend no jugs, nor laughing neither, as I see. Mr. Bede, I'm sorry you've to wait so long for your ale, but it's coming in a minute. Make yourself at home with the cold potatoes, I know you like 'em. Tommy, I'll send you to bed this minute if you don't give over laughing. What is there to laugh at, I should like to know? I'd sooner cry nor laugh at the sight of that poor thing's cap. And there's them as 'ud be better if they could make theirselves like her i' more ways nor putting on her cap. It little becomes anybody o' this house to make fun o' my sister's child, and her just gone away from us, as it went to my heart to part wi' her. And I know one thing, as if trouble was to come, and I was to be laid up in my bed, and the children was to die, as there's no knowing but what they will, and the murrain was to come among the cattle again, and everything went to rack and ruin, I say we might be glad to get sight o' Dinah's cap again, wi' her own face under it, border or no border, for she's one o' them things as looks the brightest on a rainy day, and loves you the best when you're most in need on't." Mrs. Poyser, you perceive, was aware that nothing would be so likely to expel the comic as the terrible. Tommy, who was of a susceptible disposition, and very fond of his mother, and who had, besides, eaten so many cherries as to have his feelings less under command than usual, was so affected by the dreadful picture she had made of the possible future that he began to cry. And the good-natured father, indulgent to all weaknesses but those of negligent farmers, said to Hetty, "You'd better take the things off again, my lass. It hurts your aunt to see 'em." Hetty went upstairs again, and the arrival of the ale made an agreeable diversion. For Adam had to give his opinion of the new tap, which could not be otherwise than complimentary to Mrs. Poyser, and then followed a discussion on the secrets of good brewing, the folly of stinginess in hopping, and the doubtful economy of a farmer's making his own malt. Mrs. Poyser had so many opportunities of expressing herself with weight on these subjects, that by the time supper was ended, the ale-jug refilled, and Mr. Poyser's pipe alight, she was once more in high good humour, and ready, at Adam's request, to fetch the broken spinning-wheel for his inspection. "Ah," said Adam, looking at it carefully, "here's a nice bit o' turning wanted. It's a pretty wheel. I must have it up at the turning shop in the village and do it there, for I've no convenence for turning at home. If you'll send it to Mr. Burge's shop i' the morning, I'll get it done for you by Wednesday. I've been turning it over in my mind," he continued, looking at Mr. Poyser, "to make a bit more convenence at home for nice jobs o' cabinet-making. I've always done a deal at such little things in odd hours, and they're profitable, for there's more workmanship nor material in 'em. I look for me and Seth to get a little business for ourselves in that way, for I know a man at Rossiter as'll take as many things as we should make, besides what we could get orders for round about." Mr. Poyser entered with interest into a project which seemed a step towards Adam becoming a master man, and Mrs. Poyser gave her approbation to the scheme of the movable kitchen cupboard, which was to be capable of containing grocery, pickles, crockery, and house linen in the utmost compactness without confusion. Hetty, once more in her own dress, with her neckerchief pushed a little backwards on this warm evening, was seated picking currants near the window, where Adam could see her quite well. And so the time passed pleasantly till Adam got up to go. He was pressed to come again soon, but not to stay longer, for at this busy time sensible people would not run the risk of being sleepy at 5 o'clock in the morning. "I shall take a step farther," said Adam, "and go on to see Mester Massey, for he wasn't at church yesterday, and I've not seen him for a week past. I've never hardly known him to miss church before." "Aye," said Mr. Poyser, "we've heard nothing about him, for it's the boys' holidays now, so we can give you no account." "But you'll never think o' going there at this hour o' the night," said Mrs. Poyser, folding up her knitting. "Oh, Mester Massey sits up late," said Adam, "and the night school's not over yet. Some o' the men don't come till late, they've got so far to walk, and Bartle himself's never in bed till it's gone 11. "I wouldna have him to live with me then," said Mrs. Poyser, "a dropping candle grease about, as you're like to tumble down o' the floor the first thing in the morning." "Aye, 11 o'clock's late. It's late," said old Martin. "I ne'er sat up so in my life. Not to say as it weren't a morrin', or a christening, or a wake, or the harvest supper. 11 o'clock's late." "Why, I sit up till after 12 often," said Adam, laughing. "But it isn't to eat and drink extry, it's to work extry. Good night, Mrs. Poyser. Good night, Hetty." Hetty could only smile and not shake hands, for hers were dyed and damp with currant juice, but all the rest gave a hearty shake to the large palm that was held out to them, and said, "Come again, come again." "Aye, think o' that now," said Mr. Poyser, when Adam was out on the causeway. Sitting up till past 12 to do extra work. You'll not find many men o' 26 as'll do to put i' the shafts with him. If you can catch Adam for a husband, Hetty, you'll ride i' your own spring cart some day, I'll be your warrant." Hetty was moving across the kitchen with the currants, so her uncle did not see the little toss of the head with which she answered him. To ride in a spring cart seemed a very miserable lot indeed to her now. End of chapter 20.
Book 2, Chapter 21 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Book 2, Chapter 21. The Night School and the Schoolmaster. Bartlemasses was one of a few scattered houses on the edge of a common, which was divided by the road to Treddleston. Adam reached it in a quarter of an hour after leaving the Hall Farm, and when he had his hand on the door-latch he could see, through the curtainless window, that there were 8 or 9 heads bending over the desks, lighted by thin dips. When he entered, a reading lesson was going forward, and Bartlemassie merely nodded, leaving him to take his place where he pleased. He had not come for the sake of a lesson tonight, and his mind was too full of personal matters, too full of the last 2 hours he had passed in Hetty's presence, for him to amuse himself with a book till school was over. So he sat down in a corner and looked on with an absent mind. It was a sort of scene which Adam had beheld almost weekly for years. He knew by heart every arabesque flourish in the framed specimen of Bartlemassie's handwriting which hung over the schoolmaster's head, by way of keeping a lofty ideal before the minds of his pupils. He knew the backs of all the books on the shelf running along the whitewashed wall above the pegs for the slates. He knew exactly how many grains were gone out of the ear of Indian corn that hung from one of the rafters. He had long ago exhausted the resources of his imagination in trying to think how the bunch of leathery seaweed had looked and grown in its native element. And, from the place where he sat, he could make nothing of the old map of England that hung against the opposite wall, for age had turned it of a fine yellow-brown, something like that of a well-seasoned meerschaum. The drama that was going on was almost as familiar as the scene. Nevertheless, habit had not made him indifferent to it, and even in his present self-absorbed mood, Adam felt a momentary stirring of the old fellow-feeling, as he looked at the roughed men painfully holding pen or pencil with their cramped hands, or humbly labouring through their reading lesson. The reading class, now seated on the form in front of the schoolmaster's desk, consisted of the 3 most backward pupils. Adam would have known it only by seeing Bartlemassie's face as he looked over his spectacles, which he had shifted to the ridge of his nose, not requiring them for present purposes. The face wore its mildest expression. The grizzled bushy eyebrows had taken their more acute angle of compassionate kindness, and the mouth, habitually compressed with a pout of the lower lip, was relaxed so as to be ready to speak a helpful word or syllable in a moment. This gentle expression was the more interesting because the schoolmaster's nose, an irregular aquiline twisted a little on one side, had rather a formidable character, and his brow, moreover, had that peculiar tension which always impresses one as a sign of a keen, impatient temperament. The blue veins stood out like cords under the transparent yellow skin, and this intimidating brow was softened by no tendency to baldness, for the grey, bristly hair, cut down to about an inch in length, stood round it in as close ranks as ever. "Nay, Bill, nay," Bartle was saying in a kind tone, as he nodded to Adam. "Begin that again, and then perhaps it'll come to you what D-R-Y spells. It's the same lesson you read last week, you know." Bill was a sturdy fellow, aged 24, an excellent stone-sawyer, who could get as good wages as any man in the trade of his years. But he found a reading lesson in words of one syllable a harder matter to deal with than the hardest stone he had ever had to saw. The letters, he complained, were so uncommon alike there was no telling 'em one from another. The sawyer's business not being concerned with minute differences such as exist between a letter with its tail turned up and a letter with its tail turned down. But Bill had a firm determination that he would learn to read, founded chiefly on two reasons. First, that Tom Hayslope, his cousin, could read anything right off, whether it was print or writing, and Tom had sent him a letter from 20 miles off saying how he was prospering in the world, and had got an overlooker's place. Secondly, that Sam Phillips, who soared with him, had learned to read when he was turned 20, and what could be done by a little fellow like Sam Phillips, Bill considered, could be done by himself, seeing that he could pound Sam into wet clay if circumstances required it. So here he was, pointing his big finger towards 3 words at once, and turning his head on one side, that he might keep better hold with his eye of the one word which was to be discriminated out of the group. The amount of knowledge Bartle Massey must possess was something so dim and vast that Bill's imagination recoiled before it. He would hardly have ventured to deny that the schoolmaster might have something to do in bringing about the regular return of daylight and the changes in the weather. The man seated next to Bill was of a very different type. He was a Methodist brickmaker, who, after spending 30 years of his life in perfect satisfaction with his ignorance, had lately got religion, and along with it the desire to read the Bible. But with him too learning was a heavy business, and on his way out tonight he had offered as usual a special prayer for help, seeing that he had undertaken this hard task with a single eye to the nourishment of his soul, that he might have a greater abundance of texts and hymns wherewith to banish evil memories and the temptations of old habit, or in brief language the devil. For the brickmaker had been a notorious poacher, and was suspected, though there was no good evidence against him, of being the man who had shot a neighbouring gamekeeper in the leg. However that might be, it is certain that shortly after the accident referred to, which was coincident with the arrival of an awakening Methodist preacher at Treddleston, a great change had been observed in the brickmaker, and though he was still known in the neighbourhood by his old sobriquet of Brimstone, there was nothing he held in so much horror as any further transactions with that evil-smelling element. He was a broad-chested fellow, with a fervid temperament, which helped him better in imbibing religious ideas than in the dry process of acquiring the mere human knowledge of the alphabet. Indeed, he had been already a little shaken in his resolution by a brother Methodist, who assured him that the letter was a mere obstruction to the spirit, and expressed a fear that Brimstone was too eager for the knowledge that puffeth up. The third beginner was a much more promising pupil. He was a tall but thin and wiry man, nearly as old as Brimstone, with a very pale face and hands stained a deep blue. He was a dyer, who in the course of dipping homespun wool and old women's petticoats had got fired with the ambition to learn a great deal more about the strange secrets of colour. He had already a high reputation in the district for his dyes, and he was bent on discovering some method by which he could reduce the expense of crimsons and scarlets. The druggist at Treddleston had given him a notion that he might save himself a great deal of labour and expense if he could learn to read, and so he had begun to give his spare hours to the night school, resolving that this little chap should lose no time in coming to Mr. Massey's day school as soon as he was old enough. It was touching to see these 3 big men, with the marks of their hard labour about them, anxiously bending over the worn books, and painfully making out, "The grass is green, the sticks are dry, the corn is ripe." A very hard lesson to pass to after columns of single words, all alike except in the first letter. It was almost as if 3 rough animals were making humble efforts to learn how they might become human. And it touched the tenderest fibre in Bartle Massey's nature, for such full-grown children as these were the only pupils for whom he had no severe epithets and no impatient tones. He was not gifted with an imperturbable temper, and on music nights it was apparent that patience could never be an easy virtue to him. But this evening, as he glances over his spectacles at Bill Downes, the sawyer, who is turning his head on one side with a desperate sense of blackness before the letters D-R-Y, his eyes shed their mildest and most encouraging light. After the reading class, two youths between 16 and 19 came up with the imaginary bills of parcels which they had been writing out on their slates and were now required to calculate off-hand, a test which they stood with such imperfect success that Bartle Massey, whose eyes had been glaring at them ominously through his spectacles for some minutes, at length burst out in a bitter, high-pitched tone, pausing between every sentence to rap the floor with a knobbed stick which rested between his legs. "Now you see you don't do this thing a bit better than you did a fortnight ago, and I'll tell you what's the reason. You want to learn accounts. That's well and good. But you think all you need do is learn accounts is to come to me and do sums for an hour or so 2 or 3 times a week. And no sooner do you get your caps on and turn out of doors again than you sweep the whole thing clean out of your mind. You go whistling about and take no more care what you're thinking of than if your heads were gutters for any rubbish to swill through that happen to be in the way. And if you get a good notion of them, it's pretty soon washed out again. You think knowledge is to be got cheap. You'll come and pay Bartle Massey 6pence a week, and he'll make you clever at figures without your taking any trouble. But knowledge isn't to be got with paying 6pence, let me tell you. If you're to know figures, you must turn 'em over in your heads and keep your thoughts fixed on 'em. There's nothing you can't turn into a sum, for there's nothing but what's got number in it, even a fool. You may say to yourselves, I'm one fool and Jack's another. If my fool's head weighed £4 and Jack's £3 3 ounces and 3/4, how many pennyweights heavier would my head be than Jack's? A man that had got his head in learning figures would make some for himself and work 'em in his head. When he sat at his shoemaking, he'd count his stitches by fives, and then put a price on his stitches, say half a farthing, and then see how much money he could get in an hour, and then ask himself how much money he'd get in a day at that rate, and then how much 10 workmen would get working 3 or 20 or 100 years at that rate, and all the while his needle would be going just as fast as if he left his head empty for the devil to dance in. But the long and the short of it is, I'll have nobody in my night school that doesn't strive to learn when he comes to learn as hard as if he was striving to get out of a dark hole into broad daylight. I'll send no man away because he's stupid. If Billy Taft, the idiot, wanted to learn anything, I'd not refuse to teach him. But I'll not throw away good knowledge on people who think they can get it by the 6-pennyworth, and carry it away with them as they would an ounce of snuff. So never come to me again if you can't show that you've been working with your own heads instead of thinking that you can pay for mine to work for you. That's the last word I've got to say to you." With this final sentence, Bartle Massey gave a sharper rap than ever with his knobbed stick, and the discomfited lads got up to go with a sulky look. The upper pupils had happily only their writing books to show in various stages of progress from pot-hooks to round text, and mere pen-strokes, however perverse, were less exasperating to Bartle than false arithmetic. He was a little more severe than usual on Jacob Story's Z's, of which poor Jacob had written a pageful, all with their tops turned the wrong way, with a puzzled sense that they were not right somehow. But he observed in apology that it was a letter you never wanted hardly, and he thought it had only been there to finish off the alphabet like, though ampersand, and would have done as well for what he could see. At last the pupils had all taken their hats and said their good nights, and Adam, knowing his old master's habits, rose and said, "Shall I put the candles out, Mr. Massey?" "Yes, my boy, yes, all but this which I am carrying to the house, and just lock the outer door now you're near it," said Bartle, getting his stick in the fitting angle to help him in descending from his stool. He was no sooner on the ground than it became obvious why the stick was necessary. The left leg was much shorter than the right. But the schoolmaster was so active with his lameness that it was hardly thought of as a misfortune, and if you had seen him make his way along the schoolroom floor and up the step into his kitchen, you would perhaps have understood why the naughty boy sometimes felt that his pace might be indefinitely quickened, and that he and his stick might overtake them even in their swiftest run. The moment he appeared at the kitchen door with the candle in his hand, a faint whimpering began in the chimney-corner, and a brown and tan-coloured bitch, of that wise-looking breed with short legs and long body, known to an unmechanical generation as turnspits, came creeping along the floor, wagging her tail and hesitating at every other step, as if her affections were painfully divided between the hamper in the chimney-corner and the master, whom she could not leave without a greeting. "Well, Vixen, well then, how are the babbies?" said the schoolmaster. making haste towards the chimney-corner, and holding the candle over the low hamper, where two extremely blind puppies lifted up their heads towards the light from a nest of flannel and wool. Vixen could not even see her master look at them without painful excitements. She got into the hamper and got out again the next moment, and behaved with true feminine folly, though looking all the while as wise as a dwarf with a large old-fashioned head and body on the most abbreviated legs. "Why, you've got a family, I see, Mr. Massey," said Adam, smiling, as he came into the kitchen. "How's that? I thought it was against the law here." "Law? What's the use of law when a man's once such a fool as to let a woman into his house?" said Bartle, turning away from the hamper with some bitterness. He always called Vixen a woman, and seemed to have lost all consciousness that he was using a figure of speech. "If I'd known Vixen was a woman, I never had held the boy from drowning her. But when I got her into my hand, I was forced to take her. And now you see what she's brought me to, the sly, hypocritical wench." Bartle spoke these last words in a rasping tone of reproach, and looked at Vixen, who poked down her head and turned up her eyes towards him with a keen sense of opprobrium. "And contrived to be brought to bed on a Sunday at church-time. I've wished again and again I'd been a bloody-minded man, that I could have strangled the mother and the brats with one cord." "I'm glad it was no worse a cause kept you from church," said Adam. "I was afraid you must be ill for the first time in your life. And I was particularly sorry not to have you at church yesterday." "Ah, my boy, I know why," said Bartle candidly, going up to Adam and raising his hand up to the shoulder that was almost on a level with his own head. "You've had a rough bit of road to get over since I saw you, a rough bit of road. But I'm in hopes there are better times coming for you. I've got some news to tell you. But I must get my supper first, for I'm hungry. Sit down, sit down." Bartle went into his little pantry, and brought out an excellent home-baked loaf, for it was his one extravagance in these dear times to eat bread once a day instead of oat-cake, and he justified it by observing that when a schoolmaster wanted was brains, an oat-cake ran too much to bone instead of brains. Then came a piece of cheese and a quart jug with a crown of foam upon it. He placed them all on the round deal table which stood against his large arm-chair in the chimney-corner, with Vixen's hamper on one side of it, and a window-shelf with a few books piled up on it on the other. The table was as clean as if Vixen had been an excellent housewife in a checkered apron. So was the quarry floor, and the old carved oaken press, table, and chairs, which in these days would be bought at a high price in aristocratic houses, though in that period of spider-lengths and inlaid cupids Bartle had got them for an old song, were as free from dust as things could be at the end of a summer's day. "Now then, my boy, draw up. We'll not talk about business till we've had our supper. No man can be wise on an empty stomach. But," said Bartle, rising from his chair again, "I must give Vixen her supper too, confound her, though she'll do nothing with it but nourish those unnecessary babbies. That's the way with these women. They've got no head-pieces to nourish, and so their food all runs either to fat or to brats." He brought out of the pantry a dish of scraps, which Vixen at once fixed her eyes on, and jumped out of her hamper to lick up with the utmost dispatch. "I've had my supper, Mr. Massey," said Adam, "so I'll look on while you eat yours. I've been at the Hall Farm, and they always have their supper betimes, you know. They don't keep your late hours." "I know little about their hours," said Bartle dryly, cutting his bread and not shrinking from the crust. "It's a house I seldom go into, though I'm fond of the boys, and Martin Poyser's a good fellow. There's too many women in the house for me. I hate the sound of women's voices. They're always either a buzz or a squeak. Mrs. Poyser keeps at the top of the talk like a fife. And as for the young lasses, I'd as soon look at water-grubs. I know what they'll turn to. Stinging gnats. Here, take some ale, my boy. It's been drawn for you. "Nay, Mr. Massey," said Adam, who took his old friend's whim more seriously than usual to-night. "Don't be so hard on the creatures God has made to be companions for us. A working man would be badly off without a wife to see to the house and the victual, and make things clean and comfortable." "Nonsense! It's the silliest lie a sensible man like you ever believed, to say a woman makes a house comfortable. It's a story got up because the women are there, and something must be found for them to do. I tell you, there isn't a thing under the sun that needs to be done at all but what a man could do better than a woman, unless it's bearing children, and they do that in a poor makeshift way. It had better be left to the men. It had better be left to the men. I tell you, a woman'll bake you a pie every week of her life, and never come to see that the hotter the oven, the shorter the time. I tell you, a woman'll make your porridge every day for 20 years, and never think of measuring the proportion between the meal and the milk. A little more or less, she'll think, doesn't signify. The porridge will be awkward now and then. If it's wrong, it's summat in the meal, or it's summat in the milk, or it's summat in the water. Look at me. I make my own bread, and there's no difference between one batch and another from year's end to year's end. But if I got any other woman beside Vixen in the house, I must pray to the Lord every baking to give me patience if the bread turned out heavy. And as for cleanliness, my house is cleaner than any other house on the common, though the half of them swarm with women. Will Baker's lad comes to help me in a morning, and we get as much cleaning done in 1 hour without any fuss as a woman would get done in 3, and all the while be sending buckets of water after your ankles, and let the fender and the fire iron stand in the middle of the floor half the day for you to break your shins against them. Don't tell me about God having made such creatures to be companions for us. I don't say but he might make Eve to be a companion to Adam in paradise. There was no cooking to be spoilt there, and no other women to cackle with and make mischief, though you see what mischief she did as soon as she'd had an opportunity. But it's an impious, unscriptural opinion to say a woman's a blessing to a man now. You might as well say adders and wasps and foxes and wild beasts are a blessing, when they're only the evils that belong to this state of probation, which is lawful for a man to keep as clear of as he can in this life, hoping to get quit of 'em for ever in another. Bartle had become so excited and angry in the course of his invective that he had forgotten his supper, and only used the knife for the purpose of rapping the table with the haft. But towards the close the raps became so sharp and frequent, and his voice so quarrelsome, that Vixen felt it incumbent on her to jump out of the hamper and bark vaguely. "Quiet, Vixen!" snarled Bartle, turning round upon her. "You're like the rest of the women, always putting in your word before you know why." Vixen returned to her hamper again in humiliation, and her master continued his supper in a silence which Adam did not choose to interrupt. He knew the old man would be in a better humour when he'd had his supper and lighted his pipe. Adam was used to hear him talk in this way, but had never learned so much of Bartle's past life as to know whether his view of married comfort was founded on experience. On that point Bartle was mute, and it was even a secret where he had lived previous to the 20 years in which, happily for the peasants and artisans of this neighbourhood, he had been settled among them as their only schoolmaster. If anything like a question was ventured on this subject, Bartle always replied, "Oh, I've seen many places. I've been a deal in the south," and the Loamshire men would as soon have thought of asking for a particular town or village in Africa as in the south. "Now then, my boy," said Bartle at last, when he had poured out his second mug of ale and lighted his pipe. "Now then, we'll have a little talk. But tell me first, have you heard any particular news to-day?" "No," said Adam, "not as I remember." "Ah, that'll keep it close. They'll keep it close, I dare say. But I found it out by chance, and it's news that may concern you, Adam, else I'm a man that don't know a superficial square foot from a solid." Here Bartle gave a series of fierce and rapid puffs, looking earnestly the while at Adam. Your impatient, loquacious man has never any notion of keeping his pipe alight by gentle, measured puffs. He is always letting it go nearly out, and then punishing it for that negligence. At last he said, "Satchel's got a paralytic stroke. I found it out from the lad they sent to Treddleston for the doctor before 7 o'clock this morning. He's a good way beyond 60, you know. It's much if he gets over it." "Well," said Adam, "I dare say there'd be more rejoicing than sorrow in the parish at his being laid up. He's been a selfish, tale-bearing, mischievous fellow, but after all, there's nobody he's done so much harm as to the old squire. Though it's the squire himself as is to blame, making a stupid fellow like that a sort of man-of-all-work, just to save the expense of having a proper steward to look after the estate. And he's lost more by ill-management of the woods, I'll be bound, than to pay for 2 stewards. If he's laid on the shelf, it's to be hoped he'll make way for a better man. but I don't see how it's like to make any difference to me." But I see it, said Bartle, and others besides me. The captain's coming of age now, you know that as well as I do, and it's to be expected he'll have a little more voice in things. And I know, and you know too, what'd be the captain's wish about the woods if there was a fair opportunity for making a change. He said in plenty of people's hearing that he'd make you manager of the woods to-morrow if he'd the power. Why, Carroll, Mr. Ermine's butler, heard him say so to the parson not many days ago. Carroll looked in when we were smoking our pipes a Saturday night at Casson's, and he told us about it. And whenever anybody says a good word for you, the parson's ready to back it, that I'll answer for. It was pretty well talked over, I can tell you, at Casson's, and one and another had their fling at you. For if donkeys sets to work to sing, you're pretty sure what the tune'll be. Why, did they talk it over before Mr. Burge? Said Adam, or wasn't he there o' Saturday? Oh, he went away before Carroll came, and Casson, he's always for setting other folks right, you know, would have it Burge was the man to have the management of the woods. A substantial man, says he, with pretty near 60 years' experience of timber. It'd be all very well for Adam Mead to act under him, but it isn't to be supposed the squire'd appoint a young fellow like Adam when there's his elders and betters at hand. But I said, That's a pretty notion of yours, Captain. Why, Burge is the man to buy timber. Would you put the woods into his hands and let him make his own bargains? I think you don't leave your customers to score their own drink, do you? And as for age, what's that's worth depends on the quality of the liquor. It's pretty well known who's the backbone of Jonathan Burge's business. I thank you for your good word, Mr. Massey, said Adam. But for all that, Casson was partly the right for once. There's not much likelihood like the old squire'd ever consent to employ me. I offended him about 2 years ago, and he's never forgiven me. Why, how was that? You never told me about it, said Bartle. Oh, it was a bit of nonsense. I made a frame for a screen for Miss Liddy. She's always making something with her worsted work, you know. And she'd given me particular orders about this screen, and there was as much talking and measuring as if we'd been planning a house. However, it was a nice bit of work, and I liked doing it for her. But you know, these little friggling things take a deal of time. I only worked at it in over-hours, often late at night, and I had to go to Treddleston over and over again about little bits of brass nails and such gear, and I turned the little knobs on the legs and carved the open work after a pattern as nice as could be. And I was uncommon pleased with it when it was done. And when I took it home, Miss Liddy sent for me to bring it into her drawing-room, so she might give me directions about fastening on the work. Very fine needlework, Jacob and Rachel a kissing one another among the sheep like a picture. And the old squire was sitting there, for he mostly sits with her. Well, she was mighty pleased with the screen, and then she wanted to know what pay she was to give me. I didn't speak at random, you know it's not my way. I'd calculated pretty close, though I hadn't made out a bill, and I said £1.30. That was paying for the materials and paying me, but none too much, for my work. The old squire looked up at this and peered in his way at the screen and said, £1.13 for a gimcrack like that, Lydia, my dear. If you must spend money on these things, why don't you get them at Rossiter instead of paying double price for clumsy work here? Such things are not work for a carpenter like Adam. Give him a guinea and no more. Well, Miss Liddy, I reckon, believed what he told her, and she's not over fond of parting with the money herself. She's not a bad woman at bottom, but she's been brought up under his thumb. So she began fidgeting with her purse and turned as red as a ribbon. But I made a bow and said, No, thank you, madam. I'll make you a present of the screen, if you please. I've charged the regular price for my work, and I know it's done well. And I know, begging his honour's pardon, that you couldn't get such a screen at Rossiter under 2 guineas. I'm willing to give you my work. It's been done in my own time, and nobody's got anything to do with it but me. But if I'm paid, I can't take a smaller price than I'd asked, because that'd be like saying I'd asked more than was just. With your leave, madam, I'll bid you good morning. I made my bow and went out before she'd time to say any more, for she stood with the purse in her hand, looking almost foolish. I didn't mean to be disrespectful, and I spoke as polite as I could, but I can give in to no man if he wants to make it out as I'm trying to overreach him. And in the evening the footman brought me the £1.13 wrapped in paper. But since then I've seen pretty clear as the old squire can't abide me." That's likely enough, said Bartle meditatively. "The only way to bring him round would be to show him what was for his own interest, and that the captain may do. "Nay, I don't know," said Adam. "The squire's cute enough, but it takes something else besides cuteness to make folks see what be their interest in the long run. It takes some conscience and belief in right and wrong, I see that pretty clear. You'd hardly ever bring round the old squire to believe he'd gain as much in a straightforward way as by tricks and turns. And besides, I've not much mind to work under him. I don't want to quarrel with any gentleman, more particularly an old gentleman turned 80, and I know we couldn't agree long. If the captain was master of the estate, it'd be different. He's got a conscience and a will to do right, and I'd sooner work for him nor for any man living. Well, my boy, if good luck knocks at your door, don't you put your head out at window and tell it to be gone about its business. That's all. You must learn to deal with odd and even in life as well as in figures. I tell you now, as I told you 10 years ago when you pommelled young Mike Holdsworth for wanting to pass a bad shilling before you knew whether it was in jest or earnest, you're over-hasty and proud, and apt to set your teeth against folks that don't square to your notions. It's no harm for me to be a bit fiery and stiff-backed. I'm an old schoolmaster, and shall never want to get on to a higher perch. But where's the use of all the time I've spent in teaching you writing and mapping and mensuration, if you're not to get forward in the world and show folks there's some advantage to having a head on your shoulders instead of a turnip? Do you mean to go on turning up your nose at every opportunity because it's got a bit of a smell about it that nobody finds out but yourself? It's as foolish as that notion of yours that a wife is to make a working man comfortable. Stuff and nonsense! Stuff and nonsense! Leave that to fools that never got beyond a sum in simple addition. Simple addition enough. Add one fool to another fool, and in 6 years' time 6 fools more. They're all of the same denomination. Big and little's nothing to do with the sum. During this rather heated exhortation to coolness and discretion, the pipe had gone out, and Bartle gave the climax to his speech by striking a light furiously, after which he puffed with fierce resolution, fixing his eye still on Adam, who was trying not to laugh. "There's a good deal of sense in what you say, Mr. Massey," Adam began, as soon as he felt quite serious, "as there always is. But you'll give in that it's no business of mine to be building on chances that may never happen. What I've got to do is to work as well as I can with the tools and materials I've got in my hands. If a good chance comes to me, I'll think of what you've been saying. But till then I've got nothing to do but to trust in my own hands and my own headpiece. I'm turning over a little plan for Seth and me to go into the cabinet-making a bit by ourselves, and win an extra £1 or 2 in that way. But it's getting late now. It'll be pretty near 11 before I'm at home, and Mother may happen to lie awake. She's more fidgety nor usual now, so I'll bid you good night." "Well, we'll go to the gate with you. It's a fine night," said Bartle, taking up his stick. Vixen was at once on her legs, and without further words the three walked out into the starlight, by the side of Bartle's potato beds, to the little gate. "Come to the music of Friday night if you can, my boy," said the old man, as he closed the gate after Adam and leaned against it. "Aye," said Adam, striding along towards the streak of pale road. He was the only object moving on the wide common. The 2 grey donkeys, just visible in front of the gorse-bushes, stood as still as limestone images, as still as the grey thatched roof of the mud cottage a little farther on. Bartle kept his eye on the moving figure till it passed into the darkness, while Vixen, in a state of divided affection, had twice run back to the house to bestow a parenthetic lick on her puppies. "Aye," muttered the schoolmaster, as Adam disappeared. "There you go, stalking along. But you wouldn't have been what you are if you hadn't had a bit of old lame Bartle inside you. The strongest calf must have something to suck at. There's plenty of these big lumbering fellows that'd never have known their ABC if it hadn't been for Bartle Massey. Well, Vixen, you foolish wench, what is it? I must go in, must I? Aye, I'm never to have a will of my own any more. And those pups, what do you think I'm to do with them when they're twice as big as you? for I'm pretty sure the father was that hulking bull-terrier of Will Baker's. Wasn't he now, eh, you sly hussy?" Here Vixen tucked her tail between her legs and ran forward into the house. Subjects are sometimes broached which a well-bred female will ignore. "But where's the use of talking to a woman with babbies?" continued Bartle. "She's got no conscience, no conscience. It's all run to milk." End of Book 2, Chapter 21. Recording by Simon Evers.
Chapter 22 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 22. Going to the Birthday Feast. The 30th of July was come, and it was one of those half-dozen warm days which sometimes occur in the middle of a rainy English summer. No rain had fallen for the last 3 or 4 days, and the weather was perfect for that time of the year. There was less dust than usual on the dark green hedgerows and on the wild chamomile that starred the roadside, yet the grass was dry enough for the little children to roll on it, and there was no cloud but a long dash of light downy ripple high up in the far-off blue sky. Perfect weather for an outdoor July merrymaking, yet surely not the best time of year to be born in. Nature seems to make a hot pause just then. All the loveliest flowers are gone. The sweet time of early growth and vague hopes is past, and yet the time of harvest and ingathering is not come, and we tremble at the possible storms that may ruin the precious fruit in the moment of its ripeness. The woods are all one dark monotonous green. The waggon loads of hay no longer creep along the lanes, scattering their sweet-smelling fragments on the blackberry branches. The pastures are often a little tanned, yet the corn has not got its last splendour of red and gold. The lambs and calves have lost all traces of their innocent frisky prettiness, and have become stupid young sheep and cows. But it is a time of leisure on the farm, that pause between hay and corn harvest, and so the farmers and labourers in Hayslope and Broxton thought the captain did well to come of age just then, when they could give their undivided minds to the flavour of the great cask of ale which had been brewed the autumn after the heir was born, and was to be tapped on his 21st birthday. The air had been merry with the ringing of church bells very early this morning, and every one had made haste to get through the needful work before 12, when it would be time to think of getting ready to go to the chase. The midday sun was streaming into Hetty's bedchamber, and there was no blind to temper the heat with which it fell on her head as she looked at herself in the old specked glass. Still, that was the only glass she had in which she could see her neck and arms, for the small hanging glass she had fetched out of the next room, the room that had been Dinah's, would show her nothing below her little chin, and that beautiful bit of neck where the roundness of her cheek melted into another roundness shadowed by dark delicate curls. And today she thought more than usual about her neck and arms, for at the dance this evening she was not to wear any neckerchief, and she had been busy yesterday with her spotted pink and white frock, that she might make the sleeves either long or short at will. She was dressed now just as she was to be in the evening, with a tucker made of real lace which her aunt had lent her for this unparalleled occasion, but with no ornaments besides. She had even taken out her small round earrings which she wore every day. But there was something more to be done, apparently, before she put on her neckerchief and long sleeves, which she was to wear in the daytime, for now she unlocked the drawer that held her private treasures. It is more than a month since we saw her unlock that drawer before, and now it holds new treasures, so much more precious than the old ones that these are thrust into the corner. Hetty would not care to put the large coloured glass earrings into her ears now, for see, she has got a beautiful pair of golden pearls and garnet lying snugly in a pretty little box lined with white satin. Oh, the delight of taking out that little box and looking at the earrings! Do not reason about it, my philosophical reader, and say that Hetty, being very pretty, must have known that it did not signify whether she had on any ornaments or not, and that, moreover, to look at earrings which she could not possibly wear out of her bedroom could hardly be a satisfaction, the essence of vanity being a reference to the impressions produced on others. You will never understand women's natures if you are so excessively rational. Try rather to divest yourself of all your rational prejudices as much as if you were studying the psychology of a canary bird, and only watch the movements of this pretty round creature as she turns her head on one side with an unconscious smile at the earrings nestled in the little box. Ah, you think, it is for the sake of the person who has given them to her, and her thoughts are gone back now to the moment when they were put into her hands. No, else why should she have cared to have earrings rather than anything else? And I know that she had longed for earrings from among all the ornaments she could imagine. Little ears, Arthur had said, pretending to pinch them one evening, as Hetty sat beside him on the grass without her hat. "I wish I had some pretty earrings," she said in a moment, almost before she knew what she was saying. The wish lay so close to her lips it would flutter past them at the slightest breath. And the next day, it was only last week, Arthur had ridden over to Rossiter on purpose to buy them. That little wish so naively uttered seemed to him the prettiest bit of childishness. He had never heard anything like it before, and he had wrapped the box up in a great many covers, that he might see Hetty unwrapping it with growing curiosity, till at last her eyes flashed back their new delight into his. No, she was not thinking most of the giver when she smiled at the earrings, for now she is taking them out of the box, not to press them to her lips, but to fasten them in her ears, only for one moment, to see how pretty they look as she peeps at them in the glass against the wall, with first one position of the head and then another, like a listening bird. It is impossible to be wise on the subject of earrings as one looks at her. What should those delicate pearls and crystals be made for, if not for such ears? One cannot even find fault with the tiny round hole which they leave when they are taken out. Perhaps water nixies, and such lovely things without souls, have these little round holes in their ears by nature, ready to hang jewels in. And Hetty must be one of them. It is too painful to think that she is a woman with a woman's destiny before her, a woman spinning in young ignorance a light web of folly and vain hopes, which may one day close round her and press upon her, a rancorous poisoned garment, changing all at once her fluttering trivial butterfly sensations into a life of deep human anguish. But she cannot keep in the earrings long, else she may make her uncle and aunt wait. She puts them quickly into the box again and shuts them up. Some day she will be able to wear any earrings she likes, and already she lives in an invisible world of brilliant costumes, shimmering gauze, soft satin and velvet, such as the lady's maid at the Chase has shown her in Miss Lydia's wardrobe. She feels the bracelets on her arms, and treads on a soft carpet in front of a tall mirror. But she has one thing in the drawer which she can venture to wear today, because she can hang it on the chain of dark brown berries which she has been used to wear on grand days, with a tiny flat scent bottle at the end of it tucked inside her frock. And she must put on her brown berries. Her neck would look so unfinished without it. Hetty was not quite as fond of the locket as of the earrings, though it was a handsome large locket with enamelled flowers at the back, and a beautiful gold border round the glass, which showed a light brown slightly waving lock forming a background for two little dark rings. She must keep it under her clothes, and no one would see it. But Hetty had another passion, only a little less strong than her love of finery, and that other passion made her like to wear the locket even hidden in her bosom. She would always have worn it if she had dared to encounter her aunt's questions about a ribbon round her neck. So now she slipped it on along her chain of dark brown berries, and snapped the chain round her neck. It was not a very long chain, only allowing the locket to hang a little way below the edge of her frock. And now she had nothing to do but to put on her long sleeves, her new white gauze neckerchief, and her straw hat trimmed with white today instead of the pink, which had become rather faded under the July sun. That hat made the drop of bitterness in Hetty's cup today, for it was not quite new. Everybody would see that it was a little tanned against the white ribbon, and Mary Bird, she felt sure, would have a new hat or bonnet on. She looked for consolation at her fine white cotton stockings. They really were very nice indeed, and she had given almost all her spare money for them. Hetty's dream of the future could not make her insensible to triumph in the present. To be sure, Captain Donnithorne loved her so that he would never care about looking at other people, but then those other people didn't know how he loved her, and she was not satisfied to appear shabby and insignificant in their eyes even for a short space. The whole party was assembled in the house-place when Hetty went down, all of course in their Sunday clothes, and the bells had been ringing so this morning in honour of the captain's 21st birthday, and the work had all been got done so early that Marty and Tommy were not quite easy in their minds until their mother had assured them that going to church was not part of the day's festivities. Mr. Poyser had once suggested that the house should be shut up and left to take care of itself. "For," said he, "there's no danger of anybody's breaking in, everybody'll be at the chase, thieves and all. If we lock the house up, all the men can go. It's a day they want to see twice in their lives." But Mrs. Poyser answered with great decision, "I never left the house to take care of itself since I was a missus, and I never will. There's been ill-looking tramps anew about the place this last week to carry off every ham and every spoon we'n got, and they all collogued together, them tramps, as it's a mercy they hanna come and poisoned the dogs and murdered us all in our beds afore we knowed, some Friday night when we'n got the money in the house to pay the men. And it's like enough the tramps know where we're going as well as we do ourselves, for if old Harry wants any work done, you may be sure he'll find the means." "Nonsense about murdering us in our beds," said Mr. Poyser. "I've got a gun in our room, hanna I? And thee's got ears as 'ud find it out if a mouse was gnawing the bacon. However, if thee wouldstna be easy, Alick can stay at home i' the forepart of the day, and Tim can come back towards 5 o'clock, and let Alick have his turn. They may let Growler loose if anybody offers to do mischief, and there's Alick's dog too, ready enough to set his tooth in a tramp if Alick gives him a wink." Mrs. Poyser accepted this compromise, but thought it advisable to bar and bolt to the utmost. And now, at the last moment before starting, Nancy, the dairymaid, was closing the shutters of the house-place, although the window, lying under the immediate observation of Alick and the dogs, might have been supposed the least likely to be selected for a burglarious attempt. The covered cart, without springs, was standing ready to carry the whole family except the men servants. Mr. Poyser and the grandfather sat on the seat in front, and within there was room for all the women and children. The fuller the cart the better, because then the jolting would not hurt so much, and Nancy's broad person and thick arms were an excellent cushion to be pitched on. But Mr. Poyser drove at no more than a walking pace, that there might be as little risk of jolting as possible on this warm day, and there was time to exchange greetings and remarks with the foot passengers who were going the same way, specking the paths between the green meadows and the golden cornfields with bits of movable bright colour, a scarlet waistcoat to match the poppies that nodded a little too thickly among the corn, or a dark blue neckerchief with ends flaunting across a brand-new white smock frock. All Broxton and all Hayslope were to be at the chase, and make merry there in honour of the heir. And the old men and women, who had never been so far down this side of the hill for the last 20 years, were being brought from Broxton and Hayslope in one of the farmers' wagons, at Mr. Irwine's suggestion. The church bells had struck up again now, a last tune before the ringers came down the hill to have their share in the festival, and before the bells had finished, other music was heard approaching, so that even old Brown, the sober horse that was drawing Mr. Poyser's cart, began to prick up his ears. It was the band of the Benefit Club, which had mustered in all its glory, that is to say, in bright blue scarfs and blue favours, and carrying its banner with the motto, "Let brotherly love continue," encircling a picture of a stone pit. The carts, of course, were not to enter the chase. Every one must get down at the lodges, and the vehicles must be sent back. "Why, the chase is like a fair already," said Mrs. Poyser as she got down from the cart, and saw the group scattered under the great oaks, and the boys running about in the hot sunshine to survey the tall poles surmounted by the fluttering garments that were to be the prize of the successful climbers. I should have thought there wasna so many people i' the two parishes. Mercy on us, how hot it is out of the shade. Come here, Totty, else your little face will be burnt to a scratchin'. They might ha' cooked the dinners i' that open space and saved the fires. I shall go to Mrs. Best's room and sit down." Stop a bit, said Mr. Poyser. "There's the waggon comin' with the old folks in it. It'll be such a sight as wonna come o'er again, to see 'em get down and walk along all together. You remember some on 'em in their prime, eh, father?" "Aye, aye," said old Martin, walking slowly under the shade of the lodge porch, from which he could see the aged party descend. "I remember Jacob Taft walking 50 mile after the Scotch rebels, when they turned back from Stoniton." He felt himself quite a youngster, with a long life before him, as he saw the Hayslope patriarch, old Father Taft, descend from the waggon and walk towards him, in his brown nightcap, and leaning on his 2 sticks. "Well, Mr. Taft," shouted old Martin at the utmost stretch of his voice, for though he knew the old man was stone deaf, he could not omit the propriety of a greeting. "You're hearty yet. You can enjoy yoursen to-day for all you're 90 and better." "Your sarvant, mesters, your sarvant," said Father Taft, in a treble tone, perceiving that he was in company. The aged group, under care of sons or daughters, themselves worn and grey, passed on along the least winding carriage road towards the house, where a special table was prepared for them, while the Poyser party wisely struck across the grass under the shade of the great trees, but not out of view of the house front, with its sloping lawn and flower beds, or of the pretty striped marquee at the edge of the lawn, standing at right angles, with 2 larger marquees on each side of the open green space where the games were to be played. The house would have been nothing but a plain square mansion of Queen Anne's time, but for the remnant of an old abbey to which it was united at one end, in much the same way as one may sometimes see a new farmhouse rising high and prim at the end of older and lower farm offices. The fine old remnant stood a little backward and under the shadow of tall beeches, but the sun was now on the taller and more advanced front, the blinds were all down, and the house seemed asleep in the hot midday. It made Hetty quite sad to look at it. Arthur must be somewhere in the back rooms with the grand company, where he could not possibly know that she was come, and she should not see him for a long, long while, not till after dinner, when they said he was to come up and make a speech. But Hetty was wrong in part of her conjecture. No grand company was come except the Irwins, for whom the carriage had been sent early, and Arthur was at that moment not in a back room, but walking with the rector into the broad stone cloisters of the old abbey, where the long tables were laid for all the cottage tenants and the farm servants. A very handsome young Briton he looked to-day, in high spirits and a bright blue frock-coat, the highest mode, his arm no longer in a sling. So open-looking and candid too, but candid people have their secrets, and secrets leave no lines in young faces. "Upon my word," he said, as they entered the cool cloisters, "I think the cottagers have the best of it. These cloisters make a delightful dining-room on a hot day. That was capital advice of yours, Irwin, about the dinners, to let them be as orderly and comfortable as possible, and only for the tenants, especially as I had only a limited sum after all. For though my grandfather talked of a carte blanche, he couldn't make up his mind to trust me when it came to the point." "Never mind, you'll give more pleasure in this quiet way," said Mr. Irwin. "In this sort of thing people are constantly confounding liberality with riot and disorder. It sounds very grand to say that so many sheep and oxen were roasted whole, and everybody ate who liked to come, but in the end it generally happens that no one has had an enjoyable meal. If the people get a good dinner and a moderate quantity of ale in the middle of the day, they'll be able to enjoy the games as the day cools. You can't hinder some of them from getting too much towards evening, but drunkenness and darkness go better together than drunkenness and daylight. Well, I hope there won't be much of it. I've kept the Treddleston people away by having a feast for them in the town, and I've got Casson and Adam Bede and some other good fellows to look to the giving out of ale in the booths, and to take care things don't go too far. Come, let us go up above now and see the dinner tables for the large tenants." They went up the stone staircase, leading simply to the long gallery above the cloisters, a gallery where all the dusty, worthless old pictures had been banished for the last 3 generations. Mouldy portraits of Queen Elizabeth and her ladies, General Monk with his eye knocked out, Daniel very much in the dark among the lions, and Julius Caesar on horseback with a high nose and laurel crown, holding his commentaries in his hand. "What a capital thing it is that they saved this piece of the old abbey," said Arthur. "If I'm ever master here, I shall do up the gallery in first-rate style. We've got no room in the house a third as large as this. That second table is for the farmers' wives and children. Mrs. Best said it would be more comfortable for the mothers and children to be by themselves. I was determined to have the children and make a regular family thing of it. I shall be the old squire to those little lads and lasses some day, and they'll tell their children what a much finer young fellow I was than my own son. There's a table for the women and children below as well. But you will see them all. You will come up with me after dinner, I hope." "Yes, to be sure," said Mr. Irwine. "I wouldn't miss your maiden speech to the tenantry." "And there will be something else you'll like to hear," said Arthur. "Let us go into the library, and I'll tell you all about it while my grandfather is in the drawing-room with the ladies. Something that will surprise you," he continued as they sat down. "My grandfather has come round after all." "What, about Adam?" "Yes, I should have ridden over to tell you about it, only I was so busy. You know I told you I had quite given up arguing the matter with him. I thought it was hopeless. But yesterday morning he asked me to come in here to him before I went out, and astonished me by saying that he had decided on all the new arrangements he should make in consequence of old Satchell being obliged to lay by work, and that he intended to employ Adam in superintending the woods at a salary of £1 a week and the use of a pony to be kept here. I believe the secret of it is, he saw from the first it would be a profitable plan, but he had some particular dislike of Adam to get over. And besides, the fact that I propose a thing is generally a reason with him for rejecting it. There's the most curious contradiction in my grandfather. I know he means to leave me all the money he has saved, and he is likely enough to have cut off poor Aunt Lydia, who has been a slave to him all her life, with only 500 a year, for the sake of giving me all the more. And yet I sometimes think he positively hates me because I'm his heir. I believe if I were to break my neck, he would feel it the greatest misfortune that could befall him, and yet it seems a pleasure to him to make my life a series of petty annoyances. Ah, my boy, it is not only woman's love, that is, unloving love, as old Aeschylus calls it. There's plenty of unloving love in the world of a masculine kind. But tell me about Adam. Has he accepted the post? I don't see that it can be much more profitable than his present work, though to be sure it will leave him a good deal of time on his own hands. Well, I felt some doubt about it when I spoke to him, and he seemed to hesitate at first. His objection was that he thought he should not be able to satisfy my grandfather, but I begged him as a personal favour to me not to let any reason prevent him from accepting the place, if he really liked the employment and would not be giving up anything that was more profitable to him. And he assured me he should like it of all things. It would be a great step forward for him in business, and it would enable him to do what he had long wished to do, to give up working for Burge. He says he shall have plenty of time to superintend a little business of his own, which he and Seth will carry on, and will perhaps be able to enlarge by degrees. So he has agreed at last, and I have arranged that he shall dine with the large tenants to-day, and I mean to announce the appointment to them, and ask them to drink Adam's health. It's a little drama I've got up in honour of my friend Adam. He's a fine fellow, and I like the opportunity of letting people know that I think so. A drama in which friend Arthur piques himself on having a pretty part to play, said Mr. Irwine, smiling. But when he saw Arthur colour, he went on relentingly, "My part, you know, is always that of the old fogey who sees nothing to admire in the young folks. I don't like to admit that I'm proud of my pupil when he does graceful things, but I must play the amiable old gentleman for once, and second your toast in honour of Adam. Has your grandfather yielded on the other point too, and agreed to have a respectable man as steward?" "Oh, no," said Arthur, rising from his chair with an air of impatience and walking along the room with his hands in his pockets. He's got some project or other about letting the Chase farm and bargaining for a supply of milk and butter for the house. But I ask no questions about it. It makes me too angry. I believe he means to do all the business himself, and have nothing in the shape of a steward. It's amazing what energy he has, though. Well, we'll go to the ladies now, said Mr. Irwine, rising too. I want to tell my mother what a splendid throne you've prepared for her under the marquee. Yes, and we must be going to luncheon too, said Arthur. It must be 2 o'clock, for there is the gong beginning to sound for the tenants' dinners. End of chapter 22. Recording by Tony Ashworth.
Chapter 23 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 23. Dinner time. When Adam heard that he was to dine upstairs with the large tenants, he felt rather uncomfortable at the idea of being exalted in this way above his mother and Seth, who were to dine in the cloisters below. But Mr. Mills, the butler, assured him that Captain Donnithorne had given particular orders about it, and would be very angry if Adam was not there. Adam nodded and went up to Seth, who was standing a few yards off. "Seth, lad," he said, "the captain has sent to say I'm to dine upstairs. He wishes it particular, Mr. Mills says, so I suppose it'd be behaving ill for me not to go. But I don't like sitting up above thee and mother, as if I was better than my own flesh and blood. Thee't not take it unkind, I hope." "Nay, nay, lad," said Seth, "thy honour's our honour, and if thee get'st respect, thee'st won it by thy own deserts. The further I see thee above me the better, so long as thee feel'st like a brother to me. It's because of thy being appointed over the woods, and it's nothing but what's right. That's a place of trust, and thee't above a common workman now." "Ay," said Adam, "but nobody knows a word about it yet. I haven't given notice to Mr. Burge about leaving him, and I don't like to tell anybody else about it before he knows, for he'll be a good bit hurt, I doubt. People'll be wondering to see me there, and they'll like enough be guessing the reason and asking questions, for there's been so much talk up and down about my having the place this last 3 weeks. Well, thee canst say thee wast ordered to come without being told the reason, that's the truth, and mother'll be fine and joyful about it. Let's go and tell her." Adam was not the only guest invited to come upstairs on other grounds than the amount he contributed to the rent roll. There were other people in the 2 parishes who derived dignity from their functions rather than from their pocket, and of these Bartle Massey was one. His lame walk was rather slower than usual on this warm day, so Adam lingered behind when the bell rang for dinner, that he might walk up with his old friend, for he was a little too shy to join the Poyser party on this public occasion. Opportunities of getting to Hetty's side would be sure to turn up in the course of the day, and Adam contented himself with that, for he disliked any risk of being joked about Hetty. The big, outspoken, fearless man was very shy and diffident as to his love-making. "Well, Mr. Massey," said Adam, as Bartle came up, "I'm going to dine upstairs with you to-day. The captain's sent me orders." "Ah," said Bartle, pausing with one hand on his back, "then there's something in the wind. There's something in the wind. Have you heard anything about what the old squire means to do?" "Why, yes," said Adam. "I'll tell you what I know, because I believe you can keep a still tongue in your head if you like, and I hope you'll not let drop a word till it's common talk, for I've particular reasons against its being known. Trust to me, my boy, trust to me. I've got no wife to worm it out of me and then run out and cackle it in everybody's hearing. If you trust a man, let him be a bachelor. Let him be a bachelor. Well, then, it was so far settled yesterday that I'm to take the management of the woods. The captain sent for me to offer it me when I was seeing to the poles and things here, and I've agreed to it. But if anybody asks any questions upstairs, just you take no notice, and turn the talk to something else, and I'll be obliged to you. Now let us go on, for we're pretty nigh the last, I think." "I know what to do, never fear," said Bartle, moving on. "The news will be good sauce to my dinner. Ay, ay, my boy, you'll get on. I'll back you for an eye at measuring, and a headpiece for figures, against any man in this country, and you've had good teaching. You've had good teaching." When they got upstairs, the question which Arthur had left unsettled, as to who was to be president and who vice was still under discussion, so that Adam's entrance passed without remark. "It stands to sense," Mr. Casson was saying, "as old Mr. Poyser, as is the oldest man in the room, should sit at top of the table. I wasn't butler 15 year without learning the rights and the wrongs about dinner." "Nay, nay," said old Martin, "I'm gin up to my son. I'm no tenant now. Let my son take my place. The old folks ha' had their turn. They mun make way for the young uns." "I should ha' thought the biggest tenant had the best right, more nor the oldest," said Luke Britton, who was not fond of the critical Mr. Poyser. "There's Mester Holdsworth has more land nor anybody else on the state." "Well," said Mr. Poyser, "suppose we say the man with the foulest land shall sit at top, then, whoever gets th' honour, there'll be no envying on him." Here's Mr. Massey," said Mr. Craig, who, being a neutral in the dispute, had no interest but in conciliation. "The schoolmaster ought to be able to tell you what's right. Who's to sit at top of the table, Mr. Massey?" "Why, the broadest man," said Bartle, "and then he won't take up other folks' room, and the next broadest must sit at bottom." This happy mode of settling the dispute produced much laughter. A smaller joke would have sufficed, for that Mr. Casson, however, did not feel it compatible with his dignity and superior knowledge to join in the laugh, until it turned out that he was fixed on as the second broadest man. Martin Poyser the younger, as the broadest, was to be president, and Mr. Casson, as next broadest, was to be vice. Owing to this arrangement, Adam, being of course at the bottom of the table, fell under the immediate observation of Mr. Casson, who, too much occupied with the question of precedence, had not hitherto noticed his entrance. Mr. Casson, we have seen, considered Adam rather lifted up and peppery-like. He thought the gentry made more fuss about this young carpenter than was necessary. They made no fuss about Mr. Casson, although he had been an excellent butler for 15 years. "Well, Mr. Bede, you're one of them as mounts huppards apace," he said, when Adam sat down. "You've never dined here before, as I remember." "No, Mr. Casson," said Adam, in his strong voice that could be heard along the table. "I've never dined here before. But I come by Captain Donnithorne's wish, and I hope it's not disagreeable to anybody here." "Nay, nay," said several voices at once. "We're glad you're come. Who's got anything to say again it?" "And you'll sing us Over the Hills and Far Away after dinner, won't ye?" said Mr. Chown. "That's a song I'm uncommon fond on." "Pih," said Mr. Craig, "it's not to be named by side of the Scotch tunes. I've never cared about singing myself. I've had something better to do. A man that's got the names and the nature o' plants in his head isna likely to keep a hollow place to hold tunes in. But a second cousin of mine, a drovier, was a rare hand at remembering the Scotch tunes. He'd got nothing else to think on." "The Scotch tunes," said Bartle Massey contemptuously. "I've heard enough of the Scotch tunes to last me while I live. They're fit for nothing but to frighten the birds with. That's to say, the English birds, for the Scotch birds may sing Scotch for what I know. Give the lads a bagpipe instead of a rattle, and I'll answer for it the corn'll be safe." "Yes, there's folks as find pleasure in undervallying what they know little about," said Mr. Craig. "Why, the Scotch tunes are just like a scolding, nagging woman," Bartle went on, without deigning to notice Mr. Craig's remark. "They go on with the same thing over and over again, and never come to a reasonable end. Anybody'd think the Scotch tunes had always been asking a question of somebody as deaf as old Taft, and had never got an answer yet." Adam minded the less about sitting by Mr. Casson, because this position enabled him to see Hetty, who was not far off him at the next table. Hetty, however, had not even noticed his presence yet, for she was giving angry attention to Totty, who insisted on drawing up her feet onto the bench in antique fashion, and thereby threatened to make dusty marks on Hetty's pink and white frock. No sooner were the little fat legs pushed down than up they came again, for Totty's eyes were too busy in staring at the large dishes to see where the plum pudding was for her to retain any consciousness of her legs. Hetty got quite out of patience, and at last, with a frown and pout, and gathering tears, she said, "Oh, dear aunt, I wish you'd speak to Totty. She keeps putting her legs up so, and messing my frock." "What's the matter with the child? She can niver please you," said the mother. "Let her come by the side of me, then. I can put up with her." Adam was looking at Hetty, and saw the frown and pout, and the dark eyes seeming to grow larger with pettish, half-gathered tears. Quiet Mary Burge, who sat near enough to see that Hetty was cross, and that Adam's eyes were fixed on her, thought that so sensible a man as Adam must be reflecting on the small value of beauty in a woman whose temper was bad. Mary was a good girl, not given to indulge in evil feelings, but she said to herself that, since Hetty had a bad temper, it was better Adam should know it. And it was quite true that if Hetty had been plain, she would have looked very ugly and unamiable at that moment, and no one's moral judgment upon her would have been in the least beguiled. But really there was something quite charming in her pettishness. It looked so much more like innocent distress than ill-humour, and the severe Adam felt no movement of disapprobation. He only felt a sort of amused pity, as if he had seen a kitten setting up its back, or a little bird with its feathers ruffled. He could not gather what was vexing her, but it was impossible to him to feel otherwise than that she was the prettiest thing in the world, and that, if he could have his way, nothing should ever vex her any more. And presently, when Totty was gone, she caught his eye, and her face broke into one of its brightest smiles as she nodded to him. It was a bit of flirtation. She knew Mary Burge was looking at them, but the smile was like wine to Adam. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 24. The Health Drinking. When the dinner was over and the first draughts from the great cask of birthday ale were brought up, room was made for the broad Mr. Poyser at the side of the table, and 2 chairs were placed at the head. It had been settled very definitely what Mr. Poyser was to do when the young squire should appear, and for the last 5 minutes he had been in a state of abstraction, with his eyes fixed on the dark picture opposite, and his hands busy with the loose cash and other articles in his breeches pockets. When the young squire entered, with Mr. Irwine by his side, every one stood up, and this moment of homage was very agreeable to Arthur. He liked to feel his own importance, and besides that, he cared a great deal for the goodwill of these people. He was fond of thinking that they had a hearty special regard for him. The pleasure he felt was in his face, as he said, "My grandfather and I hope all our friends here have enjoyed their dinner, and find my birthday ale good. Mr. Irwine and I are come to taste it with you, and I am sure we shall all like anything the better that the rector shares with us." All eyes were now turned on Mr. Poyser, who, with his hands still busy in his pockets, began, with the deliberateness of a slow-striking clock. "Captain, my neighbours have put it upon me to speak for 'em to-day, for where folks think pretty much alike, one spokesman's as good as a score. And though we've mayhappen got contrary ways of thinking about a many things, one man lays down his land one way, and another, and I'll not take it upon me to speak to no man's farming, but my own. This I'll say, as we're all o' one mind about our young squire. We've pretty nigh all on us known you when you war a little un, and we've never known anything on you but what was good and honourable. You speak fair, and ye act fair, and we're joyful when we look forward to your being our landlord, for we believe you mean to do right by everybody, and'll make no man's bread bitter to him if you can help it. That's what I mean, and that's what we all mean, and when a man's said what he means, he'd better stop, for the ale'll be none the better for stannin'. And I'll not say how we like the ale yet, for we couldna well taste it till we'd drunk your health in it. But the dinner was good, and if there's anybody hasna enjoyed it, it must be the fault of his own inside. And as for the rector's company, it's well known as that's welcome to all the parish, wherever he may be, and I hope, and we all hope, as he'll live to see us old folks, and our children grown to men and women, and your honour a family man. I've no more to say as concerns the present time, and so we'll drink our young squire's health 3 times 3. Hereupon a glorious shouting, a rapping, a jingling, a clattering, and a shouting, with plentiful da capo, pleasanter than a strain of sublimest music in the ears that receive such a tribute for the first time. Arthur had felt a twinge of conscience during Mr. Poyser's speech, but it was too feeble to nullify the pleasure he felt in being praised. Did he not deserve what was said of him, on the whole? If there was something in his conduct that Poyser wouldn't have liked if he had known it, why, no man's conduct will bear too close an inspection, and Poyser was not likely to know it. And after all, what had he done? Gone a little too far, perhaps, in flirtation, but another man in his place would have acted much worse, and no harm should come, for the next time he was alone with Hetty he would explain to her that she must not think seriously of him or of what had passed. It was necessary to Arthur, you perceive, to be satisfied with himself. Uncomfortable thoughts must be got rid of by good intentions for the future, which can be formed so rapidly that he had time to be uncomfortable and to become easy again before Mr. Poyser's slow speech was finished. And when it was time for him to speak, he was quite light-hearted. "I thank you all, my good friends and neighbours," Arthur said, "for the good opinion of me, and the kind feelings towards me which Mr. Poyser has been expressing on your behalf and on his own. And it will always be my heartiest wish to deserve them. In the course of things we may expect that, if I live, I shall one day or other be your landlord. Indeed, it is on the ground of that expectation that my grandfather has wished me to celebrate this day and to come among you now. And I look forward to this position, not merely as one of power and pleasure for myself, but as a means of benefiting my neighbours. It hardly becomes so young a man as I am to talk much about farming to you, who are most of you so much older, and are men of experience. Still, I have interested myself a good deal in such matters, and learned as much about them as my opportunities have allowed, and when the course of events shall place the estate in my hands, it will be my first desire to afford my tenants all the encouragement a landlord can give them, in improving their land and trying to bring about a better practice of husbandry. It will be my wish to be looked on by all my deserving tenants as their best friend, and nothing would make me so happy as to be able to respect every man on the estate, and to be respected by him in turn. It is not my place at present to enter into particulars. I only meet your good hopes concerning me by telling you that my own hopes correspond to them, that what you expect from me I desire to fulfil, and I'm quite of Mr. Poyser's opinion that when a man has said what he means he had better stop. But the pleasure I feel in having my own health drunk by you would not be perfect if we did not drink the health of my grandfather, who has filled the place of both parents to me. I will say no more until you've joined me in drinking his health on a day when he has wished me to appear among you as the future representative of his name and family." Perhaps there was no one present except Mr. Irwine who thoroughly understood and approved Arthur's graceful mode of proposing his grandfather's health. The farmers thought the young squire knew well enough that they hated the old squire, and Mrs. Poyser said, "He'd better not ha' stirred a kettle of sour broth." The bucolic mind does not readily apprehend the refinements of good taste, but the toast could not be rejected, and when it had been drunk, Arthur said, "I thank you, both for my grandfather and myself, and now there is one more thing I wish to tell you, that you may share my pleasure about it, as I hope and believe you will. I think there can be no man here who has not a respect, and some of you, I am sure, have a very high regard for my friend Adam Bede. It is well known to every one in this neighbourhood that there is no man whose word can be more depended on than his, that whatever he undertakes to do he does well, and is as careful for the interests of those who employ him as for his own. I am proud to say that I was very fond of Adam when I was a little boy, and I have never lost my old feeling for him. I think that shows that I know a good fellow when I find him. It has long been my wish that he should have the management of the woods on the estate, which happen to be very valuable, not only because I think so highly of his character, but because he has the knowledge and the skill which fit him for the place. And I'm happy to tell you that it is my grandfather's wish too, and it is now settled that Adam shall manage the woods, a change which I am sure will be very much for the advantage of the estate, and I hope you will by and by join me in drinking his health and in wishing him all the prosperity in life that he deserves. But there is a still older friend of mine than Adam Bede present, and I need not tell you that it is Mr. Irwine. I'm sure you will agree with me that we must drink to no other person's health until we have drunk his. I know you have all reason to love him, but no one of his parishioners has so much reason as I. Come, charge your glasses, and let us drink to our excellent rector 3 times 3. This toast was drunk with all the enthusiasm that was wanting to the last, and it certainly was the most picturesque moment in the scene when Mr. Irwine got up to speak, and all the faces in the room were turned towards him. The superior refinement of his face was much more striking than that of Arthur's when seen in comparison with the people round them. Arthur's was a much commoner British face, and the splendour of his new-fashioned clothes was more akin to the young farmer's taste in costume than Mr. Irwine's powder and the well-brushed but well-worn black, which seemed to be his chosen suit for great occasions, for he had the mysterious secret of never wearing a new-looking coat. "This is not the first time, by a great many," he said, "that I have had to thank my parishioners for giving me tokens of their good-will. But neighbourly kindness is among those things that are the more precious the older they get. Indeed, our pleasant meeting to-day is a proof that when what is good comes of age and is likely to live, there is reason for rejoicing. And the relation between us and as clergymen and parishioners came of age 2 years ago, for it is 23 years since I first came among you, and I see some tall, fine-looking young men here, as well as some blooming young women, that were far from looking as pleasantly at me when I christened them as I am happy to see them looking now. But I am sure you will not wonder when I say that among all those young men the one in whom I have the strongest interest is my friend Mr. Arthur Donnithorne, for whom you have just expressed your regard. I had the pleasure of being his tutor for several years, and have naturally had opportunities of knowing him intimately which cannot have occurred to anyone else who is present, and I have some pride as well as pleasure in assuring you that I share your high hopes concerning him, and your confidence in his possession of those qualities which will make him an excellent landlord when the time shall come for him to take that important position among you. We feel alike on most matters on which a man who's getting towards 50 can feel in common with a man of 21, and he has just been expressing a feeling which I share very heartily, and I would not willingly omit the opportunity of saying so. That feeling is his value and respect for Adam Bede. People in a high station are, of course, more thought of and talked about, and have their virtues more praised than those whose lives are passed in humble everyday work. But every sensible man knows how necessary that humble everyday work is, and how important it is to us that it should be done well. And I agree with my friend Mr. Arthur Donnithorne in feeling that when a man whose duty lies in that sort of work shows a character which would make him an example in any station, his merit should be acknowledged. He is one of those to whom honour is due, and his friends should delight to honour him. I know Adam Bede well. I know what he is as a workman, and what he has been as a son and brother, and I am saying the simplest truth when I say that I respect him as much as I respect any man living. But I am not speaking to you about a stranger. Some of you are his intimate friends, and I believe there is not one here who does not know enough of him to join heartily in drinking his health." As Mr. Irwine paused, Arthur jumped up, and filling his glass, said, "A bumper to Adam Bede, and may he live to have sons as faithful and clever as himself." No hearer, not even Bartle Massey, was so delighted with this toast as Mr. Poyser. Tough work as his first speech had been, he would have started up to make another if he had not known the extreme irregularity of such a course. As it was, he found an outlet for his feeling in drinking his ale unusually fast, and setting down his glass with a swing of his arm and a determined rap. If Jonathan Burge and a few others felt less comfortable on the occasion, they tried their best to look contented, and so the toast was drunk with a goodwill apparently unanimous. Adam was rather paler than usual when he got up to thank his friends. He was a good deal moved by this public tribute, very naturally, for he was in the presence of all his little world, and it was uniting to do him honour. But he felt no shyness about speaking, not being troubled with small vanity or lack of words. He looked neither awkward nor embarrassed, but stood in his usual firm, upright attitude, with his head thrown a little backward and his hands perfectly still, in that rough dignity which is peculiar to intelligent, honest, well-built workmen, who are never wondering what is their business in the world. "I'm quite taken by surprise," he said. "I didn't expect anything of this sort, for it's a good deal more than my wages. But I've the more reason to be grateful to you, Captain, and to you, Mr. Irwine, and to all my friends here who've drunk my health and wished me well. It'd be nonsense for me to be saying I don't at all deserve the opinion you have of me. That'd be poor thanks to you, to say that you've known me all these years and yet haven't sense enough to find out a great deal of the truth about me. You think if I undertake to do a bit of work I'll do it well, be my pay big or little, and that's true. I'd be ashamed to stand before you here if it wasna true. But it seems to me that's a man's plain duty, and nothing to be conceited about, and it's pretty clear to me as I've never done more than my duty. For let us do what we will, it's only making use of the spirit and the powers that have been given to us. And so this kindness of yours, I'm sure, is no debt you owe me, but a free gift, and as such I accept it, and am grateful. And as to this new employment I've taken in hand, I'll only say that I took it at Captain Donnithorne's desire, and that I'll try to fulfil his expectations. I'd wish for no better lot than to work under him, and to know that while I was getting my own bread I was taking care of his interests. For I believe he's one of those gentlemen as wishes to do the right thing, and to leave the world a bit better than he found it, which it's my belief every man may do, whether he's simple or gentle, whether he sets a good bit of work going and finds the money, or whether he does the work with his own hands. There's no occasion for me to say any more about what I feel towards him. I hope to show it, through the rest of my life, in my actions." There were various opinions about Adam's speech. Some of the women whispered that he didn't show himself thankful enough, and seemed to speak as proud as could be. But most of the men were of the opinion that nobody could speak more straightforward, and that Adam was as fine a chap as need be. While such observations were being buzzed about, mingled with wonderings as to what the old squire meant to do for a bailiff, and whether he was going to have a steward, the two gentlemen had risen, and were walking round to the table where the wives and children sat. There was none of the strong ale here, of course, but wine and dessert, sparkling gooseberry for the young ones, and some good sherry for the mothers. Mrs. Poyser was at the head of this table, and Totty was now seated in her lap, bending her small nose deep down into a wine-glass in search of the nuts floating there. "How do you do, Mrs. Poyser?" said Arthur. "Weren't you pleased to hear your husband make such a good speech to-day?" "Oh, sir, the men are mostly so tongue-tied, you're forced partly to guess what they mean, as you do with the dumb creatures." "What, you think you could have made it better for him?" said Mr. Irwine, laughing. "Well, sir, when I want to say anything, I can mostly find words to say it in, thank God. Not as I'm a-finding fault with my husband, for if he's a man of few words, what he says he'll stand to." "I'm sure I never saw a prettier party than this," Arthur said, looking round at the apple-cheeked children. "My aunt and the Miss Irwines will come up and see you presently. They were afraid of the noise of the toasts, but it would be a shame for them not to see you at table." He walked on, speaking to the mothers and patting the children, while Mr. Irwine satisfied himself with standing still and nodding at a distance, that no one's attention might be disturbed from the young squire, the hero of the day. Arthur did not venture to stop near Hetty, but merely bowed to her as he passed along the opposite side. The foolish child felt her heart swelling with discontent, for what woman was ever satisfied with apparent neglect, even when she knows it to be the mask of love? Hetty thought this was going to be the most miserable day she had had for a long while. A moment of chill daylight and reality came across her dream. Arthur, who had seemed so near to her only a few hours before, was separated from her, as the hero of a great procession is separated from a small outsider in a crowd. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Father Ziley. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 25. The Games. The great dance was not to begin until 8 o'clock, but for any lads and lasses who liked to dance on the shady grass before then, there was music always at hand. for was not the band of the Benefit Club capable of playing excellent jigs, reels, and hornpipes? And besides this, there was a grand band hired from Rossiter, who, with their wonderful wind instruments and puffed-out cheeks, were themselves a delightful show to the small boys and girls. To say nothing of Joshua Rann's fiddle, which, by an act of generous forethought, he had provided himself with, in case any one should be of sufficiently pure taste to prefer dancing to a solo on that instrument. Meantime, when the sun had moved off the great open space in front of the house, the games began. There were, of course, well-soaped poles to be climbed by the boys and youths, races to be run by the old women, races to be run in sacks, heavy weights to be lifted by the strong men, and a long list of challenges to such ambitious attempts as that of walking as many yards as possible on one leg, feats in which it was generally remarked that Wiry Ben, being the lissomest, springest fellow in the country, was sure to be preeminent. To crown all, there was to be a donkey race, that sublimest of all races, conducted on the grand socialistic idea of everybody encouraging everybody else's donkey, and the sorriest donkey winning. And soon after 4 o'clock, splendid old Mrs. Irwine, in her damask satin and jewels and black lace, was led out by Arthur, followed by the whole family party, to her raised seat under the striped marquee, where she was to give out the prizes to the victors. Staid, formal Miss Lydia had requested to resign that queenly office to the royal old lady, and Arthur was pleased with this opportunity of gratifying his godmother's taste for stateliness. Old Mr. Donnithorne, the delicately clean, finely scented, withered old man, led out Miss Irwine with his air of punctilious acid politeness. Mr. Gawaine brought Miss Lydia, looking neutral and stiff in an elegant peach-blossom silk, and Mr. Irwine came last with his pale sister Anne. No other friend of the family, besides Mr. Gawaine, was invited today. There was to be a grand dinner for the neighbouring gentry on the morrow, but today all the forces were required for the entertainment of the tenants. There was a sunk fence in front of the marquee, dividing the lawn from the park, but a temporary bridge had been made for the passage of the victors, and the groups of people standing or seated here and there on benches stretched on each side of the open space from the white marquees up to the sunk fence. "Upon my word, it's a pretty sight," said the old lady in her deep voice, when she was seated, and looked round on the bright scene with its dark green background. "And it's the last fete day I'm likely to see, unless you make haste and get married, Arthur. But take care you get a charming bride, else I would rather die without seeing her." "You're so terribly fastidious, godmother," said Arthur. "I'm afraid I should never satisfy you with my choice." "Well, I won't forgive you if she's not handsome. I can't be put off with amiability, which is always the excuse people are making for the existence of plain people, and she must not be silly. That will never do, because you'll want managing, and a silly woman can't manage you. Who is that tall young man, Dauphin, with the mild face? There, standing without his hat, and taking such care of that tall old woman by the side of him. His mother, of course. I like to see that." "What? Don't you know him, mother?" asked Mr. Irwine. "That is Seth Bede, Adam's brother, a Methodist, but a very good fellow. Poor Seth has looked rather downhearted of late. I thought it was because of his father's dying in that sad way, but Joshua Rann tells me he wanted to marry that sweet little Methodist preacher who was here about a month ago, and I suppose she refused him." "Ah, I remember hearing about her. But there are no end of people here that I don't know, for they're grown up and altered so since I used to go about." "What excellent sight you have," said old Mr. Donnithorne, who was holding a double glass up to his eyes, "to see the expression of that young man's face so far off. His face is nothing but a pale blurred spot to me, but I fancy I have the advantage of you when we come to look close. I can read small print without spectacles." "Ah, my dear sir, you began with being very near-sighted, and those near-sighted eyes always wear the best. I want very strong spectacles to read with, but then I think my eyes get better and better for things at a distance. I suppose if I could live another 50 years I should be blind to everything that wasn't out of other people's sight, like a man who stands at a well and sees nothing but the stars." "See," said Arthur, "the old women are ready to set out on their race now. Which do you bet on, Gawaine?" "The long-legged one, unless they're going to have several heats, and then the little wiry one may win." "There are the Poysers, mother, not far off on the right hand," said Miss Irwin. "Mrs. Poyser is looking at you. Do take notice of her." "To be sure I will," said the old lady, giving a gracious bow to Mrs. Poyser. "A woman who sends me such excellent cream cheese is not to be neglected. Bless me, what a fat child that is she is holding on her knee! But who is that pretty girl with dark eyes?" "That is Hetty Sorrel," said Miss Lydia Donnithorne, "Martin Poyser's niece. A very likely young person, and well-looking too. My maid has taught her fine needlework, and she has mended some lace of mine very respectably indeed, very respectably." "Why, she has lived with the Poysers 6 or 7 years, mother. You must have seen her," said Miss Irwin. "No, I've never seen her, child, at least not as she is now," said Mrs. Irwin, continuing to look at Hetty. "Well-looking indeed. She's a perfect beauty. I've never seen anything so pretty since my young days. What a pity such beauty as that should be thrown away among the farmers, when it's wanted so terribly among the good families without fortune. I dare say now she'll marry a man who would have thought her just as pretty if she had round eyes and red hair." Arthur dared not turn his eyes towards Hetty while Mrs. Irwin was speaking of her. He feigned not to hear, and to be occupied with something on the opposite side. But he saw her plainly enough without looking, saw her in heightened beauty, because he heard her beauty praised. For other men's opinion, you know, was like a native climate to Arthur's feelings. It was the air on which they thrived the best, and grew strong. Yes, she was enough to turn any man's head, and any man in his place would have done and felt the same. And to give her up after all, as he was determined to do, would be an act that he should always look back upon with pride. "No, mother," and Mr. Irwin, replying to her last words, "I can't agree with you there. The common people are not quite so stupid as you imagine. The commonest man who has his ounce of sense and feeling is conscious of the difference between a lovely, delicate woman and a coarse one. Even a dog feels a difference in their presence. The man may be no better able than the dog to explain the influence the more refined beauty has on him, but he feels it." "Bless me, Dauphin, what does an old bachelor like you know about it?" "Oh, that is one of the matters in which old bachelors are wiser than married men, because they have time for more general contemplation. Your fine critic of woman must never shackle his judgment by calling one woman his own. But as an example of what I was saying, that pretty Methodist preacher I mentioned just now told me that she had preached to the roughest miners, and had never been treated with anything but the utmost respect and kindness by them. The reason is, though she doesn't know it, that there's so much tenderness, refinement, and purity about her. Such a woman as that brings with her airs from heaven that the coarsest fellow is not insensible to." "Here's a delicate bit of womanhood or girlhood coming to receive a prize, I suppose," said Mr. Gawaine. "She must be one of the racers in the sacks who had set off before we came." The bit of womanhood was our old acquaintance Bessie Cranage, otherwise Chad's Bess, whose large red cheeks and blousy person had undergone an exaggeration of colour, which, if she had happened to be a heavenly body, would have made her sublime. Bessie, I am sorry to say, had taken to her earrings again since Dinah's departure, and was otherwise decked out in such small finery as she could muster, Anyone who could have looked into poor Bessy's heart would have seen a striking resemblance between her little hopes and anxieties and Hetty's. The advantage, perhaps, would have been on Bessy's side in the matter of feeling. But then you'll see they were so very different outside. You would have been inclined to box Bessy's ears, and you would have longed to kiss Hetty. Bessy had been tempted to run the arduous race, partly from mere heathenish gaiety, partly because of the prize. Someone had said there were to be cloaks and other nice clothes for prizes, and she approached the marquee, fanning herself with her handkerchief, but with exultation sparkling in her round eyes. "Here is the prize for the first sack race," said Miss Lydia, taking a large parcel from the table where the prizes were laid, and giving it to Mrs. Irwine before Bessy came up. "An excellent grogram gown and a piece of flannel." "You didn't think the winner was to be so young, I suppose, aunt?" said Arthur. "Couldn't you find something else for this girl, and save that grim-looking gown for one of the older women?" "I have bought nothing but what is useful and substantial," said Miss Lydia, adjusting her own lace. "I should not think of encouraging a love of finery in young women of that class. I have a scarlet cloak, but that is for the old woman who wins." This speech of Miss Lydia's produced rather a mocking expression in Mrs. Irwine's face as she looked at Arthur, while Bessy came up and dropped a series of curtsies. "This is Bessy Cranage, mother," said Mr. Irwine kindly, "Chad Cranage's daughter. You remember Chad Cranage, the blacksmith?" "Yes, to be sure," said Mrs. Irwine. "Well, Bessy, here is your prize. Excellent warm things for winter. I'm sure you have had hard work to win them this warm day." Betsy's lip fell as she saw the ugly, heavy gown, which felt so hot and disagreeable too on this July day, and was such a great ugly thing to carry. She dropped her curtsies again without looking up, and with a growing tremulousness about the corners of her mouth, and then turned away. "Poor girl," said Arthur. "I think she's disappointed. I wish it had been something more to her taste." "She's a bold-looking young person," observed Miss Lydia, "not at all one I should like to encourage." Arthur silently resolved that he would make Bessy a present of money before the day was over, that she might buy something more to her mind. But she, not aware of the consolation in store for her, turned out of the open space where she was visible from the marquee, and throwing down the odious bundle under a tree, began to cry, very much tittered at the while by the small boys. In this situation she was descried by her discreet matronly cousin, who lost no time in coming up, having just given the baby into her husband's charge. "What's the matter with ye?" said Bess the matron, taking up the bundle and examining it. "Ye'n sweltered yourseln, I reckon, running that fool's race. And here they'n gin you lots o' good grogram and flannel, as should ha' been gin by good rights to them as had the sense to keep away from such foolery. You might spare me a bit o' this grogram to make clothes for the lad. You are ne'er ill-natured, Bess. I ne'er said that on ye." "You may take it all for what I care," said Bess the maiden, with a pettish movement, beginning to wipe away her tears and recover herself. "Well, I could do it, if be ye want to get rid on't," said the disinterested cousin, walking quickly away with the bundle, lest Chad's niece should change her mind. But that bony-cheeked lass was blessed with an elasticity of spirits that secured her from any rankling grief, and by the time the grand climax of the donkey race came on, her disappointment was entirely lost in the delightful excitement of attempting to stimulate the last donkey by hisses, while the boys applied the argument of sticks. But the strength of the donkey mind lies in adopting a course inversely as the arguments urged, which, well considered, requires as great a mental force as the direct sequence. And the present donkey proved the first-rate order of his intelligence by coming to a dead standstill just when the blows were thickest. Great was the shouting of the crowd, radiant the grinning of Bill Downes, the stone sawyer, and the fortunate rider of this superior beast, which stood calm and stiff-legged in the midst of its triumph. Arthur himself had provided the prizes for the men, and Bill was made happy with a splendid pocket-knife, supplied with blades and gimlets enough to make a man at home on a desert island. He had hardly returned from the marquee with the prize in his hand when it began to be understood that Wiry Ben proposed to amuse the company, before the gentry went to dinner, with an impromptu and gratuitous performance, namely a hornpipe, the main idea of which was doubtless borrowed, but this was to be developed by the dancer in so peculiar and complex a manner that no one could deny him the praise of originality. Wiry Ben's pride in his dancing, an accomplishment productive of great effect at the yearly wake, had needed only slightly elevating by an extra quantity of good ale to convince him that the gentry would be very much struck with his performance of his hornpipe, and he had been decidedly encouraged in this idea by Joshua Rann, who observed that it was nothing but right to do something to please the young squire, in return for what he had done for them. You will be the less surprised at this opinion in so grave a personage when you learn that Ben had requested Mr. Rann to accompany him on the fiddle, and Joshua felt quite sure that though there might not be much in the dancing, the music would make up for it. Adam Bede, who was present in one of the large marquees where the plan was being discussed, told Ben he had better not make a fool of himself, a remark which at once fixed Ben's determination. He was not going to let anything alone because Adam and Bede turned up his nose at it. "What's this? What's this?" said old Mr. Donnithorne. "Is something you've arranged with Arthur? Here's the clerk coming with his fiddle, and a smart fellow with a nosegay in his buttonhole." "No," said Arthur, "I know nothing about it. By Jove, he's going to dance. It's one of the carpenters. I forget his name at this moment." "It's Ben Carnage, Wiry Ben, they call him," said Mr. Irwine. "Rather a loose fish, I think. Anne, my dear, I see that fiddle scraping is too much for you. You're getting tired. Let me take you in now, that you may rest till dinner." Miss Anne rose assentingly, and the good brother took her away, while Joshua's preliminary scrapings burst into the white cockade, from which he intended to pass to a variety of tunes by a series of transitions which his good ear really taught him to execute with some skill. It would have been an exasperating fact to him, if he had known it, that the general attention was too thoroughly absorbed by Ben's dancing for any one to give much heed to the music. Have you ever seen a real English rustic perform a solo dance? Perhaps you have only seen a ballet rustic, smiling like a merry countryman in crockery, with graceful turns of the haunch and insinuating movements of the head. That is as much like the real thing as the bird waltz is like the song of birds. Wiry Ben never smiled. He looked as serious as a dancing monkey, as serious as if he had been an experimental philosopher ascertaining in his own person the amount of shaking and the varieties of angularity that could be given to the human limbs. To make amends for the abundant laughter in the striped marquee, Arthur clapped his hands continually and cried, "Bravo!" But Ben had one admirer whose eyes followed his movements with a fervid gravity that equalled his own. It was Martin Poyser, who was seated on a bench with Tommy between his legs. "What dost think o' that?" he said to his wife. "He goes as pat to the music as if he was made o' clockwork. I used to be a pretty good un at dancing myself when I was lighter, but I could never ha' hit it just to the air like that." "It's little matter what his limbs are, to my thinking," returned Mrs. Poyser. "He's empty enough in the upper story, or he'd never come jigging on, stamping in that way, like a mad grasshopper, for the gentry to look at him. They're fit to die with laughing, I can see." "Well, well, so much the better. It amuses 'em," said Mr. Poyser, who did not easily take an irritable view of things. "But they're going away now to have their dinner, I reckon. We'll move about a bit, shall we, and see what Adam Bede's doing. He's got to look after the drinking and things. I doubt he hasna had much fun." End of chapter 25. Recording by Father Ziley, Detroit, Michigan, December 2008. DRZEILE.net. Chapter 26. The Dance of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Father Ziley of Detroit. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 26 of Book 3, The Dance. Arthur had chosen the entrance hall for the ballroom, very wisely, for no other room could have been so airy, or would have had the advantage of the wide doors opening into the garden, as well as a ready entrance into the other rooms. To be sure, a stone floor was not the pleasantest to dance on, but then most of the dancers had known what it was to enjoy a Christmas dance on kitchen quarries. It was one of those entrance halls which makes the surrounding rooms look like closets, with stucco angels, trumpets, and flower wreaths on the lofty ceiling, and great medallions of miscellaneous heroes on the walls, alternating with statues in niches. Just the sort of place to be ornamented well with green boughs, and Mr. Craig had been proud to show his taste and his hothouse plants on the occasion. The broad steps of the stone staircase were covered with cushions to serve as seats for the children, who were to stay till 9:30 with the servant maids to see the dancing, and as this dance was confined to the chief tenants, there was abundant room for everyone. The lights were charmingly disposed in colored paper lamps, high up among the green boughs, and the farmers' wives and daughters, as they peeped in, believed no scene could be more splendid. They knew now quite well in what sort of rooms the king and queen lived, and their thoughts glanced with some pity towards cousins and acquaintances who had not this fine opportunity of knowing how things went on in the great world. The lamps were already lit, though the sun had not long set, and there was that calm light out of the doors in which we seemed to see all objects more distinctly than in the broad day. It was a pretty scene outside the house. The farmers and their families were moving about the lawn, among the flowers and shrubs, or along the broad straight road leading from the east front, where a carpet of mossy grass spread on each side, studded here and there with a dark flat-boughed cedar, or a grand pyramidal fir sweeping the ground with its branches, all tipped with a fringe of paler green. The groups of cottagers in the park were gradually diminishing, the young ones being attracted towards the lights that were beginning to gleam from the windows of the gallery in the abbey, which was to be their dancing-room, and some of the sober elder ones thinking it time to go home quietly. One of these was Lisbeth Bede, and Seth went with her, not from filial attention only, for his conscience would not let him join in dancing. It had been rather a melancholy day to Seth. Dinah had never been more constantly present with him than in this scene, where everything was so unlike her. He saw her all the more vividly after looking at the thoughtless faces and gay-colored dresses of the young women, just as one feels the beauty and the greatness of a pictured Madonna the more when it has been for a moment screened from us by a vulgar head in a bonnet. But this presence of Dinah in his mind only helped him to bear the better with his mother's mood, which had been becoming more and more querulous for the last hour. Poor Lisbeth was suffering from a strange conflict of feelings. Her joy and pride in the honor paid to her darling son Adam was beginning to be worsted in the conflict with the jealousy and fretfulness which had revived when Adam came to tell her that Captain Donnithorne desired him to join the dancers in the hall. Adam was getting more and more out of her reach. She wished all the old troubles back again, for then it mattered more to Adam what his mother said and did. It's fine talking o' dancing," she said, "and thy father not a 5 week in his grave, and I wish I war there too, instead o' being left to take up merrier folks' room above ground." "Nay, don't look at it in that way, mother," said Adam, who was determined to be gentle to her to-day. I don't mean to dance. I shall only look on, and since the captain wishes me to be there, it'd look as if I thought I knew better than him to say as I'd rather not stay, and thee knowst how he's behaved to me to-day. Thee't do as thee lik'st, for th' old mother's got no right to hinder thee. She's nought but the old husk, and thee's slipped away from her like the ripe nut." "Well, mother," said Adam, "I'll go and tell the captain as it hurts thy feelings for me to stay, and I'd rather go home upon that account. He won't take it ill then, I dare say, and I'm willing." He said this with some effort, for he really longed to be near Hetty this evening. "Nay, I wonna ha thee do that. The young squire'll be angered. Go and do what thee't ordered to do, and me and Seth'll go home. I know it's a grit honour for thee to be so looked on, and who's to be prouder on't nor thy mother? Hadna she the cumber o' rearing thee and doing for thee all these years?" "Well, good-bye then, mother. Good-bye, lad. Remember Gyp when you get home," said Adam, turning away towards the gate of the pleasure grounds, where he hoped he might be able to join the Poysers, for he had been so occupied throughout the afternoon that he had had no time to speak to Hetty. His eye soon detected a distant group, which he knew to be the right one, returning to the house along the broad gravel road, and he hastened on to meet them. "Why, Adam, I'm glad to get sight on you again," said Mr. Poyser, who was carrying Totty on his arm. "You're going to have a bit of fun, I hope, now your work's all done. And here's Hetty has promised no end of partners, and I've just been asking her if she'd agreed to dance with you, and she says no." "Well, I didn't think o' dancing to-night," said Adam, already tempted to change his mind as he looked at Hetty. "Nonsense," said Mr. Poyser. "Why, everybody's going to dance to-night, all but the old squire and Mrs. Irwine. Mrs. Best's been telling us as Miss Liddy and Miss Irwine will dance, and the young squire'll pick my wife for his first partner to open the ball, so she'll be forced to dance, though she's laid by ever sin' the Christmas before the little un was born. You canna for shame stand still, Adam, and you a fine young fellow and can dance as well as anybody." Nay, said Mrs. Poyser, "it'd be unbecoming. I know the dancing's nonsense, but if you stick at everything because it's nonsense, you want to go far in this life. When your broth's ready made for you, you mun swallow the thickening, or else let the broth alone." "Then if Hetty'll dance with me," said Adam, yielding either to Mrs. Poyser's argument or to something else, "I'll dance whichever dance she's free." "I've got no partner for the fourth dance," said Hetty. "I'll dance that with you if you like." "Ah," said Mr. Poyser, "but you mun dance the first dance, Adam, else it'll look particular. There's plenty o' nice partners to pick and choose from, and it's hard for the gells when the men stand by and don't ask 'em." Adam felt the justice of Mr. Poyser's observation. It would not do for him to dance with no one besides Hetty, and remembering that Jonathan Berg had some reason to feel hurt to-day, he resolved to ask Miss Mary to dance with him the first dance, if she had no other partner. "There's the big clock striking 8," said Mr. Poyser. "We must make haste in now, else the squire and the ladies'll be in afore us, and that wouldna look well." When they had entered the hall, and the 3 children under Molly's charge had been seated on the stairs, the folding doors of the drawing-room were thrown open, and Arthur entered in his regimentals, leading Mrs. Irwine to a carpet-covered dais ornamented with hothouse plants, where she and Miss Anne were to be seated with old Mr. Donnithorne, that they might look on at the dancing, like the kings and queens in the plays. Arthur had put on his uniform to please the tenants, he said, who thought as much of his militia dignity as if it had been an elevation to the premiership. He had not the least objection to gratify them in that way. His uniform was very advantageous to his figure. The old squire, before sitting down, walked around the hall to greet the tenants and make polite speeches to the wives. He was always polite, but the farmers had found out, after long puzzling, that this polish was one of the signs of hardness. It was observed that he gave his most elaborate civility to Mrs. Poyser to-night, inquiring particularly about her health, recommending her to strengthen herself with cold water, as he did, and avoid all drugs. Mrs. Poyser curtsied and thanked him with great self-command, but when he had passed on, she whispered to her husband, "I'll lay my life he's brewing some nasty turn against us. Old Harry doesn't wag his tail so for nothing." Mr. Poyser had no time to answer, for now Arthur came up and said, "Mrs. Poyser, I've come to request the favour of your hand for the first dance, and Mr. Poyser, you must let me take you to my aunt, for she claims you as her partner." The wife's pale cheek flushed with a nervous sense of unwonted honour as Arthur led her to the top of the room. But Mr. Poyser, to whom an extra glass had restored his youthful confidence in his good looks and good dancing, walked along with them quite proudly, secretly flattering himself that Miss Lydia had never had a partner in her life who could lift her off the ground as he would. In order to balance the honours given to the two parishes, Miss Irwine danced with Luke Britton, the largest Broxton farmer, and Mr. Gawaine led out Mrs. Britton. Mr. Irwine, after seating his sister Anne, had gone to the Abbey gallery, as he had agreed with Arthur beforehand, to see how the merriment of the cottagers was prospering. Meanwhile, all the less distinguished couples had taken their places. Hetty was led out by the inevitable Mr. Craig, and Mary Berg by Adam. And now the music struck up, and the glorious country dance, best of all dances, began. Pity it was not a boarded floor. Then the rhythmic stamping of the thick shoes would have been better than any drums. That merry stamping, that gracious nodding of the head, that waving bestowal of the hand, where can we see them now? That simple dancing of well-covered matrons, laying aside for an hour the cares of house and dairy, remembering but not affecting youth, not jealous but proud of the young maidens by their side, that holiday sprightliness of portly husbands paying little compliments to their wives, as if courting days were come again. Those lads and lasses, a little confused and awkward with their partners, having nothing to say, it would be a pleasant variety to see all that sometimes, instead of low dresses and large skirts, and scanning glances exploring costumes, and languid men in lacquered boots smiling with double meaning. There was but one thing to mar Martin Poyser's pleasure in this dance. It was that he was always in close contact with Luke Britton, that slovenly farmer. He thought of throwing a little glazed coldness into his eye in the crossing of hands, but then, as Miss Irwine was opposite to him instead of the offensive Luke, he might freeze the wrong person. So he gave his face up to hilarity, unchilled by moral judgments. How Hetty's heart beat as Arthur approached her! He had hardly looked at her to-day. Now he must take her hand. Would he press it? Would he look at her? She thought she would cry if he gave her no sign of feeling. Now he was there. He had taken her hand. Yes, he was pressing it. Hetty turned pale as she looked up at him for an instant and met his eyes, before the dance carried him away. That pale look came upon Arthur like the beginning of a dull pain, which clung to him, though he must dance and smile and joke all the same. Hetty would look so when he told her what he had to tell her, and he should never be able to bear it. He should be a fool and give way again. Hetty's look did not really mean so much as he thought. It was only the sign of a struggle between the desire for him to notice her and the dread lest she should betray the desire to others. But Hetty's face had a language that transcended her feelings. There are faces which nature charges with a meaning and a pathos not belonging to the single human soul that flutters beneath them, but speaking the joys and sorrows of foregone generations, eyes that tell of deep love which doubtless has been and is somewhere, but not paired with these eyes, perhaps paired with pale eyes that can say nothing, just as a national language may be instinct with poetry unfelt by the lips that use it. That look of Hetty's oppressed Arthur with a dread which yet had something of a terrible unconfessed delight in it, that she loved him too well. There was a hard task before him, for at that moment he felt he would have given up 3 years of his youth for the happiness of abandoning himself without remorse to his passion for Hetty. These were the incongruous thoughts in his mind as he led Mrs. Poyser, who was panting with fatigue, and secretly resolved that neither judge nor jury should force her to dance another dance, to take a quiet rest in the dining-room, where supper was laid out for the guests to come and take it as they chose. "I've desired Hetty to remember as she's got to dance with you, sir," said the good innocent woman, "for she's so thoughtless she'd be like enough to go and engage herself for ivery dance. So I told her not to promise too many." "Thank you, Mrs. Poyser," said Arthur, not without a twinge. "Now sit down in this comfortable chair, and here is Mills ready to give you what you would like best." He hurried away to seek another matronly partner, for due honor must be paid to the married women before he asked any of the young ones, and the country dances, and the stamping, and the gracious nodding, and the waving of the hands went on joyously. At last the time had come for the 4th dance, longed for by the strong, grave Adam, as if he had been a delicate-handed youth of 18, for we are all very much alike when we are in our first love, and Adam had hardly ever touched Hetty's hand for more than a transient greeting, had never danced with her but once before. His eyes had followed her eagerly to-night in spite of himself, and had taken in deeper draughts of love. He thought she behaved so prettily, so quietly. She did not seem to be flirting at all. She smiled less than usual. There was almost a sweet sadness about her. "God bless her," he said inwardly. "I'd make her life a happy un if a strong arm to work for her and a heart to love her could do it." And then there stole over him delicious thoughts of coming home from work and drawing Hetty to his side and feeling her cheek softly pressed against his, till he forgot where he was, and the music and the tread of feet might have been the falling of rain and the roaring of the wind, for what he knew. But now the 3rd dance was ended, and he might go up to her and claim her hand. She was at the far end of the hall, near the staircase, whispering with Molly, who had just given the sleeping Totty into her arms before running to fetch shawls and bonnets from the landing. Mrs. Poyser had taken the 2 boys away into the dining-room to give them some cake before they went home in the cart with grandfather, and Molly was to follow as fast as possible. "Let me hold her," said Adam, as Molly turned upstairs. "The children are so heavy when they're asleep." Hetty was glad of the relief, for to hold Trotty in her arms, standing, was not at all a pleasant variety to her. But this second transfer had the unfortunate effect of rousing Totty, who was not behind any child of her age in peevishness at an unseasonable wakening. While Hetty was in the act of placing her in Adam's arms, and had not yet withdrawn her own, Totty opened her eyes, and forthwith fought out with her left fist at Adam's arm, and with her right caught at the string of brown beads round Hetty's neck. The locket leaped out from her frock, and the next moment the string was broken, and Hetty, helpless, saw beads and lockets scattered wide on the floor. "My locket, my locket!" she said in a loud, frightened whisper to Adam. "Never mind the beads." Adam had already seen where the locket fell, for it had attracted his glance as it leaped out of her frock. It had fallen on the raised wooden dais where the band sat, not on the stone floor, and as Adam picked it up he saw the glass with the dark and light locks of hair under it. It had fallen that side upwards, so the glass was not broken. He turned it over in his hand and saw the enamelled gold back. "It isn't hurt," he said, as he held it towards Hetty, who was unable to take it because both her hands were occupied with Totty. "Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't mind about it," said Hetty, who had been pale and was now red. "No matter," said Adam gravely. "You seemed very frightened about it. I'll hold it till you're ready to take it," he added, quietly closing his hand over it, that she might not think he wanted to look at it again. By this time Molly had come with bonnet and shawl, and as soon as she had taken Totty, Adam placed the locket in Hetty's hand. She took it with an air of indifference and put it in her pocket, in her heart vexed and angry with Adam because he had seen it, but determined now that she would show no more signs of agitation. "See," she said, "they're taking their places to dance. Let us go." Adam assented silently. A puzzled alarm had taken possession of him. Had Hetty a lover he didn't know of? For none of her relations, he was sure, would give her a locket like that, and none of her admirers with whom he was acquainted was in the position of an accepted lover, as the giver of that locket must be. Adam was lost in the utter impossibility of finding any person for his fears to alight on. He could only feel with a terrible pang that there was something in Hetty's life unknown to him, that while he had been rocking himself in the hope that she would come to love him, she was already loving another. The pleasure of the dance with Hetty was gone. His eyes, when they rested on her, had an uneasy questioning expression in them. He could think of nothing to say to her, and she too was out of temper and disinclined to speak. They were both glad when the dance was ended. Adam was determined to stay no longer. No one wanted him, and no one would notice if he slipped away. As soon as he got out of doors, he began to walk at his habitual rapid pace, hurrying along without knowing why, busy with the painful thought that the memory of this day, so full of honor and promise to him, was poisoned for ever. Suddenly, when he was far on through the chase, he stopped, startled by a flash of reviving hope. After all, he might be a fool, making a great misery out of a trifle. Hetty, fond of finery as she was, might have bought the thing herself. It looked too expensive for that. It looked like the thing on white satin in the great jeweller's shop at Rosseter. But Adam had very imperfect notions of the value of such things, and he thought it could certainly not cost more than a guinea. Perhaps Hetty had as much as that in Christmas boxes, and there was no knowing but she might have been childish enough to spend it in that way. She was such a young thing, and she couldn't help loving finery. But then why had she been so frightened about it at first, and changed colour so, and afterwards pretended not to care? Oh, that was because she was ashamed of his seeing that she had such a smart thing. She was conscious that it was wrong for her to spend her money on it, and she knew that Adam disapproved of finery. It was a proof she cared about what he liked and disliked. She must have thought from his silence and gravity afterwards that he was very much displeased with her, that he was inclined to be harsh and severe towards her foibles. And as he walked on more quietly, chewing the cud of this new hope, his only uneasiness was that he had behaved in a way which might chill Hetty's feeling toward him. For this last view of the matter must be the true one. How could Hetty have an accepted lover quite unknown to him? She was never away from her uncle's house for more than a day. She could have no acquaintances that did not come there, and no intimacies unknown to her uncle and aunt. It would be folly to believe that the locket was given to her by a lover. The little ring of dark hair he felt sure was her own. He could form no guess about the light hair under it, for he had not seen it very distinctly. It might be a bit of her father's or mother's, who had died when she was a child, and she would naturally put a bit of her own along with it. And so Adam went to bed comforted, having woven for himself an ingenious web of probabilities, the surest screen a wise man can place between himself and the truth. His last waking thoughts melted into a dream that he was with Hetty again at the Hall Farm, and that he was asking her to forgive him for being so cold and silent. And while he was dreaming this, Arthur was leading Hetty to the dance, and saying to her in low, hurried tones, "I shall be in the wood the day after tomorrow at 7. Come as early as you can." And Hetty's foolish joys and hopes, which had flown away for a little space, scared by a mere nothing, now all came fluttering back, unconscious of the real peril. She was happy for the first time this long day, and wished that dance would last for hours. Arthur wished it too. It was the last weakness he meant to indulge in, and a man never lies with more delicious languor under the influence of a passion than when he has persuaded himself that he shall subdue it tomorrow. But Mrs. Poyser's wishes were quite the reverse of this, for her mind was filled with dreary forebodings as to the retardation of tomorrow morning's cheese in consequence of these late hours. Now that Hetty had done her duty and danced one dance with the young squire, Mrs. Poyser must go out and see if the cart was come back to fetch them, for it was 10:30 o'clock, and notwithstanding a mild suggestion on his part that it would be bad manners for them to be the first to go, Mrs. Poyser was resolute on the point, manners or no manners. "What, going already, Mrs. Poyser?" said old Mr. Donnithorne, as she came to curtsy and take leave. "I thought we should not part with any of our guests till 11. Mrs. Irwine and I, who are elderly people, think of sitting out the dance till then." "Oh, your honour, it's all right and proper for gentlefolks to stay up by candlelight. They've got no cheese on their minds. We're late enough as it is, and there's no letting the cows know as they mustn't want to be milked so early tomorrow morning. So if you'll please to excuse us, we'll take our leave." She said to her husband as they set off in the cart, "I'd sooner have brewing the day and washing today together than one of these pleasuring days. There's no work so tiring as dangling about and staring and not rightly knowing what you're going to do next, and keeping your face in smiling order like a grocer on market day for fear people should think you civil enough. And you've nothing to show for it when it's done, if it isn't a yellow face with eating things as disagree." "Nay, nay," said Mr. Poyser, who was in his merriest mood, and felt that he had had a great day. "A bit o' pleasuring's good for thee sometimes, and thee danced as well as any of 'em, for I'll back thee against all the wives in the parish for a light foot and ankle. And it was a great honour for the young squire to ask thee first. I reckon it was because I sat at the head of the table and made the speech. And Hetty too, she never had such a partner before, a fine young gentleman in regimentals. It'll serve you to talk on, Hetty, when you're an old woman, how you danced with the young squire the day he come o' age." End of chapter 26 of Book 3, The Dance. Adam Bede, by George Eliot. Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit, Michigan. drzeile.net, drzeile.net.
Chapter 27 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 27. A Crisis. It was beyond the middle of August, nearly 3 weeks after the birthday feast. The reaping of the wheat had begun in our North Midland county of Loamshire, but the harvest was likely still to be retarded by the heavy rains, which were causing inundations and much damage throughout the country. From this last trouble, the Broxton and Hayslope farmers, on their pleasant uplands and in their brook-watered valleys, had not suffered, and as I cannot pretend that they were such exceptional farmers as to love the general good better than their own, you will infer that they were not in very low spirits about the rapid rise in the price of bread, so long as there was hope of gathering in their own corn undamaged, and occasional days of sunshine and drying winds flattered this hope. The 18th of August was one of these days when the sunshine looked brighter in all eyes for the gloom that went before. Grand masses of cloud were hurried across the blue, and the great round hills behind the Chase seemed alive with their flying shadows. The sun was hidden for a moment, and then shone out warm again like a recovered joy. The leaves, still green, were tossed off the hedgerow trees by the wind. Around the farmhouses there was a sound of clapping doors. The apples fell in the orchards, and the stray horses on the green sides of the lanes and on the common had their manes blown about their faces. And yet the wind seemed only part of the general gladness because the sun was shining. A merry day for the children, who ran and shouted to see if they could top the wind with their voices, and the grown-up people too were in good spirits, inclined to believe in yet finer days, when the wind had fallen. If only the corn were not ripe enough to be blown out of the husk and scattered as untimely seed. And yet a day on which a blighting sorrow may fall upon a man, For if it be true that nature at certain moments seems charged with a presentiment of one individual lot, must it not also be true that she seems unmindful and conscious of another? For there is no hour that has not its births of gladness and despair, no morning brightness that does not bring new sickness to desolation, as well as new forces to genius and love. There are so many of us, and our lots are so different. What wonder that nature's mood is often in harsh contrast with the great crisis of our lives? We are children of a large family, and must learn, as such children do, not to expect that our hurts will be made much of, to be content with little nurture and caressing, and help each other the more. It was a busy day with Adam, who of late had done almost double work, for he was continuing to act as foreman for Jonathan Burge, until some satisfactory person could be found to supply his piece, and Jonathan was slow to find that person. But he had done the extra work cheerfully, for his hopes were buoyant again about Hetty. Every time she had seen him since the birthday, she had seemed to make an effort to behave all the more kindly to him, that she might make him understand she had forgiven his silence and coldness during the dance. He had never mentioned the locket to her again, too happy that she smiled at him, still happier because he observed in her a more subdued air, something that he interpreted as the growth of womanly tenderness and seriousness. Ah, he thought, again and again, she's only 17. She'll be thoughtful enough after a while, and her aunt always says how clever she is at the work. She'll make a wife his mother will have no occasion to grumble at after all. To be sure, he had only seen her at home twice since the birthday. For one Sunday, when he was intending to go from church to the Hall Farm, Hetty had joined the party of upper servants from the Chase and had gone home with them, almost as if she were inclined to encourage Mr. Craig. "She's taking too much liking to them folks in the housekeeper's room," Mrs. Poyser remarked. "For my part, I was never over fond of gentlefolks as servants. They're mostly like the fine ladies' fat dogs, neither good for barking nor butcher's meat, but only for show." And another evening she was gone to Treddleston to buy some things, though to his great surprise, as he was returning home, he saw her at a distance getting over a stile quite out of the Treddleston road. But when he hastened to her she was very kind, and asked him to go in again when he had taken her to the yard gate. She had gone a little farther into the fields after coming from Treddleston, because she didn't want to go in, she said. It was so nice to be out of doors, and her aunt always made such a fuss about it if she wanted to go out. "Oh, do come in with me," she said, as he was going to shake hands with her at the gate, and he could not resist that. So he went in, and Mrs. Poyser was contented with only a slight remark on Hetty's being later than was expected, while Hetty, who had looked out of spirits when he met her, smiled and talked and waited on them all with unusual promptitude. That was the last time he had seen her, but he meant to make leisure for going to the farm tomorrow. Today, he knew, was her day for going to the Chase to sew with the lady's maid, so he would get as much work done as possible this evening, that the next might be clear. One piece of work that Adam was superintending was some slight repairs at the Chase farm, which had been hitherto occupied by Satchell as bailiff, but which it was now rumoured that the old squire was going to let to a smart man in top boots, who had been seen to ride over it one day. Nothing but the desire to get a tenant could account for the squire's undertaking repairs, though the Saturday evening party at Mr. Casson's agreed over their pipes that no man in his senses would take the Chase farm unless there was a bit more ploughland laid to it. However that might be, the repairs were ordered to be executed with all dispatch, and Adam, acting for Mr. Burge, was carrying out the order with his usual energy. But to-day, having been occupied elsewhere, he had not been able to arrive at the Chase farm till late in the afternoon, and he then discovered that some old roofing, which he had calculated on preserving, had given way. There was clearly no good to be done with this part of the building without pulling it all down, and Adam immediately saw in his mind a plan for building it up again, so as to make the most convenient of cow-sheds and calf-pens, with a hovel for implements, and all without any great expense for materials. So when the workmen were gone, he sat down, took out his pocket-book, and busied himself with sketching a plan, and making a specification of the expenses that he might show it to Burge the next morning, and set him on persuading the squire to consent. To make a good job of anything, however small, was always a pleasure to Adam, and he sat on a block with his book resting on a planning table, whistling low every now and then, and turning his head on one side with a just perceptible smile of gratification. Of pride, too, for if Adam loved a bit of good work, he loved also to think, "I did it." And I believe the only people who are free from that weakness are those who have no work to call their own. It was nearly 7 before he had finished and put on his jacket again, and on giving a last look round he observed that Seth, who had been working here to-day, had left his basket of tools behind him. "Why, the lad's forgot his tools," thought Adam. and he's got to work up at the shop tomorrow. There never was such a chap for wool gathering. He'd leave his head behind him if it was loose. However, it's lucky I've seen him. I'll carry him home." The buildings of the Chase farm lay at one extremity of the Chase, at about 10 minutes' walking distance from the Abbey. Adam had come thither on his pony, intending to ride to the stables and put up his nag on his way home. At the stables he encountered Mr. Craig, who had come to look at the captain's new horse, on which he was to ride away the day after tomorrow, and Mr. Craig detained him to tell how all the servants were to collect at the gate of the courtyard to wish the young squire luck as he rode out, so that by the time Adam had got into the Chase and was striding along with a basket of tools over his shoulder, the sun was on the point of setting, and was sending level crimson rays among the great trunks of the old oaks, and touching every bare patch of ground with a transient glory that made it look like a jewel dropped upon the grass. The wind had fallen now, and there was only enough breeze to stir the delicate stemmed leaves. Any one who had been sitting in the house all day would have been glad to walk now, but Adam had been quite enough in the open air to wish to shorten his way home, and he bethought himself that he might do so by striking across the Chase and going through the grove, where he had never been for years. He hurried on across the Chase, stalking along the narrow paths between the fern, with Gyp at his heels, not lingering to watch the magnificent changes of the light, hardly once thinking it, yet feeling its presence in a certain calm, happy awe which mingled itself with his busy working-day thoughts. How could he help feeling it? The very deer felt it, and were more timid. Presently Adam's thoughts recurred to what Mr. Craig had said about Arthur Donnithorne, and pictured his going away, and the changes that might take place before he came back. Then they travelled back affectionately over the old scenes of boyish companionship, and dwelt on Arthur's good qualities, which Adam had a pride in, as we all have in the virtues of the superior who honours us. A nature like Adam's, with a great need of love and reverence in it, depends for so much of its happiness on what it can believe and feel about others, and he had no ideal world of dead heroes. He knew little of the life of men in the past. He must find the beings to whom he could cling with loving admiration among those who came within speech of him. These pleasant thoughts about Arthur brought a milder expression than usual into his keen rough face. Perhaps they were the reason why, when he opened the old green gate leading into the grove, he paused to pat Gyp and say a kind word to him. After that pause, he strode on again along the broad winding path through the grove. What grand beeches! Adam delighted in a fine tree of all things. As the fisherman's sight is keenest on the sea, so Adam's perceptions were more at home with trees than with other objects. He kept them in his memory as a painter does, with all the flecks and knots in their bark, all the curves and angles of their boughs, and had often calculated the height and contents of a trunk to a nicety, as he stood looking at it. No wonder that, notwithstanding his desire to get on, he could not help pausing to look at a curious large beech which he had seen standing before him at a turning in the road, and convince himself that it was not two trees wedded together, but only one. For the rest of his life he remembered that moment when he was calmly examining the beech, as a man remembers his last glimpse of the home where his youth was passed, before the road turned, and he saw it no more. The beech stood at the last turning before the grove ended in an archway of boughs that let in the eastern light, and as Adam stepped away from the tree to continue his walk, his eyes fell on two figures about 20 yards before him. He remained as motionless as a statue, and turned almost as pale. The two figures were standing opposite to each other, with clasped hands about to part, and while they were bending to kiss, Gyp, who had been running among the brushwood, came out, caught sight of them, and gave a sharp bark. They separated with a start. One hurried through the gate out of the grove, and the other, turning round, walked slowly with a sort of saunter towards Adam, who still stood transfixed and pale, clutching tighter the stick with which he held the basket of tools over his shoulder, and looking at the approaching figure with eyes in which amazement was fast turning to fierceness. Arthur Donnithorne looked flushed and excited. He had tried to make unpleasant feelings more bearable by drinking a little more wine than usual at dinner today, and was still enough under its flattering influence to think more lightly of this unwished-for rencontre with Adam than he would otherwise have done. After all, Adam was the best person who could have happened to see him and Hetty together. He was a sensible fellow, and would not babble about it to other people. Arthur felt confident that he could laugh the thing off and explain it away, and so he sauntered forward with elaborate carelessness, his flushed face, his evening dress of fine cloth and fine linen, his hands half thrust into his waistcoat pockets, all shone upon by the strange evening light which the light clouds had caught up even to the zenith, and were now shedding down between the topmost branches above him. Adam was still motionless, looking at him as he came up. He understood it all now, the locket and everything else that had been doubtful to him. A terrible scorching light showed him the hidden letters that changed the meaning of the past. If he had moved a muscle, he must inevitably have sprung upon Arthur like a tiger, and in the conflicting emotions that filled those long moments, he had told himself that he would not give loose to passion, he would only speak the right thing. He stood as if petrified by an unseen force, but the force was his own strong will. "Well, Adam," said Arthur, "you've been looking at the fine old beeches, eh? They're not to be come near by the hatchet, though. This is a sacred grove. I overtook pretty little Hetty Sorrel as I was coming to my den, the hermitage there. She ought not to come home this way so late, so I took care of her to the gate, and asked for a kiss for my pains. But I must get back now, for this road is confoundedly damp. Good night, Adam. I shall see you tomorrow, to say good-bye, you know." Arthur was too much preoccupied with the part he was playing himself to be thoroughly aware of the expression in Adam's face. He did not look directly at Adam, but glanced carelessly round at the trees, and then lifted up one foot to look at the sole of his boot. He cared to say no more. He had thrown quite dust enough into honest Adam's eyes, and as he spoke the last words he walked on. "Stop a bit, sir," said Adam, in a hard peremptory voice, without turning round. "I've got a word to say to you." Arthur paused in surprise. Susceptible persons are more affected by a change of tone than by unexpected words, and Arthur had the susceptibility of a nature at once affectionate and vain. He was still more surprised when he saw that Adam had not moved, but stood with his back to him, as if summoning him to return. What did he mean? He was going to make a serious business of this affair. Arthur felt his temper rising. A patronizing disposition always has its meaner side, and in the confusion of his irritation and alarm there entered the feeling that a man to whom he had shown so much favour as to Adam was not in a position to criticize his conduct, and yet he was dominated, as one who feels himself in the wrong always is, by the man whose good opinion he cares for. In spite of pride and temper, there was as much deprecation as anger in his voice when he said, "What do you mean, Adam?" "I mean, sir," answered Adam, in the same harsh voice, still without turning round, "I mean, sir, that you don't deceive me by your light words. This is not the first time you've met Hetty Sorrel in this grove, and this is not the first time you've kissed her." Arthur felt a startled uncertainty how far Adam was speaking from knowledge, and how far from mere inference, and this uncertainty, which prevented him from contriving a prudent answer, heightened his irritation. He said, in a harsh, sharp tone, "Well, sir, what then?" "Why, then, instead of acting like the upright, honourable man we've all believed you to be, you've been acting the part of a selfish, light-minded scoundrel. You know as well as I do what it's to lead to when a gentleman like you kisses and makes love to a young woman like Hetty, and gives her presents as she's frightened for other folks to see. And I say it again, you're acting the part of a selfish, light-minded scoundrel, though it cuts me to the heart to say so, and I'd rather have lost my right hand." "Let me tell you, Adam," said Arthur, bridling his growing anger and trying to recur to his careless tone, "you're not only devilishly impertinent, but you're talking nonsense. Every pretty girl is not such a fool as you to suppose that when a gentleman admires her beauty and pays her a little attention, he must mean something particular. Every man likes to flirt with a pretty girl, and every pretty girl likes to be flirted with. The wider the distance between them, the less harm there is, for then she's not likely to deceive herself." "I don't know what you mean by flirting," said Adam, "but if you mean behaving to a woman as if you've loved her, and yet not loving her all the while, I say that's not the action of an honest man, and what isn't honest does come to harm. I'm not a fool, and you're not a fool, and you know better than what you're saying. You know it couldn't be made public as you've behaved to Hetty as you've done, without her losing her character and bringing shame and trouble on her and her relations. What if you meant nothing by your kissing in your presence? Other folks won't believe as you've meant nothing. And don't tell me about her not deceiving herself. I tell you as you've filled her mind so with the thought of you, and that'll mayhap poison her life, and she'd never love another man as 'ud make her a good husband." Arthur had felt a sudden relief while Adam was speaking. He perceived that Adam had no positive knowledge of the past, and that there was no irrevocable damage done by this evening's unfortunate rencontre. Adam could still be deceived. The candid Arthur had brought himself into a position in which successful lying was his only hope. The hope allayed his anger a little. "Well, Adam," he said in a tone of friendly concession, "you're perhaps right. Perhaps I've gone a little too far in taking notice of the pretty little thing and stealing a kiss now and then. You're such a grave, steady fellow, you don't understand the temptation to such trifling. I'm sure I wouldn't bring any trouble or annoyance on her and the good Poysers on any account if I could help it. But I think you look a little too seriously at it. You know I'm going away immediately, so I shan't make any more mistakes of the kind, But let us say good night." Arthur here turned round to walk on, "and talk no more about the matter. The whole thing will soon be forgotten." "No, by God!" Adam burst out with rage that could be controlled no longer, throwing down the basket of tools and striding forward till he was right in front of Arthur. All his jealousy and sense of personal injury, which he had been hitherto trying to keep under, had leaped up and mastered him. What man of us, in the first moments of a sharp agony, could ever feel that the fellow man who has been the medium of inflicting it did not mean to hurt us? In our instinctive rebellion against pain, we are children again, and demand an active will to wreak our vengeance on. Adam at this moment could only feel that he had been robbed of Hetty, robbed treacherously by the man in whom he had trusted, and he stood close in front of Arthur, with fierce eyes glaring at him, with pale lips and clenched hands, the hard tones in which he had hitherto been constraining himself to express no more than a just indignation, giving way to a deep agitated voice that seemed to shake him as he spoke. "No, it'll not be soon forgot, as you've come in between her and me, when she might have loved me. It'll not soon be forgot as you've robbed me of my happiness, while I thought you was my best friend, and a noble-minded man, as I was proud to work for. And you've been kissing her, and meaning nothing, have you? And I've never kissed her in my life, but I'd have worked hard for years for the right to kiss her, and you make light of it. You think little of doing what may damage other folks, so as you get your bit of trifling, as means nothing. I throw back your favours, for you're not the man I took you for. I'll never count you my friend any more. I'd rather you'd act as my enemy, and fight me where I stand. It's all the amends you can make me." Poor Adam, possessed by rage that could find no other vent, began to throw off his coat and his cap, too blind with passion to notice the change that had taken place in Arthur while he was speaking. Arthur's lips were now as pale as Adam's. His heart was beating violently. The discovery that Adam loved Hetty was a shock which made him for the moment see himself in the light of Adam's indignation, and regard Adam's suffering as not merely a consequence, but an element of his error. The words of hatred and contempt, the first he had ever heard in his life, seemed like scorching missiles that were making ineffaceable scars on him. All screening self-excuse, which rarely falls quite away while others respect us, forsook him for an instant, and he stood face to face with the first great irrevocable evil he had ever committed. He was only 21, and 3 months ago, nay, much later, he had thought proudly that no man should ever be able to reproach him justly. His first impulse, if there had been time for it, would perhaps have been to utter words of propitiation, but Adam had no sooner thrown off his coat and cap than he became aware that Arthur was standing pale and motionless, with his hands still thrust in his waistcoat pockets. "What?" he said. "Won't you fight me like a man? You know I won't strike you while you stand so." "Go away, Adam," said Arthur. "I don't want to fight you." "No," said Adam bitterly. "You don't want to fight me? You think I'm a common man as you can injure without answering for it." "I never meant to injure you," said Arthur, with returning anger. "I didn't know you loved her." "But you've made her love you," said Adam. "You're a double-faced man. I'll never believe a word you say again." "Go away, I tell you," said Arthur angrily, "or we shall both repent." "No," said Adam with a convulsed voice. "I swear I won't go away without fighting you. Do you want provoking any more? I tell you you're a coward and a scoundrel, and I despise you." The colour had all rushed back to Arthur's face. In a moment his right hand was clenched, and dealt a blow like lightning, which sent Adam staggering backward. His blood was as thoroughly up as Adam's now, and the two men, forgetting the emotions that had gone before, fought with the instinctive fierceness of panthers in the deepening twilight darkened by the trees. The delicate-handed gentleman was a match for the workman in everything but strength, and Arthur's skill enabled him to protract the struggle for some long moments. But between unarmed men the battle is to the strong, where the strong is no blunderer, and Arthur must sink under a well-planted blow of Adam's as a steel rod is broken by an iron bar. The blow soon came, and Arthur fell, his head lying concealed in a tuft of fern, so that Adam could only discern his darkly clad body. He stood still in the dim light, waiting for Arthur to rise. The blow had been given now, towards which he had been straining all the force of nerve and muscle. And what was the good of it? What had he done by fighting? Only satisfied his own passion, only wreaked his own vengeance. He had not rescued Hetty, nor changed the past. There it was, just as it had been, and he sickened at the vanity of his own rage. But why did not Arthur rise? He was perfectly motionless, and the time seemed long to Adam. Good God, had the blow been too much for him? Adam shuddered at the thought of his own strength, as with the oncoming of this dread he knelt down by Arthur's side and lifted his head from among the fern. There was no sign of life. The eyes and teeth were set. The horror that rushed over Adam completely mastered him, and forced upon him its own belief. He could feel nothing but that death was in Arthur's face, and that he was helpless before it. He made not a single movement, but knelt like an image of despair gazing at an image of death. End of chapter 17. Chapter 28 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 28. A Dilemma. It was only a few minutes measured by the clock, though Adam always thought it had been a long while, before he perceived a gleam of consciousness in Arthur's face and a slight shiver through his frame. The intense joy that flooded his soul brought back some of the old affection with it. "Do you feel any pain, sir?" he said tenderly, loosening Arthur's cravat. Arthur turned his eyes on Adam with a vague stare which gave way to a slightly startled motion, as if from the shock of returning memory, but he only shivered again and said nothing. "Do you feel any hurt, sir?" Adam said again, with a trembling in his voice. Arthur put his hand up to his waistcoat buttons, and when Adam had unbuttoned it, he took a longer breath. "Lay my head down," he said faintly, "and get me some water if you can." Adam laid the head down gently on the fern again, and emptying the tools out of the flag basket, hurried through the trees to the edge of the grove bordering on the chase, where a brook ran below the bank. When he returned with his basket leaking, but still half full, Arthur looked at him with a more thoroughly reawakened consciousness. "Can you drink a drop out of your hand, sir?" said Adam, kneeling down again to lift up Arthur's head. "No," said Arthur. "Dip my cravat in and souse it on my head." The water seemed to do him some good, for he presently raised himself a little higher, resting on Adam's arm. "Do you feel any hurt inside, sir?" Adam asked again. "No, no hurt," said Arthur, still faintly, "but rather done up." After a while he said, "I suppose I fainted away when you knocked me down." "Yes, sir, thank God," said Adam. "I thought it was worse." "What? You thought you'd done me for, eh? Come help me on my legs." "I feel terribly shaky and dizzy," Arthur said, as he stood leaning on Adam's arm. "That blow of yours must have come against me like a battering ram. I don't believe I can walk alone." "Lean on me, sir. I'll get you along," said Adam. "Or will you sit down a bit longer on my coat here, and I'll prop you up? You'll perhaps be better in a minute or two." "No," said Arthur. "I'll go to the Hermitage. I think I've got some brandy there. There's a short road to it a little farther on near the gate, if you'll just help me on." They walked slowly, with frequent pauses, but without speaking again. In both of them, the concentration in the present which had attended the first moments of Arthur's revival had now given way to a vivid recollection of the previous scene. It was nearly dark in the narrow path among the trees, but within the circle of fir trees round the Hermitage there was room for the glowing moonlight to enter in at the windows. Their steps were noiseless on the thick carpet of fern needles, and the outward stillness seemed to heighten their inward consciousness, as Arthur took the key out of his pocket and placed it in Adam's hand for him to open the door. Adam had not known before that Arthur had furnished the old Hermitage and made it a retreat for himself, and it was a surprise to him when he opened the door to see a snug room with all the signs of frequent habitation. Arthur loosed Adam's arm and threw himself on the ottoman. "You'll see my hunting bottle somewhere," he said. "A leather case with a bottle and glass in." Adam was not long in finding the case. "There's a very little brandy in it, sir," he said, turning it downwards over the glass as he held it before the window. "Hardly this little glassful." "Well, give me that," said Arthur, with the peevishness of physical depression. When he had taken some sips, Adam said, "Hadn't I better run to the house, sir, and get some more brandy? I can be there and back pretty soon. It'll be a stiff walk home for you if you don't have something to revive you." "Yes, go, but don't say I'm ill. Ask for my man Pym, and tell him to get it from Mills, and not to say I'm at the Hermitage. Get some water, too." Adam was relieved to have an active task. Both of them were relieved to be apart from each other for a short time. But Adam's swift pace could not still the eager pain of thinking, of living again with concentrated suffering through the last wretched hour, and looking out from it over all the new sad future. Arthur lay still for some minutes after Adam was gone, but presently he rose feebly from the ottoman and peered about slowly in the broken moonlight, seeking something. It was a short bit of wax candle that stood amongst a confusion of writing and drawing materials. There was more searching for the means of lighting the candle, and when that was done, he went cautiously round the room, as if wishing to assure himself of the presence or absence of something. At last he had found a slight thing, which he put first in his pocket, and then, on a second thought, took out again and thrust deep down into a waste-paper basket. It was a woman's little pink silk neckerchief. He set the candle on the table and threw himself down on the ottoman again, exhausted with the effort. When Adam came back with his supplies, his entrance awoke Arthur from a doze. "That's right," Arthur said. "I'm tremendously in want of some brandy-vigour." "I'm glad to see you've got a light, sir," said Adam. "I've been thinking I'd better have asked for a lanthorn." "No, no, the candle will last long enough. I shall soon be up to walking home now." "I can't go before I've seen you safe home, sir," said Adam hesitatingly. "No, it will be better for you to stay. Sit down." Adam sat down, and they remained opposite to each other in uneasy silence, while Arthur slowly drank brandy and water, with visibly renovating effect. He began to lie in a more voluntary position, and looked as if he were less overpowered by bodily sensations. Adam was keenly alive to these indications, and as his anxiety about Arthur's condition began to be allayed, he felt more of that impatience which every one knows who has had his just indignation suspended by the physical state of the culprit. Yet there was one thing on his mind to be done before he could recur to remonstrance. It was to confess what had been unjust in his own words. Perhaps he longed all the more to make this confession, that his indignation might be free again, and as he saw the signs of returning ease in Arthur, the words again and again came to his lips and went back, checked by the thought that it would be better to leave everything till tomorrow. As long as they were silent, they did not look at each other, and a foreboding came across Adam that if they began to speak as though they remembered the past, if they looked at each other with full recognition, they must take fire again. So they sat in silence till the bit of wax candle flickered low in the socket, the silence all the while becoming more irksome to Adam. Arthur had just poured out some more brandy and water, and he threw one arm behind his head and drew up one leg in an attitude of recovered ease, which was an irresistible temptation to Adam to speak what was on his mind. "You begin to feel more yourself again, sir," he said, as the candle went out and they were half hidden from each other in the faint moonlight. "Yes. I don't feel good for much, very lazy, and not inclined to move, but I'll go home when I've taken this dose." There was a slight pause before Adam said, "My temper got the better of me, and I said things as wasn't true. I'd no right to speak as if you'd known you was doing me an injury. You'd no grounds for knowing it. I've always kept what I felt for her as secret as I could." He paused again before he went on. "And perhaps I judged you too harsh. I'm apt to be harsh, and you may have acted out of thoughtlessness more than I should have believed it was possible for a man with a heart and a conscience. We're not all put together alike, and we may misjudge one another. God knows it's all the joy I could have now to think the best of you." Arthur wanted to go home without saying any more. He was too painfully embarrassed in mind, as well as too weak in body, to wish for any further explanation tonight, and yet it was a relief to him that Adam reopened the subject in a way the least difficult for him to answer. Arthur was in the wretched position of an open, generous man who has committed an error which makes deception seem a necessity. The native impulse to give truth in return for truth, to meet trust with frank confession, must be suppressed, and duty was becoming a question of tactics. His deed was reacting upon him, was already governing him tyrannously, and forcing him into a course that jarred with his habitual feelings. The only aim that seemed admissible to him now was to deceive Adam to the utmost, to make Adam think better of him than he deserved. And when he heard the words of honest retraction, when he heard the sad appeal with which Adam had ended, he was obliged to rejoice in the remains of ignorant confidence it implied. He did not answer immediately, for he had to be judicious and not truthful. "Say no more about our anger, Adam," he said at last, very languidly, for the labour of speech was unwelcome to him. "I forgive your momentary injustice. It was quite natural, with the exaggerated notions you had in your mind. We shall be none the worse friends in future, I hope, because we fought. You had the best of it, and that was as it should be, for I believe I've been most in the wrong of the two. Come, let us shake hands." Arthur held out his hand, but Adam sat still. "I don't like to say no to that, sir," he said, But I can't shake hands till it's clear what we mean by it. I was wrong when I spoke as if you'd done me an injury knowingly, but I wasn't wrong in what I said before about your behaviour to Hetty, and I can't shake hands with you as if I held you my friend the same as ever till you've cleared that up better." Arthur swallowed his pride and resentment as he drew back his hand. He was silent for some moments, and then said, as indifferently as he could, "I don't know what you mean by clearing up, Adam. I've told you already that you think too seriously of a little flirtation. But if you are right in supposing there is any danger in it, I'm going away on Saturday, and there will be an end of it. As for the pain it has given you, I'm heartily sorry for it. I can say no more." Adam said nothing, but rose from his chair and stood with his face towards one of the windows, as if looking at the blackness of the moonlit fir trees. But he was in reality conscious of nothing but the conflict within him. It was of no use now, his resolution not to speak till tomorrow. He must speak there and then, but it was several minutes before he turned round and stepped nearer to Arthur, standing and looking down on him as he lay. "It'll be better for me to speak plain," he said, with evident effort, "though it's hard work. You see, sir, this isn't a trifle to me, whatever it may be to you. I'm none of the men as can go making love first to one woman and then to another, and don't think it much odds whichever I take. What I feel for Hetty's a different sort o' love, such as I believe nobody can know much about but them as feel it and God as has given it to 'em. She's more nor everything else to me, all but my conscience and my good name. And if it's true what you've been saying all along, and if it's only been trifling and flirting as you call it, as'll be put an end to by your going away, why then I'd wait and hope her heart 'ud turn to me after all. I'm loath to think you'd speak false to me, and I'll believe your word, however things may look." "You would be wronging Hetty more than me not to believe it," said Arthur, almost violently, starting up from the ottoman and moving away. But he threw himself into a chair again directly, saying more feebly, "You seem to forget that, in suspecting me, you are casting imputations upon her." "Nay, sir," Adam said in a calmer voice, as if he were half relieved, for he was too straightforward to make a distinction between a direct falsehood and an indirect one. "Nay, sir, things don't lie level between Hetty and you. You're acting with your eyes open, whatever you may do. But how do you know what's been in her mind? She's all but a child, as any man with a conscience in him ought to feel bound to take care on. And whatever you may think, I know you've disturbed her mind. I know she's been fixing her heart on you, for there's a many things clear to me now as I didn't understand before. But you seem to make light of what she may feel. You don't think o' that." "Good God, Adam, let me alone!" Arthur burst out impetuously. "I feel it enough without your worrying me." He was aware of his indiscretion as soon as the words had escaped him. "Well, then, if you feel it," Adam rejoined eagerly, "if you feel as you may have put false notions into her mind, and made her believe as you loved her, when all the while you meant nothing, I've this demand to make of you. I'm not speaking for myself, but for her. I ask you to undeceive her before you go away. You aren't going away for ever, and if you leave her behind with a notion in her head of your feelings about her the same as she feels about you, she'll be hankering after you, and the mischief may get worse. It may be a smart to her now, but it'll save her pain at the end. I ask you to write a letter. You may trust to my seeing as she gets it. Tell her the truth, and take blame to yourself for behaving as you'd no right to do to a young woman who isn't your equal. I speak plain, sir, but I can't speak any other way. There's nobody can take care of Hetty in this thing but me." "I can do what I think needful in the matter," said Arthur, more and more irritated by mingled distress and perplexity, "without giving promises to you. I shall take what measures I think proper." "No," said Adam, in an abrupt, decided tone, "that won't do. I must know what ground I'm treading on. I must be safe as you've put an end to what ought never to have been begun. I don't forget what's owing to you as a gentleman, but in this thing we're man and man, and I can't give up." There was no answer for some moments. Then Arthur said, "I'll see you tomorrow. I can bear no more now. I'm ill." He rose as he spoke, and reached his cap as if intending to go. "You won't see her again!" Adam exclaimed, with a flash of recurring anger and suspicion, moving towards the door and placing his back against it. "Either tell me she can never be my wife, tell me you've been lying, or else promise me what I've said." Adam, uttering this alternative, stood like a terrible fate before Arthur, who had moved forward a step or two, and now stopped, faint, shaken, sick in mind and body. It seemed long to both of them, that inward struggle of Arthur's, before he said feebly, "I promise. Let me go." Adam moved away from the door and opened it, but when Arthur reached the step, he stopped again and leaned against the doorpost. "You're not well enough to walk alone, sir," said Adam. "Take my arm again." Arthur made no answer, and presently walked on, Adam following. But after a few steps he stood still again and said coldly, "I believe I must trouble you. It's getting late now, and there may be an alarm set up about me at home." Adam gave his arm, and they walked on without uttering a word, till they came where the basket and the tools lay. "I must pick up the tools, sir," Adam said. "They're my brother's. I doubt they'll be rusted, if you'll please to wait a minute." Arthur stood still without speaking, and no other word passed between them till they were at the side entrance, where he hoped to get in without being seen by any one. He said then, "Thank you. I needn't trouble you any further." "What time will it be convenient for me to see you tomorrow, sir?" said Adam. "You may send me word that you're here at 5 o'clock," said Arthur. "Not before." "Good night, sir," said Adam, but he heard no reply. Arthur had turned into the house. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 29. The Next Morning. Arthur did not pass a sleepless night. He slept long and well, for sleep comes to the perplexed, if the perplexed are only weary enough. But at 7 he rang his bell and astonished Pym by declaring he was going to get up and must have breakfast brought to him at 8. "And see that my mare is saddled at 8:30, and tell my grandfather when he's down that I'm better this morning and am gone for a ride." He had been awake an hour and could rest in bed no longer. In bed our yesterdays are too oppressive. If a man can only get up, though it be but to whistle or to smoke, he has a present which offers some resistance to the past, sensations which assert themselves against tyrannous memories. And if there were such a thing as taking averages of feeling, it would certainly be found that in the hunting and shooting seasons regret, self-reproach, and mortified pride weigh lighter on country gentlemen than in late spring and summer. Arthur felt he should be more of a man on horseback. Even the presence of Pym, waiting on him with the usual deference, was a reassurance to him after the scenes of yesterday. For, with Arthur's sensitiveness to opinion, the loss of Adam's respect was a shock to his self-contentment which suffused his imagination with the sense he had sunk in all eyes, as a sudden shock of fear from some real peril makes a nervous woman afraid even to step, because all her perceptions are suffused with the sense of danger. Arthur's, as you know, was a loving nature. Deeds of kindness were as easy to him as a bad habit. They were the common issue of his weakness and good qualities, of his egoism and his sympathy. He didn't like to witness pain, and he liked to have grateful eyes beaming on him as the giver of pleasure. When he was a lad of 7, he one day kicked down an old gardener's pitcher of broth, from no motive but a kicking impulse, not reflecting that it was the old man's dinner. But on learning that sad fact, he took his favourite pencil case and a silver-hafted knife out of his pocket and offered them as compensation. He had been the same Arthur ever since, trying to make all offences forgotten in benefits. If there were any bitterness in his nature, it could only show itself against the man who refused to be conciliated by him. And perhaps the time was come for some of that bitterness to rise. At the first moment Arthur had felt pure distress and self-reproach at discovering that Adam's happiness was involved in his relation to Hetty. If there had been a possibility of making Adam tenfold amends, if deeds of gift or other deeds could have restored Adam's contentment and regard for him as a benefactor, Arthur would not only have executed them without hesitation, but would have felt bound all the more closely to Adam, and would never have been weary of making retribution. But Adam could receive no amends, his suffering could not be cancelled, his respect and affection could not be recovered by any prompt deeds of atonement. He stood like an immovable obstacle against which no pressure could avail, an embodiment of what Arthur most shrank from believing in, the irrevocableness of his own wrongdoing. The words of scorn, the refusal to shake hands, the mastery asserted over him in their last conversation in the hermitage, above all, the sense of having been knocked down, to which a man does not very well reconcile himself even under the most heroic circumstances, pressed on him with a galling pain which was stronger than compunction. Arthur would so gladly have persuaded himself that he had done no harm, and if no one had told him to the contrary, he could have persuaded himself so much better. Nemesis can seldom forge a sword for herself out of our consciences, out of the suffering we feel in the suffering we may have caused. There is rarely metal enough there to make an effective weapon. Our moral sense learns the manners of good society and smiles when others smile. But when some rude person gives rough names to our actions, she is apt to take part against us. And so it was with Arthur. Adam's judgment of him, Adam's grating words, disturbed his self-soothing arguments. Not that Arthur had been at ease before Adam's discovery. Struggles and resolves had transformed themselves into compunction and anxiety. He was distressed for Hetty's sake, and distressed for his own, that he must leave her behind. He had always, both in making and breaking resolutions, looked beyond his passion and seen that it must speedily end in separation. But his nature was too ardent and tender for him not to suffer at this parting. And on Hetty's account he was filled with uneasiness. He had found out the dream in which she was living, that she was to be a lady in silks and satins, and when he had first talked to her about his going away, she had asked him tremblingly to let her go with him and be married. It was his painful knowledge of this which had given the most exasperating sting to Adam's reproaches. He had said no word with the purpose of deceiving her. Her vision was all spun by her own childish fancy, but he was obliged to confess to himself that it was spun half out of his own actions. And to increase the mischief, on this last evening he had not dared to hint the truth to Hetty. He had been obliged to soothe her with tender, hopeful words, lest he should throw her into violent distress. He felt the situation acutely, felt the sorrow of the dear thing in the present, and thought with a darker anxiety of the tenacity which her feelings might have in the future. There was one sharp point which pressed against him. Every other he could evade by hopeful self-persuasion. The whole thing had been secret. The Poysers had not the shadow of a suspicion. No one except Adam knew anything of what had passed. No one else was likely to know. For Adam had impressed on Hetty that it would be fatal to betray, by word or look, that there had been the least intimacy between them, and Adam, who knew half their secret, would rather help them keep it than betray it. It was an unfortunate business altogether, but there was no use in making it worse than it was by imaginary exaggerations and forebodings of evil that might never come. The temporary sadness for Hetty was the worst consequence. He resolutely turned away his eyes from any bad consequence that was not demonstratively inevitable. But Hetty might have had the trouble in some other way, if not in this, and perhaps hereafter he might be able to do a great deal for her, and make up for all the tears she would shed about him. She would owe the advantage of his care for her in future years to the sorrow she had incurred now. So good comes out of evil. Such is the beautiful arrangement of things. Are you inclined to ask whether this can be the same Arthur who, 2 months ago, had that freshness of feeling, that delicate honour which shrinks from wounding even a sentiment, and does not contemplate any more positive offences as possible for it, who thought his own self-respect was a higher tribunal than any external opinion? The same, I assure you, only under different conditions. Our deeds determine us as much as we determine our deeds, and until we know what has been or will be the peculiar combination of outward with inward facts which constitutes a man's critical actions, It would be better not to think ourselves wise about his character. There is a terrible coercion in our deeds, which may first turn the honest man into a deceiver, and then reconcile him to the change, for this reason, that the second wrong presents itself to him in the guise of the only practicable right. The action which before commission had been seen with that blended common sense and fresh untarnished feeling which is the healthy eye of the soul, is looked at afterwards with the lens of apologetic ingenuity, through which all things that men call beautiful and ugly are seen to be made up of textures very much alike. Europe adjusts itself to the fait accompli, and so does an individual character, till the placid adjustment is disturbed by a convulsive retribution. No man can escape this vitiating effect of an offence against his own sentiment of right, and the effect was the stronger in Arthur because of that very need of self-respect which, while his conscience was still at ease, was one of his best safeguards. Self-accusation was too painful to him. He could not face it. He must persuade himself that he had not been very much to blame. He began even to pity himself for the necessity he was under of deceiving Adam. It was a course so opposed to the honesty of his own nature. But then it was the only right thing to do. Well, whatever had been amiss in him, he was miserable enough in consequence. Miserable about Hetty, miserable about this letter he had promised to write, and that seemed at one moment to be a gross barbarity, at the other perhaps the greatest kindness he could do to her. And across all this reflection would dart every now and then a sudden impulse of passionate defiance towards all consequences. He would carry Hetty away, and all other considerations might go to... In this state of mind the four walls of his room made an intolerable prison to him. They seemed to hem in and press down upon him all the crowd of contradictory thoughts and conflicting feelings, some of which would fly away in the open air. He had only an hour or two to make up his mind in, and he must get clear and calm. Once on Meg's back, in the fresh air of that fine morning, he would be more master of the situation. The pretty creature arched her bay neck in the sunshine, and pawed the gravel, and trembled with pleasure when her master stroked her nose, and patted her, and talked to her even in a more caressing tone than usual. He loved her the better because she knew nothing of his secrets. But Meg was quite as well acquainted with her master's mental state as many others of her sex with mental condition of that nice young gentleman towards whom their hearts are in a state of fluttering expectation. Arthur cantered for 5 miles beyond the Chase, till he was at the foot of a hill where there were no hedges or trees to hem in the road. Then he threw the bridle on Meg's neck and prepared to make up his mind. Hetty knew that their meeting yesterday must be the last before Arthur went away. There was no possibility of their contriving another without exciting suspicion, and she was like a frightened child, unable to think of anything, only able to cry at the mention of parting, and then put her face up to have the tears kissed away. He could do nothing but comfort her, and lull her into dreaming on. A letter would be a dreadfully abrupt way of awakening her. Yet there was truth in what Adam said, that would save her from a lengthened delusion, which might be worse than a sharp immediate pain, and it was the only way of satisfying Adam, who must be satisfied for more reasons than one. If he could have seen her again, but that was impossible. There was such a thorny hedge of hindrances between them, and imprudence would be fatal. And yet, if he could see her again, what good would it do? Only cause him to suffer more from the sight of her distress and the remembrance of it. Away from him she was surrounded by all the motives to self-control. A sudden dread here fell like a shadow across his imagination, the dread lest she should do something violent in her grief, and close upon that dread came another, which deepened the shadow. But he shook them off with the force of youth and hope. What was the ground for painting the future in that dark way? It was just as likely to be reverse. Arthur told himself he did not deserve that things should turn out badly. He had never meant beforehand to do anything his conscience disapproved. He had been led on by circumstances. There was a sort of implicit confidence in him that he was really such a good fellow at bottom, Providence would not treat him harshly. At all events, he couldn't help what would come now. All he could do was to take what seemed the best course at the present moment. And he persuaded himself that that course was to make the way open between Adam and Hetty. Her heart might really turn to Adam, as he said, after a while, and in that case there would have been no great harm done, since it was still Adam's ardent wish to make her his wife. To be sure, Adam was deceived in a way that Arthur would have resented as a deep wrong if it had been practised on himself. That was a reflection that marred the consoling prospect. Arthur's cheeks even burned in mingled shame and irritation at the thought. But what could a man do in such dilemma? He was bound in honour to say no word that could injure Hetty. His first duty was to guard her. He would never have told or acted a lie on his own account. Good God, what a miserable fool he was to have brought himself into such a dilemma! And yet, if ever man had excuses, he had. Pity that consequences are determined not by excuses, but by actions. Well, the letter must be written. It was the only means that promised the solution of the difficulty. The tears came into Arthur's eyes as he thought of Hetty reading it, but it would be almost as hard for him to write it. He was not doing anything easy to himself, and this last thought helped him to arrive at a conclusion. He could never deliberately have taken a step which inflicted pain on another and left himself at ease. Even a moment of jealousy at the thought of giving up Hetty to Adam went to convince him that he was making a sacrifice. When once he had come to this conclusion, he turned Meg round and set off home in a canter. The letter should be written the first thing, and the rest of the day would be filled with other business. He should have no time to look behind him. Happily, Irwine and Gawain were coming to dinner, and by 12 o'clock the next day he should have left the chase miles behind him. There was some security in this constant occupation against an uncontrollable impulse seizing on him to rush to Hetty and thrust into her hands some mad proposition that would undo everything. Faster and faster went the sensitive Meg, at every slight sign from her rider, till the canter had passed into a swift gallop. "I thought they said the master was took ill last night," said sour old John, the groom, at dinner-time in the servants' hall. "He's been riding fit to split the mare in two this forenoon." "That's happen one of the symptoms, John," said the facetious coachman. "Then I wish he would let blood for it, that's all," said John grimly. Adam had been early at the chase to know how Arthur was, and had been relieved from all anxiety about the effects of his blow by learning that he was gone out for a ride. At 5 o'clock he was punctually there again, and sent up word of his arrival. In a few minutes Pym came down with a letter in his hand and gave it to Adam, saying that the captain was too busy to see him and had written everything he had to say. The letter was directed to Adam, but he went out of doors again before opening it. It contained a sealed enclosure directed to Hetty. On the inside of the cover Adam read, "In the enclosed letter I have written everything you wish. I leave it to you to decide whether you will be doing best to deliver it to Hetty or to return it to me. Ask yourself once more whether you are not taking a measure which may pain her more than mere silence. There is no need for us seeing each other again now. We shall meet with better feelings some months hence. A.D." "Perhaps he's na right not to see me," thought Adam. "It's no use meeting to say more hard words, and it's no use meeting to shake hands and say we're friends again. We're not friends, and it's better not to pretend it. I know forgiveness is a man's duty, but to my thinking that can only mean as you're giving up all thoughts of taking revenge. It can never mean as though you're to have your old feelings back again, for that's not possible. He's not the same man to me, and I can't feel the same toward him. God help me, I don't know whether I feel the same towards anybody. I seem as if I'd been measuring my work from a false line, and got it all to measure over again." But the question about delivering the letter to Hetty soon absorbed Adam's thoughts. Arthur had procured some relief to himself by throwing the decision on Adam with a warning, and Adam, who was not given to hesitation, hesitated here. He determined to feel his way, to ascertain as well as he could what was Hetty's state of mind before he decided on delivering the letter. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laurie Heinrichs. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 30. The Delivery of the Letter. The next Sunday, Adam joined the Poysers on their way out of church, hoping for an invitation to go home with them. He had the letter in his pocket and was anxious to have an opportunity of talking to Hetty alone. He could not see her face at church, for she had changed her seat, and when he came up to shake her hands, her manner was doubtful and constrained. He expected this, for it was the first time she had met him since she had been aware that he had seen her with Arthur in the grove. "Come, you'll go on with us, Adam," Mr. Poyser said when they reached the turning, and as soon as they were in the fields Adam ventured to offer his arm to Hetty. The children soon gave them an opportunity of lingering behind a little, and then Adam said, "Will you contrive for me to walk out in the garden a bit with you this evening, if it keeps fine, Hetty? I've something particular to talk to you about." Hetty said very well. She was really as anxious as Adam was that she should have some private talk with him. She wondered what he thought of her and Arthur. He must have seen them kissing, she knew, but she had no conception of the scene that had taken place between Arthur and Adam. Her first feeling had been that Adam would be very angry with her, and perhaps would tell her aunt and uncle, but it never entered her mind that he would dare to say anything to Captain Donnithorne. It was a relief to her that he behaved so kindly to her today, and wanted to speak to her alone, for she had trembled when she found he was going home with them, lest he should mean to tell. But now he wanted to talk to her by herself. She should learn what he thought and what he meant to do. She felt a certain confidence that she could persuade him not to do anything she did not want him to do. She could perhaps even make him believe that she didn't care for Arthur, and as long as Adam thought that there was any hope of her having him, he would do just what she liked, she knew. Besides, she must go on seeming to encourage Adam, lest her uncle and aunt should be angry and suspect her of having some secret lover. Hetty's little brain was busy with this combination as she hung on Adam's arm and said yes or no to some slight observations of his about the many hawthorn berries there would be for the birds this next winter, and the low-hanging clouds that would hardly hold up to morning. And when they rejoined her aunt and uncle, she could pursue her thoughts without interruption, for Mr. Poyser held that though a young man might like to have the woman he was courting on his arm, he would nevertheless be glad of a little reasonable talk about business the while. And, for his own part, he was curious to hear the most recent news about the Chase farm. So, through the rest of the walk, he claimed Adam's conversation for himself, and Hetty laid her small plots and imagined her little scenes of cunning blandishment, as she walked along the hedgerows on honest Adam's arm, quite as well as if she had been an elegantly clad coquette alone in her boudoir. For if a country beauty in clumsy shoes be only shallow-hearted enough, it is astonishing how closely her mental processes may resemble those of a lady in society and crinoline, who applies her refined intellect to the problem of committing indiscretions without compromising herself. Perhaps the resemblance was not much the less because Hetty felt very unhappy all the while. The parting with Arthur was a double pain to her. Mingling with the tumult of passion and vanity there was the dim, undefined fear that the future might shape itself in some way quite unlike her dream. She clung to the comforting, hopeful words Arthur had uttered in their last meeting. "I shall come again at Christmas time, and then we will see what can be done." She clung to the belief that he was so fond of her he would never be happy without her, and she still hugged her secret that a great gentleman loved her, with gratified pride, as a superiority over all the girls she knew. But the uncertainty of the future, the possibilities to which she could give no shape, began to press upon her like the invisible weight of air. She was alone on her little island of dreams, and all around her was the dark, unknown water where Arthur was gone. She could gather no elation of spirits now by looking forward, but only by looking backward to build confidence on past words and caresses. But occasionally, since Thursday evening, her dim anxieties had been almost lost behind the more definite fear that Adam might betray what he knew to her uncle and aunt, and his sudden proposition to talk with her alone had set her thoughts to work in a new way. She was eager not to lose this evening's opportunity, and after tea, when the boys were going into the garden and Totty begged to go with them, Hetty said with alacrity that surprised Mrs. Poyser, "I'll go with her, aunt." It did not seem at all surprising that Adam said he would go too, and soon he and Hetty were left alone together on the walk by the filbert trees, where the boys were busy elsewhere gathering the large unripe nuts to play at cobnut with, and Totty was watching them with a puppy-like air of contemplation. It was but a short time, hardly 2 months, since Adam had had his mind filled with delicious hopes as he stood by Hetty's side in this garden. The remembrance of that scene had often been with him since Thursday evening, the sunlight through the apple-tree boughs, the red bunches, Hetty's sweet blush. It came importantly now on this sad evening with the low-hanging clouds, but he tried to suppress it, lest some emotion should impel him to say more than was needful for Hetty's sake. "After what I saw on Thursday night, Hetty," he began, "you won't think me making too free in what I'm going to say. If you was being courted by any man as 'ud make you his wife, and I known you was fond of him and meant to have him, I should have no right to speak a word to you about it. But when I see you're being made love to by a gentleman as can never marry you, and doesna think o' marrying you, I feel bound to interfere for you. I can't speak about it to them as are i' the place o' your parents, for that might bring worse trouble than's needful." Adam's words relieved one of Hetty's fears, but they also carried a meaning which sickened her with a strengthened foreboding. She was pale and trembling, and yet she would have angrily contradicted Adam if she had dared to betray her feelings, but she was silent. "You're so young, you know, Hetty," he went on, almost tenderly, "and you haven't seen much o' what goes on in the world. It's right for me to do what I can to save you from getting into the trouble for want o' your knowing where you're being led to. If anybody besides me knew what I know about your meeting a gentleman and having fine presents from him, they'd speak light on you, and you'd lose your character. And besides that, you'll have to suffer in your feelings with giving your love to a man as can never marry you, so as he might take care of you all your life." Adam paused and looked at Hetty, who was plucking the leaves from the filbert trees and tearing them up in her hand. Her little plans and preconcerted speeches had all forsaken her, like an ill-learnt lesson, under the terrible agitation produced by Adam's words. There was a cruel force in their calm certainty, which threatened to grapple and crush her flimsy hopes and fancies. She wanted to resist them, she wanted to throw them off with angry contradictions, but the determination to conceal what she felt still governed her. It was nothing more than a blind prompting now, for she was unable to calculate the effect of her words. "You've no right to say as I love him," she said faintly, but impetuously, plucking another rough leaf and tearing it up. She was very beautiful in her paleness and agitation, with her dark, childish eyes dilated and her breath shorter than usual. Adam's heart yearned over her as he looked at her, and if he could but comfort her and soothe her and save her from this pain, if he had but some sort of strength that would enable him to rescue her poor troubled mind as he would have rescued her body in the face of all danger. "I doubt it must be so, Hetty," he said tenderly, "for I canna believe you'd let any man kiss you by yourselves, and give you a gold box with his hair, and go a walking i' the grove to meet him, if you didna love him. I'm not blaming you, for I know it 'ud begun by little and little, till at last you'd not be able to throw it off. It's him I blame for stealing your love in that way, when he knew he could never make you the right amends. He's been trifling with you, and making a plaything of you, and caring nothing about you as a man ought to care." "Yes, he does care for me, I know better nor you," Hetty burst out. Everything was forgotten but the pain and anger she felt at Adam's words. "Nay, Hetty," said Adam, "if he'd cared for you rightly, he'd never have behaved so. He told me himself he meant nothing by his kissing and presents, and he wanted to make me believe as you thought little of him too. But I know better nor that. I can't help thinking as you've been trusting to his loving you well enough to marry you, for all he's a gentleman. And that's why I must speak to you about it, Hetty, for fear you should be deceiving yourself. It's never entered his head the thought of marrying you." "How do you know? How durst you say so?" said Hetty, pausing in her walk and trembling. The terrible decision of Adam's tone shook her with fear. She had no presence of mind left for the reflection that Arthur would have his reasons for not telling the truth to Adam. Her words and look were enough to determine Adam. He must give her the letter. Perhaps you can't believe me, Hetty, because you think too well of him, because you think he loves you better than he does. But I've got a letter in my pocket as he wrote himself for me to give you. I've not read the letter, but he says he's told you the truth in it. But before I give you the letter, consider, Hetty, and don't let it take too much hold on you. It wouldn't have been good for him if he'd wanted to do such a mad thing as marry you. It had led to no happiness in the end." Hetty said nothing. She felt a revival of hope at the mention of a letter which Adam had not read. There would be something quite different in it from what he thought. Adam took out the letter, but he held it in his hand still, while he said in a tone of tender entreaty, "Don't you bear me ill will, Hetty, because I'm the means of bringing you this pain. God knows I'd ha' borne a good deal worse for the sake of sparing you. And think, there's nobody but me that knows about this, and I'll take care of you as if I was your brother. You're the same as ever to me, for I don't believe you've done any wrong knowingly." Hetty had laid her hand on the letter, but Adam did not loose it till he had done speaking. She took no notice of what he said. She had not listened, but he loosed the letter. She put it into her pocket without opening it, and then began to walk more quickly as if she wanted to go in. "You're in the right not to read it just yet," said Adam. "Read it when you're by yourself, but stay out a little bit longer, and let us call the children. You look so white and ill, your aunt may take notice of it." Hetty heard the warning. It recalled to her the necessity of rallying her native powers of concealment, which had half given way under the shock of Adam's words. And she had the letter in her pocket. She was sure there was comfort in that letter in spite of Adam. She ran to find Totty, and soon reappeared with recovered colour, leading Totty, who was making a sour face because she had been obliged to throw away an unripe apple that she had set her small teeth in. "Hit, Totty," said Adam. "Come and ride on my shoulder ever so high. You'll touch the tops of the trees." What little child ever refused to be comforted by that glorious sense of being seized strongly and swung upward? I don't believe Ganymede cried when the eagle carried him away, and perhaps deposited him on Jove's shoulder at the end. Totty smiled down and complacently from her secure height, and pleasant was the sight of the mother's eyes as she stood at the house door and saw Adam coming with his small burden. "Bless your sweet face, my pet," she said, the mother's strong love filling her keen eyes with mildness, as Totty leaned forward and put out her arms. She had no eyes for Hetty at that moment, and only said, without looking at her, "You go and draw some ale, Hetty. The gels are both at the cheese." After the ale had been drawn and her uncle's pipe lighted, there was Totty to be taken to bed, and brought down again in her nightgown because she would cry instead of going to sleep. Then there was supper to be got ready, and Hetty must be continually in the way to give help. Adam stayed till he knew Mrs. Poyser expected him to go, engaging her and her husband in talk as constantly as he could, for the sake of leaving Hetty more at ease. He lingered because he wanted to see her safely through that evening, and he was delighted to find how much self-command she showed. He knew she had not time to read the letter, but he did not know she was buoyed by a secret hope that the letter would contradict everything he had said. It was hard work for him to leave her, hard to think that he should not know for days how she was bearing her trouble. But he must go at last, and all he could do was press her hand gently as he said good-bye, and hope she would take that as a sign that if his love could ever be a refuge for her, it was there the same as ever. How busy his thoughts were as he walked home in devising pitying excuses for her folly, and referring all her weakness to the sweet lovingness of her nature, and blaming Arthur, with less and less inclination to admit that his conduct might be extenuated too. His exasperation at Hetty's suffering, and also at the sense that she was possibly thrust for ever out of his own reach, deafened him to any plea for the miscalled friend who had wrought this misery. Adam was a clear-sighted, fair-minded man, a fine fellow indeed, morally as well as physically. But if Aristides the Just was ever in love and jealous, he was at that moment not perfectly magnanimous. And I cannot pretend that Adam, in these painful days, felt nothing but righteous indignation and loving pity. He was bitterly jealous, and in proportion as his love made him indulgent in his judgment of Hetty, the bitterness found a vent in his feelings toward Arthur. Her head was always like to be turned, he thought, when a gentleman with his fine manners and fine clothes, and his white hands and that way o' talking gentlefolks have, came about her, making up to her in a bold way as a man couldn't do that was only her equal, and it's much if she'll ever like a common man now. He could not help drawing his own hands out of his pockets and looking at them, at the hard palms and the broken fingernails. "I'm a roughish fellow altogether. I don't know, now I come to think on't, what there is much for a woman to like about me, and yet I might ha' got another wife easy enough if I hadn't set my heart on her. But it's little matter what other women think about me if she can't love me. She might ha' loved me, perhaps, as likely as any other man. There's nobody hereabouts as I'm afraid of, if he hadn't come between us. But now I shall be hateful to her because I'm so different to him. And yet there's no telling. She may turn round the other way when she finds he's made light of her all the while. She may come to feel the vally of a man as 'ud be thankful to be bound to her all his life. But I must put up with it whichever way it is. I've only to be thankful it's been no worse. I am not the only man that's got to do without much happiness in his life. There's many a good bit o' work done with a bad heart. It's God's will, and that's enough for us. We shouldn't know better how things ought to be than he does, I reckon, if we was to spend our lives a-puzzling. But it had gone better near to spoil my work for me if I'd seen her brought to sorrow and shame, and through the man as I've always been proud to think on. Since I've been spared that, I've no right to grumble. When a man's got his limbs whole, he can bear a smart cut or two." As Adam was getting over a stile at this point in his reflections, he perceived a man walking along the field before him. He knew it was Seth returning from an evening preaching, and made haste to overtake him. "I thought thee'dst be at home before me," he said, as Seth turned round to wait for him, "for I'm later than usual tonight." "Well, I'm later too, for I got into talk, after meeting with John Barnes, who was lately professed himself in a state of perfection, and I'd a question to ask him about his experience. It's one of them subjects that lead you further than you'd expect. They don't lie along the straight road." They walked along together in silence 2 or 3 minutes. Adam was not inclined to enter into the subtleties of religious experience, but he was inclined to interchange a word or two of brotherly affection and confidence with Seth. That was a rare impulse in him, much as the brothers loved each other. They hardly ever spoke of personal matters, or uttered more than an allusion to their family troubles. Adam was by nature the reserved in all matter of feelings, and Seth felt a certain timidity towards his more practical brother. "Seth, lad," Adam said, putting his arm on his brother's shoulder, "hast heard anything from Dinah Morris since she went away?" "Yes," said Seth. "She told me I might write her a word after a while, how we went on, and how mother bore up under her trouble. So I wrote to her a fortnight ago, and told her about thee having a new employment, and how mother was more contented. And last Wednesday, when I called at the post at Treddles'on, I found a letter from her. I think thee'dst perhaps like to read it, but I didna say anything about it because thee'st seemed so full of other things. It's quite easy to read. She writes wonderful for a woman." Seth had drawn the letter from his pocket and held it out to Adam, who said as he took it, Lad, I've got a tough load to carry just now. Thee mustna take it ill if I'm a bit silenter and crustier nor usual. Trouble doesna make me care less for thee. I know we shall stick together to the last." "I take not ill o' thee, Adam. I know well enough what it means if thee't a bit short wi' me now and then." "There's mother opening the door to look out for us," said Adam, as they mounted the slope. "She's been sitting in the dark as usual. Well, Gyp, art glad to see me?" Lisbeth went in again quickly and lighted a candle, for she had heard the welcoming rustle of footsteps in the grass before Gyp's joyful bark. My lads, the hours was ne'er so long sin' I was born as they'n been this Sunday night. What can ye both ha' been doing till this time?" "Thee shouldstna sit in the dark, mother," said Adam. "That makes the time seem longer." What am I to do wi' burning the candle of a Sunday when there's only me, and it's sin to do a bit o' knitting? The day's long enough for me to stare o' the book as I canna read it. It 'ud be a fine way o' shortening the time to make it waste the good candle. But which on you's for having supper? Ye mun either be clemmed or full, I should think, seeing what time o' night it is." "I'm hungry, mother," said Seth, seating himself at the little table which had been spread ever since it was light. "I've had my supper," said Adam. "Here, Gyp," he added, taking some cold potato from the table and rubbing the rough grey head that looked up towards him. "Thee needstna begin the dog," said Elizabeth. "I'n fed him already. I'm not like to forget him, I reckon, when he's all o' thee I can get sight on." "Come then, Gyp," said Adam, "we'll go to bed. Good night, mother. I'm very tired." "What ails him, dost know?" Lisbeth said to Seth, when Adam was gone upstairs. "He's like as if he was struck for death this day or two, he's so cast down. I found him i' the shop this forenoon, arter thee wast gone, a-sitting and doing nothing, not so much as a book afore him." "He's a deal o' work upon him just now, mother," said Seth, "and I think he's a bit troubled in his mind. Don't you take notice of it, because it hurts him when you do. Be as kind to him as you can, mother, and don't say anything to vex him." "Eh, what dost talk o' my vexing him, and what am I like to be but kind? I'll maul him a kettle cake for breakfast in the morning." Adam meanwhile was reading Dinah's letter by the light of his dip candle. "Dear brother Seth, your letter lay 3 days beyond my knowing of it at the post, for I had not money enough by me to pay the carriage, this being a time of great need and sickness here, with the rains that have fallen, as if the windows of heaven were opened again, and to lay by money, from day to day, in such a time when there are so many in present need of all things, would be a want of trust like the laying up of the manna. I speak of this because I would not have you think me slow to answer, or that I had small joy in your rejoicing at the worldly good that has befallen your brother Adam. The honour and love you bear him is nothing but meet, for God has given him great gifts, and he uses them as the patriarch Joseph did, who, when he was exalted to a place of power and trust, yet yearned with tenderness toward his parent and his younger brother. My heart is knit to your aged mother, since it was granted me to be near her in the day of trouble. Speak to her of me, and tell her I often bear her in my thoughts at the evening time, when I am sitting in the dim light as I did with her, and we held one another's hands, and I spoke the words of comfort that were given to me. Ah, that is blessed time, isn't it, Seth, when the outward light is fading, and the body is a little wearied with its work and its labour? Then the inward light shines the brighter, and we have a deeper sense of resting in the divine strength. I sit on my chair in the dark room and close my eyes, and it is as if I was out of the body, and could feel no want for evermore. For then the very hardship and the sorrow and the blindness and the sin I have beheld and been ready to weep over, yea, all the anguish of the children of men, which sometimes wraps me round like sudden darkness, I can bear with a willing pain, as if I was sharing the Redeemer's cross. For I feel it. Infinite love is suffering too. Yea, in the fullness of knowledge it suffers, it yearns, it mourns, and that is blind self-seeking which wants to be freed from the sorrow wherewith the whole creation groaneth and travaileth. Surely it is not true blessedness to be free from sorrow. While there is sorrow and sin in the world, sorrow is then a part of love, and love does not seek to throw it off. It is not the Spirit only that tells me this. I see it in the whole work and word of the gospel. Is there not pleading in heaven? Is not the man of sorrows there in that crucified body wherewith he ascended? And is he not one with the infinite love itself, as our love is one with our sorrow? These thoughts have been much borne in on me of late, and I have seen with new clearness the meaning of those words, "If any man love me, let him take up my cross." I have heard this enlarged on as if it meant the troubles and persecutions we bring on ourselves by confessing Jesus. But surely that is a narrow thought. The true cross of the Redeemer was the sin and sorrow of this world. That was what lay heavy on his heart, and that is the cross we shall share with him. That is the cup we must drink of with him, if we would have any part in that divine love which is one with his sorrow. In my outward lot which you ask about, I have all things and abound. I have had constant work in the mill, with some of the other hands have been turned off for a time, and my body is greatly strengthened, so that I feel little weariness after long walking and speaking. What you say about staying in your own country with your mother and brother shows me that you have true guidance. Your lot is appointed there by a clear showing, and to seek a greater blessing elsewhere would be like laying a false offering on the altar and expecting the fire from heaven to kindle it. My work and my joy are here among the hills, and I sometimes think I cling too much to my life among the people here, and should be rebellious if I was called away. I was thankful for your tidings about the dear friends at the Hall Farm, for though I sent them a letter by my aunt's desire, after I came back from my sojourn among them, I have had no word from them. My aunt has not the pen of a ready writer, and the work of the house is sufficient for the day, for she is weak in body. My heart cleaves to her and her children as the nearest of all to me in flesh, yea, and to all in that house. I am carried away to them continually in my sleep, and often in the midst of work, and even of speech, the thought of them is borne in on me as if they were in need and trouble, which yet is dark to me. There may be some leading here, but I wait to be taught. You say they are all well. We shall see each other again in the body, I trust, though it may not be for a long while, for the brethren and sisters at Leeds are desirous to have me for a short space among them, when I have a door open me again to leave Snowfield. Farewell, dear brother, and yet not farewell, for those children of God whom it has been granted to see each other face to face, and to hold communion together, and to feel the same Spirit working in both, can never more be sundered, though the hills may lie between. For their souls are enlarged for evermore by that union, and they bear one another about in their thoughts continually, as if it were new strength. Your faithful sister and fellow worker in Christ, Dinah Morris. I have not skill to write the words so small as you do, and my pen moves slow, and so I am straitened and say but little of what is in my mind. Greet your mother for me with a kiss. She asked me to kiss her twice when we parted. Adam had refolded the letter and was sitting meditatively with his head resting on his arm at the head of the bed when Seth came upstairs. "Hast read the letter?" said Seth. "Yes," said Adam. "I don't know what I should ha' thought of her and her letter if I'd never seen her. I dare say I should ha' thought a preaching woman hateful. But she's one as makes everything seem right as she says and does, and I seemed to see her and hear her speaking when I read the letter. It's wonderful how I remember her looks and her voice. She'd make thee rare and happy, Seth. She's just the woman for thee." "It's no use thinking o' that," said Seth despondingly. "She spoke so firm, and she's not the woman to say one thing and mean another. Nay, but her feelings may grow different. A woman may love to get by degrees. The best fire doesna flare up the soonest. I'd have thee go and see her by and by. I'd make it convenient for thee to be away 3 or 4 days, and it 'ud be no walk for thee, only between 20 and 30 mile. I should like to see her again, whether or no, if she wouldna be displeased with me for going," said Seth. "She'll be none displeased," said Adam emphatically, getting up and throwing off his coat. "It might be a great happiness to all if she'd have thee, for mother took to her so wonderful, and seemed so contented to be with her." "Aye," said Seth rather timidly, "and Dinah's fond o' Hetty too. She thinks a deal about her." Adam made no reply to that, and no other word but good night passed between them. End of chapter 30. Recording by Laurie Heinrichs. Chapter 31 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laurie Heinrichs. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 31. In Hetty's Bedchamber. It was no longer light enough to go to bed without a candle, even in Mrs. Poyser's early household, and Hetty carried one with her as she went up at last to her bedroom soon after Adam was gone, and bolted the door behind her. Now she would read her letter. It must have comfort in it. How was Adam to know the truth? It was always likely he should say what he did say. She set down the candle and took out the letter. It had a faint scent of roses, which made her feel as if Arthur were close to her. She put it to her lips, and a rush of remembered sensations for a moment or two swept away all fear. But her heart began to flutter strangely, and her hands to tremble as she broke the seal. She read slowly. It was not easy for her to read a gentleman's handwriting, though Arthur had taken pains to write plainly. Dearest Hetty, I have spoken truly when I have said that I loved you, and I shall never forget our love. I shall be your true friend as long as life lasts, and I hope to prove this to you in many ways. If I say anything to pain you in this letter, do not believe it is for want of love and tenderness towards you, for there is nothing I would not do for you if I knew it to be really for your happiness. I cannot bear to think of my little Hetty shedding tears when I am not there to kiss them away, and if I followed only my own inclinations, I should be with her at this moment instead of writing. It is very hard for me to part from her, harder still for me to write words which may seem unkind, though they spring from the truest kindness. Dear, dear Hetty, sweet as our love has been to me, sweet as it would be to me for you to love me always, I feel that it would have been better for us both if we had never had that happiness, and that it is my duty to ask you to love me and care for me as little as you can. The fault has been all mine, for though I have been unable to resist the longing to be near you, I have felt all the while that your affection for me might cause you grief. I ought to have resisted my feelings. I should have done so if I had been a better fellow than I am. But now, since the past cannot be altered, I am bound to save you from any evil that I have power to prevent. And I feel it would be a great evil for you if your affections continued so fixed on me that you could think of no other man who might be able to make you happier by his love than I ever can, and if you continue to look towards something in the future which cannot possibly happen. For, dear Hetty, If I were to do what you one day spoke of and make you my wife, I should do what you yourself would come to feel was for your misery instead of your welfare. I know you can never be happy except by marrying a man in your own station, and if I were to marry you now, I should only be adding to any wrong I have done, besides offending against my duty in the other relations of life. You know nothing, dear Hetty, of the world in which I must always live, and you would soon begin to dislike me, because there would be so little in which we should be alike. And since I cannot marry you, we must part. We must try not to feel like lovers any more. I am miserable while I say this, but nothing else can be. Be angry with me, my sweet one, I deserve it. But do not believe that I shall not always care for you, always be grateful to you. Always remember my Hetty, and if any trouble should come that we do not now foresee, trust in me to do everything that lies in my power. I have told you where you are to direct the letter to, if you want to write, but I put it down below lest you should have forgotten. Do not write unless there is something I can really do for you, for, dear Hetty, we must try to think of each other as little as we can. Forgive me, and try to forget everything about me, except that I shall be, as long as I live, your affectionate friend, Arthur Donnithorne. Slowly Hetty read his letter, and when she looked up from it there was a reflection of a blanched face in the old dim glass, a white marble face with rounded childish forms, but with something sadder than a child's pain in it. Hetty did not see the face. She saw nothing. She only felt that she was cold and sick and trembling. The letter shook and rustled in her hand. She laid it down. It was a horrible sensation, this cold and trembling. It swept away the very ideas that produced it, and Hetty got up to reach a warm cloak from her clothes-press, wrapped it around her, and sat as if she were thinking of nothing but getting warm. Presently she took up the letter with a firmer hand and began to read it through again. The tears came this time, great rushing tears that blinded her and blotched the paper. She felt nothing but that Arthur was cruel to write so, cruel not to marry her. Reasons why he could not marry her had no existence for her mind. How could she believe in any misery that could come to her from the fulfillment of all that she had been longing for and dreaming of? She had not the ideas that could make up the notion of that misery. As she threw down the letter again, she caught sight of her face in the glass. It was reddened now and wet with tears. It was almost like a companion that she might complain to, that would pity her. She leaned forward on her elbows and looked into those dark, overflooding eyes and at the quivering mouth, and saw how the tears came thicker and thicker, and how the mouth became convulsed with sobs. The shattering of all her little dream world, the crushing blow on her newborn passion, afflicted her pleasure-craving nature with an overpowering pain that annihilated all impulse to resistance, and suspended her anger. She sat sobbing till the candle went out, and then, wearied, aching, stupefied with crying, threw herself on the bed without undressing, and went to sleep. There was a feeble dawn in the room when Hetty awoke, a little after 4 o'clock, with a sense of dull misery, the cause of which broke upon her gradually as she began to discern the objects around her in the dim light. And then came the frightening thought that she had to conceal her misery as well as to bear it, in this dreary daylight that was coming. She could lie no longer. She got up and went towards the table. There lay the letter. She opened her treasure drawer. There lay the earrings and the locket, the signs of all her short happiness, the signs of the lifelong dreariness that was to follow it. Looking at the little trinkets which she had once eyed and fingered so fondly as the earnest of her future paradise of finery, she lived back in the moments when they had been given to her with such tender caresses, such strangely pretty words, such glowing looks, which filled her with a bewildering, delicious surprise. They were so much sweeter than she had thought anything could be. And the Arthur who had spoken to her and looked at her in this way, who was present with her now, whose arm she felt round her, his cheek against hers, his very breath upon her, was the cruel, cruel Arthur who had written that letter which she snatched and crushed and then opened again, that she might read it once more. The half-benumbed mental condition which was the effect of last night's violent crying made it necessary to her to look again and see if her wretched thoughts were actually true, if the letter was really so cruel. She had to hold it close to the window, else she could not have read it by the faint light. Yes, it was worse, it was more cruel. She crushed it up in anger. She hated the writer of that letter, hated him for the very reason that she hung upon him with all her love, all the girlish passion and vanity that made up her love. She had no tears this morning. She had wept them all away last night, and now she felt that dry-eyed morning misery which is worse than the first shock because it has the future in it as well as the present. Every morning to come, as far as her imagination could stretch, she would have to get up and feel that day would have no joy for her. For there is no despair so absolute as that which comes with the first moments of our first great sorrow, when we have not yet known what it is like to have suffered and be healed, to have despaired and to have recovered hope. As Hetty began languidly to take off the clothes she had worn all night, that she might wash herself and brush her hair, she had a sickening sense that her life would go on in this way. She should always be doing things she had no pleasure in, getting up to the old tasks of work, seeing people she cared nothing about, going church and to Treddleston and to tea with Mrs. Best, and carrying no happy thought with her. For her the short poisonous delights had spoiled for ever the little joys that had once made the sweetness of her life. The new frock ready for Treddleston Fair, the party at Mr. Britton's at Broxton Wake, the beau that she would say no to for a long while, and the prospect of the wedding that was to come at last when she would have a silk gown and a great many clothes all at once. These things were all flat and dreary to her now. Everything would be a weariness, and she would carry about for ever a hopeless thirst and longing. She paused in the midst of her languid undressing and leaned against the dark old clothes-press. Her neck and arms were bare, her hair hung down in delicate rings, and they were just as beautiful as they were that night 2 months ago, when she walked up and down this bedchamber glowing with vanity and hope. She was not thinking of her neck and arms now. Even in her own beauty was indifferent to her. Her eyes wandered sadly over the dull old chamber, and then looked out vacantly towards the growing dawn. Did a remembrance of Dinah come across her mind? Of her foreboding words, which made her angry? Of Dinah's affectionate entreaty to think of her as a friend in trouble? No, the impression had been too slight to recur. Any affection or comfort Dinah could have given her would have been as indifferent to Hetty this morning as everything else was except her bruised passion. She could better bear something quite new than sinking back into the old everyday round. She would like to run away and loose her hold on the familiar and rush blindly on some unknown condition. Hers was a luxurious and vain nature, not a passionate one, and if she were ever to take any violent measure, she would be urged to it by the desperation of terror. There was not much room for her thoughts to travel in the narrow circle of her imagination, and she soon fixed on the one thing that she would do to get away with her old life. She would ask her uncle to let her go to be a lady's maid. Miss Lydia's maid would help her to get a situation, if she knew Hetty had her uncle's leave. When she had thought of this, she fastened up her hair and began to wash. It seemed more possible to her to go downstairs and try to behave as usual. She would ask her uncle this very day. On Hetty's blooming health it would take a great deal of such mental suffering as hers to leave any deep impress, and when she was dressed as neatly as usual in her working dress, with her hair tucked up under her little cap, an indifferent observer would have been more struck with the young roundness of her cheek and neck and the darkness of her eyes and eyelashes than with any signs of sadness about her. But when she took up the crushed letter and put it in her drawer, that she might lock it out of sight, hard smarting tears, having no relief in them as the great drops had that fell last night, forced their way into her eyes. She wiped them away quickly. She must not cry in the daytime. Nobody should find out how miserable she was. Nobody should know she was disappointed about anything, and the thought that the eyes of her aunt and uncle should be upon her gave her the self-command which often accompanies a great dread. For Hetty looked out from her secret misery towards the possibility of their eyes knowing what had happened, as the sick and weary prisoner might think of the possible pillory. They would think her conduct shameful, and shame was torture. That was poor little Hetty's conscience. So she locked up her drawer and went away to her early work. In the evening, when Mr. Poyser was smoking his pipe, and his good nature was therefore at its superlative moment, Hetty seized the opportunity of her aunt's absence to say, "Uncle, I wish you'd let me go for a lady's maid." Mr. Poyser took the pipe from his mouth and looked at Hetty in mild surprise for some moments. She was sewing and went on with her work industriously. "Why, what's put that into your head, my wench?" he said at last, after he had given one conservative puff. "I should like it. I should like it better than farm work." "Nay, nay, you fancy so because you dunna know it, my wench. It wouldn't be half so good for your health, nor for your luck o' life. I'd like you to stay with us until you got a good husband. You're my own niece, and I wouldn't have you go to service, though it's a gentleman's house, as long as I've got a home for you." Mr. Poyser paused and puffed away at his pipe. "I like the needlework," said Hetty. "I should get good wages." "Has your aunt been a bit sharp wi' you?" said Mr. Poyser, not noticing Hetty's further argument. "You mustna mind that, my wench. She does it for your good. She wishes you well, and there isn't many aunts as are no kin to you 'ud ha' done by you as she has." "No, it isn't my aunt," said Hetty, "but I should like the work better." "It was all very well for you to learn the work a bit, and I gev my consent to that fast enough, sin' Mr. Pomfret was willing to teach you. For if anything was to happen, it's well to know how to turn your hand to different sorts of things. But I never meant you to go to service, my wench. My family's ate their own bread and cheese as fur back as anybody knows, hanna they, father? You wouldna like your grandchild to take wage?" "Nay," said old Martin, with an elongation of the word, meant to make it bitter as well as negative, while he leaned forward and looked down on the floor. "But the wench takes arter her mother. I'd hard work to hold her in here, and she married a spite o' me, a fellow wi' only 2 head o' stock when there should ha' been on's farm. She might well die o' the inflammation afore she was 30. It was seldom the old man made so long a speech, but his son's question had fallen like a bit of dry fuel on the embers of a long unextinguished resentment, which had always made the grandfather more indifferent to Hetty than to his son's children. Her mother's fortune had been spent by that good-for-naught Sorrel, and Hetty had Sorrel's blood in her veins. Poor thing," said Martin the younger, who was sorry to have provoked the retrospective harshness. "She had but bad luck. But Hetty's got as good a chance of getting a solid, sober husband as any gal of this country." After throwing out this pregnant hint, Mr. Poyser recurred to his pipe in silence, looking at Hetty to see if she did not give some sign of having renounced her ill-advised wish. But instead of that, Hetty, in spite of herself, began to cry, half out of ill temper at the denial, half out of the day's repressed sadness. "Hey," said Mr. Poyser, meaning to check her playfully. "Don't let's have any crying. Crying's for them as ha' got no home, not for them as want to get rid o' one. What dost think?" he continued to his wife, who now came back into the house-place, knitting with fierce rapidity, as if that movement were a necessary function like the twittering of a crab's antenna. "Think? Why, I think we shall have the fowl stole before we are much older, with that gal forgetting to lock the pens up o' nights. What's the matter now, Hetty? What are you crying at?" "Why, she's been wanting to go for a lady's maid," said Mr. Poyser. "I tell her we can do better for her than that." "I thought she'd got some maggot in her head. She's gone about with her mouth buttons up so all day. That's all but going so among them servants at the Chase, as we war fools for letting her go. She thinks it'd be a finer life than being with them as are kin to her and ha' brought her up since she war no bigger nor Marty. She thinks there's nothing belongs to being a lady's maid but wearing finer clothes nor she was born to, I'll be bound. It's what rags she can get to stick on her as she's thinking on from morning till night, as I often ask her if she wouldn't like to be the mawkin in the field, for then she'd be made o' rags inside and out. I'll never give my consent to her going for a lady's maid while she's got good friends to take care on her till she's married to somebody's better nor one of them valets, as is neither a common man nor a gentleman, and must live on the fat of the land, and's like enough to stick his hands under his coat-tails and expect his wife to work for him." Aye," said Mr. Poyser, "we must have a better husband for her nor that, and there's better at hand. Come, my wench, give over crying and get to bed. I'll do better for you nor letting you go for a lady's maid. Let's hear no more on't." When Hetty was gone upstairs, he said, "I canna make it out as she would want to go away, for I thought she'd got a mind to Adam Bede. She's looked like it o' late." There's no knowing what she's got a liking to, for things take no more hold on her than if she was a dried pea. I believe that gell, Molly, as is aggravating enough for the matter o' that, but I believe she'd care more about leaving us and the children, for all she's been here but a year come Michaelmas, nor Hetty would. But she's got this notion o' being a lady's maid with going among them servants. We might ha' known that it had led to when we let her go to learn the fine work, but I'll put a stop to it pretty quick." "Thee'dst be sorry to part wi' her if it wasn't for her good," said Mr. Poyser. "She's useful to thee i' the work." "Sorry? Yes, I'm fonder on her nor she deserves. A little hard-hearted hussy wine to leave us i' that way. I can't ha' had her about me these 7 years, I reckon, and done for her, and taught her everything, wi'out caring about her. And here I'm having linen spun, and thinking all the while it'll make sheeting and table clothing for her when she's married, and she'll live i' the parish wi' us, and never go out of our sights, like a fool as I am for thinking aught about her as is no better nor a cherry wi' a hard stone inside it." "Nay, nay, thee mustna make much of a trifle," said Mr. Poyser soothingly. "She's fond on us, I'll be bound, but she's young, and gets things in her head as she can't rightly give account on. Them young fillies 'ull run away often wi'out knowing why." Her uncle's answers, however, had another effect on Hetty besides that of disappointing her and making her cry. She knew quite well whom he had in his mind in his allusions to marriage and to a sober, solid husband, and when she was in her bedroom again, the possibility of her marrying Adam presented itself to her in a new light. In a mind where no strong sympathies are at work, where there is no supreme sense of right to which the agitated nature can cling and steady itself to quiet endurance, one of the first results of sorrow is a desperate, vague clutching after any deed that will change the actual condition. Poor Hetty's vision of consequences, at no more time than a narrow, fantastic calculation of her own probable pleasures and pains, was now quite shut out by reckless irritation under present suffering, and she was ready for one of those convulsive, motiveless actions by which wretched men and women leap from a temporary sorrow into a lifelong misery. Why should she not marry Adam? She did not care what she did so that it made some change in her life. She felt confident that he would still want to marry her, and any further thought about Adam's happiness in the matter had never yet visited her. Strange, perhaps you will say, this rush of impulse towards a course that might have seemed the most repugnant to her present state of mind, and in only the second night of her sadness. Yes, the actions of a little trivial soul like Hetty, struggling amidst the serious, sad destinies of a human being, are strange. So are the motions of a little vessel without ballast tossed about on a stormy sea. How pretty it looked with its party-coloured sail in the sunlight, moored in the quiet bay. Let that man bear the loss who loosed it from its moorings. But that will not save the vessel, the pretty thing that might have been a lasting joy.
End of chapter 31.
Chapter 31 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine Millward. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 32. Mrs. Poyser has her say out. The next Saturday evening there was much excited discussion at the Donnithorne Arms concerning an incident which had occurred that very day, no less than a second appearance of the smart man in top boots, said by some to be a mere farmer in treaty for the Chase farm, by others to be the future steward, but by Mr. Casson himself, the personal witness to the stranger's visit, pronounced contemptuously to be nothing better than a bailiff such as Satchell had been before him. No one had thought of denying Mr. Casson's testimony to the fact that he had seen the stranger. Nevertheless, he proffered various corroborating circumstances. "I see him myself," he said. "I see him coming along by the Crabtree meadow on a bald-faced hoss. I'd just been to have a pint. It was after 10 in the forenoon, when I have my pint as regular as the clock, and I says to Knowles, as druv up with his wagon, 'You'll get a bit of barley to-day, Knowles,' I says, 'if you look about you.' And then I went round by the rickyard and toward the Treddles on road, and just as I come up by the big ash tree, I see the man in top boots coming along on a bald-faced hoss. I wish I may never stir if I didn't. And I stood still till he come up, and I says, 'Good morning, sir,' I says, for I wanted to hear the turn of his tongue, as I might know whether he was this countryman. So I says, 'Good morning, sir. It'll hup for the barley this morning, I think. There'll be a bit got him, if we've good luck.' And he says, 'You may be right. There's no tellin',' he says. And I knowed by that," here Mr. Casson gives a wink, "as he didn't come from 100 mile off. I dare say he'd think me a hard talker, as you Loamshire folks allus does hany one as talks the right language." "The right language," said Bartle Massey contemptuously. "You're about as near the right language as a pig squeaking is like a tune played on a key bugle."
"Well, I don't know," answered Mr. Casson, with an angry smile. "I should think a man as has lived among the gentry from a by, it's likely to know what's the right answer pretty nigh as well as a schoolmaster." "Aye, aye, man," said Bartle, with a tone of sarcastic consolation. "You talk the right language for you. When Mike Holdsworth's goat says 'Bah!' it's all right. It'd be unnatural for it to make any other noise." The rest of the party being Loamshire men, Mr. Casson had the laughs strongly against him, and wisely fell back on the previous question, which, far from being exhausted in a single evening, was renewed in the churchyard before service the next day, with the fresh interest conferred on all news when there is a fresh person to hear it. And that fresh hearer was Martin Poyser, who, as his wife said, never went boozing with that set at Casson's, a-sitting a-soaking in drink, and looking as wise as a lot of codfish with red faces. It was probably owing to the conversation she had with her husband on their way from church concerning this problematic stranger that Mrs. Poyser's thoughts immediately reverted to him when, a day or two afterwards, as she was standing at the house door with her knitting, in that eager leisure which came to her when the afternoon cleaning was done, she saw the old squire enter the yard on his black pony, followed by John the groom. She always cited it afterwards as a case of prevision, which really had something more in it than her own remarkable penetration, that the moment she set eyes on the squire, she said to herself, "I shouldn't wonder if he's come about that man as is a-going to take the Chase farm, wanting Poyser to do something for him without pay. But Poyser's a fool if he does." Something unwonted must clearly be in the wind, for the old squire's visits to his tenantry were rare, and though Mrs. Poyser had during the last 12-month recited many imaginary speeches, meaning even more than met the ear, which she was quite determined to make to him the next he appeared within the gates of the Hall Farm, the speeches had always remained imaginary. "Good day, Mrs. Poyser," said the old squire, peering at her with his short-sighted eyes, a mode of looking at her which, as Mrs. Poyser observed, "allays aggravated me. It was as if you was an insect, and he was going to dab his fingernail on you." However, she said, "Your servant, sir," and curtsied with an air of perfect deference as she advanced toward him. She was not the woman to misbehave toward her betters, and fly in the face of the catechism without severe provocation. "Is your husband at home, Mrs. Poyser?" "Yes, sir. He's only in the rick-yard. I'll send for him in a minute. If you'll please to get down and step in." "Thank you, I will do so. I want to consult him about a little matter, but you are quite as much concerned in it, if not more. I must have your opinion too." "Hetty, run and tell your uncle to come in," said Mrs. Poyser as they entered the house, and the old gentleman bowed low in answer to Hetty's curtsy, while Totty, conscious of a pinafore stained with gooseberry jam, stood hiding her face against the clock and peeping round furtively. "What a fine old kitchen this is," said Mr. Donnithorne, looking round admiringly. He always spoke in the same deliberate, well-chiselled, polite way, whether his words were sugary or venomous. "And you keep it so exquisitely clean, Mrs. Poyser. I like these premises, do you know, beyond any on the estate." "Well, sir, since you're fond of 'em, I should be glad if you'd let a bit of repairs be done to 'em, for the boardings in that state as were like to be eaten up with rats and mice, and the cellar, you may stand up to your knee in water in it if you like to go down, but perhaps you'd rather believe my words. Won't you please sit down, sir?" "Not yet. I must see your dairy. I've not seen it for years, and I hear on all hands about your fine cheese and butter," said the squire, looking politely unconscious that there could be any question on which he and Mrs. Poyser might happen to disagree. "I think I see the door open there. You must not be surprised if I cast a covetous eye on your cream and butter. I don't expect that Mrs. Satchel's cream and butter will bear comparison with yours." "I can't say, sir, I'm sure. It's seldom I see other folks' butter, though there's some on it as one's no need to see. The smell's enough." "Ah, now, this I like," said Mr. Donnithorne, looking round at the damp temple of cleanliness, but keeping near the door. I'm sure I should like my breakfast better if I knew the butter and cream came from this dairy. Thank you, that really is a pleasant sight. Unfortunately, my slight tendency to rheumatism makes me afraid of damp. I'll sit down in your comfortable kitchen. Ah, Poyser, how do you do? In the midst of business, I see, as usual. I've been looking at your wife's beautiful dairy. The best manager in the parish, is she not? Mr. Poyser had just entered in shirt-sleeves and open waistcoat, with a face a shade redder than usual from the exertion of pitching. As he stood, red, rotund, and radiant, before the small, wiry, cool old gentleman, he looked like a prize apple by the side of a withered crab. "Will you please to take this chair, sir?" he said, lifting his father's armchair forward a little. "You'll find it easy." "No, thank you. I never sit in easy chairs," said the old gentleman, seating himself on a small chair near the door. "Do you know, Mrs. Poyser? Sit down, pray, both of you. I've been far from contented for some time with Mrs. Satchel's dairy management. I think she has not a good method, as you have." "Indeed, sir, I can't speak to that," said Mrs. Poyser in a hard voice, rolling and unrolling her knitting and looking icily out of the window as she continued to stand opposite the squire. Poyser might sit down if he liked, she thought. She wasn't going to sit down, as if she'd give in to any such smooth-tongued palaver. Mr. Poyser, who looked and felt the reverse of icy, did sit down in his three-cornered chair. "And now, Poyser, as Satchel is laid up, I am intending to let the Chase farm to a respectable tenant. I'm tired of having a farm on my own hands. Nothing is made the best of in such cases, as you know. A satisfactory bailiff is hard to find, and I think you and I, Poyser, and your excellent wife here, can enter into a little arrangement in consequence, which will be to our mutual advantage." "Oh," said Mr. Poyser, with a good-natured blankness of imagination as to the nature of the arrangement. "If I'm called upon to speak, sir," said Mrs. Poyser, after glancing at her husband with pity at his softness, "you know better than me, but I don't see what the Chase farm is to us. We've cumber enough with our own farm. Not but what I'm glad to hear o' anybody respectable coming into the parish. There's some as have been brought in as hadn't been looked on in that character." "You're likely to find Mr. Thurle an excellent neighbour, I assure you, such a one as you will feel glad to have accommodated by the little plan I'm going to mention, especially as I hope you will find it as much to your own advantage as his." "Indeed, sir, if it's anything to our advantage, it'll be the first offer of the sort I've heard on. It's them as takes advantage that get advantage in this world, I think. Folks have to wait long enough afore it's brought to 'em." "The fact is, Poyser," said the squire, ignoring Mrs. Poyser's theory of worldly prosperity, "there is too much dairy land and too little plough land on the Chase farm to suit Thurle's purpose. Indeed, he will only take the farm on condition of some change in it. His wife, it appears, is not a clever dairywoman like yours. Now, the plan I'm thinking of is to effect a little exchange. If you were to have the hollow pastures, you might increase your dairy, which must be so profitable under your wife's management. And I should request you, Mrs. Poyser, to supply my house with milk, cream, and butter at the market prices. On the other hand, Poyser, you might let Thurle have the lower and upper ridges, which really, with our wet seasons, would be a good riddance for you. There is much less risk in dairy land than corn land." Mr. Poyser was leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, his head on one side, and his mouth screwed up, apparently absorbed in making the tips of his fingers meet so as to represent the perfect accuracy the ribs of a ship. He was much too acute a man not to see through the whole business and to foresee perfectly what would be his wife's view of the subject. But he disliked giving unpleasant answers. Unless it was on a point of farming practice, he would rather give up than have a quarrel any day, and, after all, it mattered more to his wife than to him. So, after a few moments' silence, he looked up at her and said mildly, "What dost say?" Mrs. Poyser had had her eyes fixed on her husband with cold severity during his silence, but now she turned away her head with a toss, looked icily at the opposite roof of the cowshed, and, spearing her knitting together with the loose pin, held it firmly between her clasped hands. "Say? Why, I say you may do as you like about giving up any o' your corn land afore your lease is up, which it won't be for a year come next Michaelmas. But I'll not consent to take more dairy work into my hands either for love or money, and there's neither love nor money here as I can see, only other folks' love o' theirselves, and the money as is to go into other folks' pockets. I know there's them as is born to own the land, and them as is born to sweat on it." Here Mrs. Poyser paused to gasp a little. "And I know it's christened folks' duty to submit to their betters, as fur as flesh and blood 'ull bear it. But I'll not make a martyr o' myself, and wear myself to skin and bone, and worrit myself as if I was a churn with butter a-coming in it, for no landlord in England, not if he was King George himself." "No, no, my dear Mrs. Poyser, certainly not," said the squire, still confident in his own powers of persuasion. "You must not overwork yourself. But don't you think your work will rather be lessened than increased in this way? There is so much milk required at the Abbey that you will have little increase of cheese and butter making for the addition to your dairy. And I believe selling the milk is the most profitable way of disposing of dairy produce, is it not?" "Aye, that's true," said Mr. Poyser, unable to repress an opinion on a question of farming profits, and forgetting that it was not in this case a purely abstract question. "I dare say," said Mrs. Poyser bitterly, turning her head halfway towards her husband and looking at the vacant armchair. "I dare say it's true for men as sit in the chimney corner and make believe as everything's cut with ins and outs to fit in everything else. If you could make a pudding with thinking of the batter, it'd be easy getting dinner. How do I know whether the milk'll be wanted constant? What's to make me sure as the house won't be put a board wage afore we're many months older, and then I may have to lie here awake o' nights with 20 gallons of milk on my mind, and Dingle'll take no more butter, let alone paying for it, and we must fat pigs till we're obliged to beg the butcher on our knees to buy them, and lose half of 'em with the measles. And there's the fetching and the carrying, as 'ud be welly half a day's work for a man and hoss. That's to be took out of the profits, I reckon. But there's folks that hold a sieve under the pump and expect to carry away with the water. That difficulty about the fetching and carrying you will not have, Mrs. Poyser," said the squire, who thought that this entrance into particulars indicated a distant inclination to compromise on Mrs. Poyser's part. "Bethel will do that regularly with the cart and pony." "Oh, sir, begging your pardon, I've niver been used to having gentlefolks' servants coming about my back places, a-making love to both the girls at the once, and keeping 'em with their hands on their hips listening to all the manner of gossip, when they should be down on their knees a-scouring. If we're to go to ruin, it shanna be with having our back kitchen turned into a public." "Well, Poyser," said the squire, shifting his tactics and looking as if he thought Mrs. Poyser had suddenly withdrawn from the proceedings and left the room, "you can turn the hollows into feeding land. I can easily make another arrangement about supplying my house, and I shall not forget your readiness to accommodate your landlord as well as a neighbour. I know you will be glad to have your lease renewed for 3 years, when the present one expires. Otherwise, I dare say Thurl, who is a man of some capital, would be glad to take both the farms, as they could be worked so well together. But I don't want to part with an old tenant like you." To be thrust out of the discussion in this way would have been enough to complete Mrs. Poyser's exasperation, even without the final threat. Her husband, really alarmed at the possibility of their leaving the old place where he had been bred and born, for he believed the old squire had small spite enough for anything, was beginning a mild remonstrance explanatory of the inconvenience he should find in having to buy and sell more stock, with Well, sir, I think it's rather hard. When Mrs. Poyser burst in with a desperate determination to have her say out this once, though it were to rain notices to quit, and the only shelter were the workhouse. Then, sir, if I may speak, as, for all I'm a woman, and there's folks as think a woman's fool enough to stand by and look on while the men sign her soul away, I've a right to speak, for I make 1/4 of the rent, and save another quarter. I say, if Mr. Turl's so ready to take the farm under you, it's a pity but what he should take this, and see if he likes to live in a house with all the plagues of Egypt in it, with the cellar full of water and frogs, and toads hopping up the steps by dozens, and the floors rotten, and the rats and mice gnawing every bit of cheese and running over our heads as we lie abed, till we expect 'em to eat us up alive, as it's a mercy they hanna eat the children long ago. I should like to see if there's another tenant besides Poyser as 'ud put up with never having a bit of repairs done till the place tumbles down, and not then, only with begging and praying and having to pay half, and being strung up with the rent, as it's much if he gets enough out of the land to pay, for all he's put his own money into the ground beforehand. See, if you'll get a stranger to lead such a life here as that, a maggot must be born in the rotten cheese to like it, I reckon. You may run away from the words, sir," continued Mrs. Poyser, following the old squire beyond the door, for after the first moments of stunned surprise he had got up, and waving his hand towards her with a smile, had walked out towards his pony. But it was impossible for him to get away immediately, for John was walking the pony up and down the yard, and was some distance from the causeway when his master beckoned. "You may run away from my words, sir, and you may go spinning underhanded ways of doing us a mischief, for you've got old Harry to your friend, though nobody else is. But I tell you for once as we're not dumb creatures to be abused and made money on by them as has got the lash in their hands, for want o' knowing how to undo the tackle. And if I'm the one as speaks my mind, there's plenty of the same way of thinking in this parish, and the next to it, for your name's no better than a brimstone match in everybody's nose. If it isn't a 2-3 old folks as you think of, saving your soul by giving 'em a bit of flannel and a drop of porridge. And you may be right in thinking it'll take but little to save your soul, for it'll be the smallest saving you've ever made, with all your scraping. There are occasions on which 2 servant girls and a waggoner may be a formidable audience, and as the squire rode away on his black pony, even the gift of a short-sightedness did not prevent him from being aware that Molly and Nancy and Tim were grinning not far from him. Perhaps he suspected that sour old John was grinning behind him, which was also the fact. Meanwhile, the bulldog, the black and tan terrier, Alec's sheepdog, and the gander hissing at a safe distance from the pony's heels, carried out the idea of Mrs. Poyser's solo in an impressive quartet. Mrs. Poyser, however, had no sooner seen the pony move off than she turned round, gave the 2 hilarious damsels a look which drove them into the back kitchen, and, unsparing her knitting, began to knit again with her usual rapidity as she re-entered the house. "Thee'st done it now," said Mr. Poyser, a little alarmed and uneasy, but not without some triumphant amusement at his wife's outbreak. "Yes, I know I've done it," said Mrs. Poyser, "but I've had my say out, and I shall be the easier for it all my life. There's no pleasure in living if you're to be corked up for ever, and only dribble your mind out by the sly, like a leaky barrel. I shan't repent saying what I think if I live to be as old as the old squire, and there's little likelihood, for it seems as if them as aren't wanted here are the only folks as aren't wanted in the other world. But thee wouldna like moving from the old place this Michaelmas 12-month, said Mr. Poyser, and going into a strange parish where thee knowest nobody. It'll be hard upon us both, and upon father too. It's no use worriting. There's plenty of things may happen between this and Michaelmas 12-month. The captain may be master afore them, for what we know, said Mrs. Poyser, inclined to take an unusually hopeful view of an embarrassment which had been brought about by her own merit and not by other people's fault. "I'm none for worriting," said Mr. Poyser, rising from his three-cornered chair and walking slowly towards the door. "But I should be loath to leave the old place, and the parish where I was bred and born, and father afore me. We should have leave our roots behind us, I doubt, and never thrive again." End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Belinda Brown, Indianapolis, Indiana. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 33. More links. The barley was all carried at last, and the harvest suppers went without waiting for the dismal black crop of beans. The apples and nuts were gathered and stored, the scent of whey departed from the farmhouses, and the scent of brewing came in its stead. The wood behind the chaise and all the hedgerow trees took on a solemn splendour under the dark, low-hanging skies. Michaelmas was come, with its fragrant basketfuls of purple damsons and its paler purple daisies, and its lads and lasses leaving or seeking service, and winding along between the yellow hedges with their bundles under their arms. But though Michaelmas was come, Mr. Thurl, that desirable tenant, did not come to the Chase farm, and the old squire, after all, had been obliged to put in a new bailiff. It was known throughout the two parishes that the squire's plan had been frustrated, because the Poysers had refused to be put upon, and Mrs. Poyser's outbreak was discussed in all the farmhouses with a zest which was only heightened by frequent repetition. The news that Boney was come back from Egypt was comparatively insipid, and the repulse of the French in Italy was nothing to Mrs. Poyser's repulse of the old squire. Mr. Irwine had heard a version of it in every parishioner's house, with one exception of the Chase. But since he had always, with marvellous skill, avoided any quarrel with the Donnithornes, he could not allow himself the pleasure of laughing at the old gentleman's discomfiture with anyone besides his mother, who declared that if she were rich she should like to allow Mrs. Poyser a pension for life, and wanted to invite her to the parsonage that she might hear an account of the scene from Mrs. Poyser's own lips. "No, no, mother," said Mr. Irwine. "It was a little bit of irregular justice on Mrs. Poyser's part, but a magistrate like me must not countenance irregular justice. There must be no report spread that I have taken notice of the quarrel, else I shall lose the little good influence I have over the old man." "Well, I like that woman even better than her cream cheeses," said Mrs. Irwine. "She has the spirit of 3 men, with that pale face of hers, and she says such sharp things, too." "Sharp! Yes, her tongue is like a new-set razor. She's quite original in her talk, too, one of those untaught wits that help to stock a country with proverbs. I told you that capital thing I heard her say about Craig, that he was like a cock, who thought the sun had risen to hear him crow. Now that's an Aesop's fable in a sentence. But it will be a bad business if the old gentleman turns them out of the farm next Michaelmas, said Mrs. Irwine. "Oh, that must not be, and Poyser is such a good tenant that Donnithorne is likely to think twice, and digest his spleen rather than turn them out. But if he should give them notice at Lady Day, Arthur and I must move heaven and earth to mollify him. Such old parishioners as they are must not go." "Ah, there's no knowing what may happen before Lady Day," said Mrs. Irwine. "It struck me on Arthur's birthday that the old man was a little shaken. He's 83, you know. It's really an unconscionable age. It's only women who have the right to live as long as that." "When they've got old bachelor sons who would be forlorn without them," said Mr. Irwine, laughing and kissing his mother's hand. Mrs. Poyser, too, met her husband's occasional forebodings of a notice to quit with, "There's no knowing what may happen before Lady Day," one of those undeniable general propositions which are usually intended to convey a particular meaning very far from undeniable. But it's really too hard upon a human nature that it should be held a criminal offence to imagine the death even of the king, when he has turned 83, it is not to be believed that any but the dullest Britons can be good subjects under that hard condition. Apart from this foreboding, things went on much as usual at the Poyser household. Mrs. Poyser thought she noticed a surprising improvement in Hetty. To be sure, the girls got closer tempered, and sometimes she seemed as if there was no drawing a word from her with cart ropes. But she thought much less about her dress, and went after the work quite eagerly, without any telling. And it was wonderful how she never wanted to go out now. Indeed, could hardly be persuaded to go, and she bore her aunt's putting a stop to her weekly lessons and fine work at the Chase without the least grumbling or pouting. It must be, after all, that she had set her heart on Adam at last, and her sudden freak of wanting to be a lady's maid must have been caused by some little pique or misunderstanding between them, which had passed by. For whenever Adam came to the Hall Farm, Hetty seemed to be in better spirits, and talked more than at other times, though she was almost sullen when Mr. Craig or any other admirer happened to pay a visit there. Adam himself watched her at first with trembling anxiety, which gave way to surprise and delicious hope. 5 days after delivering Arthur's letter, he had ventured to go to the Hall Farm again, not without dread lest the sight of him might be painful to her. She was not in the house-place when he entered, and he sat talking to Mr. and Mrs. Poyser for a few minutes, with a heavy fear on his heart that they might presently tell him Hetty was ill. But by and by there came a light step that he knew, and when Mrs. Poyser said, "Come, Hetty, where have you been?" Adam was obliged to turn round, though he was afraid to see the changed look there must be in her face. He almost started when he saw her smiling as if she were pleased to see him, looking the same as ever at a first glance, only that she had her cap on, which he had never seen her in before when he came of an evening. Still, when he looked at her again, and again as she moved about, or sat at her work, there was a change. The cheeks were as pink as ever, and she smiled as much as she had ever done of late, but there was something different in her eyes, in the expression of her face, in all her movements. Adam thought, something harder, older, less childlike. "Poor thing," he said to himself, "that's allays likely. It's because she's had her first heartache. But she's got a spirit to bear up under it. Thank God for that." As the weeks went by, and he saw her always looking pleased to see him, turning up her lovely face towards him, as if she meant him to understand that she was glad for him to come, and going about her work in that same equable way, making no sign of sorrow, he began to believe that her feelings toward Arthur must have been much slighter than he had imagined in his first indignation and alarm, and that she had been able to think of her girlish fancy that Arthur was in love with her and would marry her as a folly of which she was timely cured. And it perhaps was, as he had sometimes in his more cheerful moments hoped it would be. Her heart was really turning with all the more warmth towards the man she knew to have a serious love for her. Possibly you think that Adam was not at all sagacious in his interpretations, and that it was altogether extremely unbecoming in a sensible man to behave as he did, falling in love with a girl who really had nothing more than her beauty to recommend her, attributing imaginary virtues to her, and even condescending to cleave to her after she had fallen in love with another man, waiting for her kind looks as a patient, trembling dog waits for his master's eyes to be turned upon him. But in so complex a thing as human nature, we must consider, it is hard to find rules without exceptions. Of course, I know that, as a rule, sensible men fall in love with the most sensible women of their acquaintance, see through all the pretty deceits of coquettish beauty, never imagine themselves loved when they are not loved, cease loving on all proper occasions, and marry the woman most fitted for them in every respect. Indeed, so as to compel the approbation of all the maiden ladies in their neighbourhood. But even to this rule an exception will occur now and then in the lapse of centuries, and my friend Adam was one. For my own part, however, I respect him none the less. Nay, I think the deep love he had for that sweet, rounded, blossom-like, dark-eyed Hetty, of whose inward self he was really very ignorant, came out of the strength of his nature, and not out of any inconsistent weakness. Is it any weakness, pray, to be wrought on by exquisite music, to feel its wondrous harmonies searching the subtlest windings of your soul, the delicate fibres of life where no memory can penetrate, and binding together your whole being, past and present, in one unspeakable vibration, melting you in one moment with all the tenderness, all the love that has been scattered through toilsome years, concentrating in one emotion of heroic courage or resignation, all the heart-learned lessons of renouncing sympathy, blending your present joy with past sorrow, and your present sorrow with all your past joy? If not, then neither is it a weakness to be so wrought upon by the exquisite curves of a woman's cheek and neck and arms, by the liquid depths of her beseeching eyes, or the sweet childish pout of her lips. For the beauty of a lovely woman is like music. What can one say more? Beauty has an expression beyond and far above the one woman's soul that it clothes, as the words of genius have a wider meaning than the thoughts that prompted them. It is more than a woman's love that moves us in a woman's eyes. It seems to be a far-off, mighty love that has come near to us and made speech for itself there. The rounded neck, the dimpled arms, move us by something more than their prettiness, by their close kinship with all we have known of tenderness and peace. The noblest nature sees the most of this impersonal expression in beauty. It is needless to say that there are gentlemen with whiskers dyed and undyed who see none of it whatever, and for this reason the noblest nature is often the most blinded to the character of the one woman's soul that the beauty clothes. Whence, I fear, the tragedy of human life is likely to continue for a long time to come, in spite of mental philosophers who are ready with the best receipts for avoiding all mistakes of the kind. Our good Adam had no fine words into which he could put his feelings for Hetty. He could not disguise mystery in this way with the appearance of knowledge. He called his love frankly a mystery, as you have heard him. He only knew that the sight and memory of her moved him deeply, touching the spring of all love and tenderness, all faith and courage within him. How could he imagine narrowness, selfishness, hardness in her? He created the mind he believed in out of his own, which was large, unselfish, tender. The hopes he felt about Hetty softened a little his feelings toward Arthur. Surely his attentions to Hetty must have been of a slight kind. They were altogether wrong, and such as no man in Arthur's position ought to have allowed himself, but they must have had an air of playfulness about them, which had probably blinded him to their danger, and had prevented them from laying any strong hold on Hetty's heart. As the new promise of happiness rose for Adam, his indignation and jealousy began to die out. Hetty was not made unhappy. He almost believed that she liked him best, and the thought sometimes crossed his mind that the friendship which had once seemed dead forever might revive in the days to come, and he would not have to say good-bye to the grand old woods, but would like them better because they were Arthur's. For this new promise of happiness, following so quickly on the shock of pain, had an intoxicating effect on the sober Adam, who had all his life been used to much hardship and moderate hope. Was he really going to have an easy lot after all? It seemed so, for at the beginning of November Jonathan Burge, finding it impossible to replace Adam, had at last made up his mind to offer him a share in the business, without further condition than that he should continue to give his energies to it, and renounce all thought of having a separate business of his own. Son-in-law or no son-in-law, Adam had made himself too necessary to be parted with, and his head work was so much more important to Burge than his skill and handicraft, that his having the management of the woods made little difference in the value of his services. And as to the bargain about the squire's timber, it would be easy to call in a third person. Adam saw here an opening into a broadening path of prosperous work, such as he thought of with ambitious longing ever since he was a lad. He might come to build a bridge, or a town hall, or a factory, for he had always said to himself that Jonathan Burge's building business was like an acorn, which might be the mother of a great tree. So he gave his hand to Burge on that bargain, and went home with his mind full of happy visions, in which, my refined reader will perhaps be shocked when I say it, the image of Hetty hovered, and smiled over plans for seasoning timber at a trifling expense, calculations as to the cheapening of bricks per thousand by water carriage, and a favourite scheme for the strengthening of roofs and walls with a peculiar form of iron girder. What then? Adam's enthusiasm lay in these things, and our love is inwrought in our enthusiasm as electricity is inwrought in the air, exalting its power by subtle presence. Adam would be able to take a separate house now, and provide for his mother in the old one. His prospects would justify his marrying very soon, and if Dinah consented to have Seth, their mother would perhaps be more contented to live apart from Adam. But he told himself that he would not be hasty. He would not try Hetty's feelings for him until it had had time to grow strong and firm. However, tomorrow, after church, he would go to the Hall Farm and tell them the news. Mr. Poyser, he knew, would like it better than a £5 note, and he should see if Hetty's eyes brightened at it. The months would be short with all he had to fill his mind, and this foolish eagerness, which had come over him of late, must not hurry him into any premature words. Yet, when he got home and told his mother the good news, and ate his supper, while she sat by, almost crying for joy, and wanting him to eat twice as much as usual because of his good luck, he could not help preparing her gently for the coming change by talking of the old house being too small for them all to go on living in it always. End of chapter 33. Reading by Belinda Brown of Indianapolis, Indiana.
Chapter 34 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 34. The Betrothal. It was a dry Sunday, and really a pleasant day for the 2nd of November. There was no sunshine, but the clouds were high, and the wind was so still that the yellow leaves which fluttered down from the hedgerow elms must have fallen from pure decay. Nevertheless, Mrs. Poyser did not go to church, for she had taken a cold too serious to be neglected. Only 2 winters ago she had been laid up for weeks with a cold. And since his wife did not go to church, Mr. Poyser considered that on the whole it would be as well for him to stay away too, and keep her company. He could perhaps have given no precise form to the reasons that determined this conclusion, but it is well known to all experienced minds that our firmest convictions are often dependent on subtle impressions for which words are quite too coarse a medium. However it was, no one from the Poyser family went to church that afternoon except Hetty and the boys. Yet Adam was bold enough to join them after church, and say that he would walk home with them, though all the way through the village he appeared to be chiefly occupied with Marty and Tommy, telling them about the squirrels in Binton Coppice, and promising to take them there some day. But when they came to the fields, he said to the boys, "Now then, which is the stoutest walker? Him as gets to the home gate first shall be the first to go with me to Binton Coppice on their donkey. But Tommy must have the start up to the next stile, because he's the smallest." Adam had never behaved so much like a determined lover before. As soon as the boys had both set off, he looked down at Hetty and said, "Won't you hang on my arm, Hetty?" in a pleading tone, as if he had already asked her and she had refused. Hetty looked up at him smilingly and put her round arm through his in a moment. It was nothing to her, putting her arm through Adam's, but she knew he cared a great deal about having her arm through his, and she wished him to care. Her heart beat no faster, and she looked at the half-bare hedgerows and the ploughed field with the same sense of oppressive dullness as before. But Adam scarcely felt that he was walking. He thought Hetty must know that he was pressing her arm a little, a very little. Words rushed to his lips that he dared not utter, that he had made up his mind not to utter yet, and so he was silent for the length of that field. The calm patience with which he had once waited for Hetty's love, content only with her presence and the thought of the future, had forsaken him since that terrible shock nearly 3 months ago. The agitations of jealousy had given a new restlessness to his passion, had made fear and uncertainty too hard almost to bear. But though he might not speak to Hetty of his love, he would tell her about his new prospects and see if she would be pleased. So when he was enough master of himself to talk, he said, "I'm going to tell your uncle some news that'll surprise him, Hetty, and I think you'll be glad to hear it too." "What's that?" Hetty said indifferently. "Why, Mr. Burge has offered me a share in his business, and I'm going to take it." There was a change in Hetty's face, certainly not produced by any agreeable impression from this news. In fact, she felt a momentary annoyance and alarm, for she had so often heard it hinted by her uncle that Adam might have Mary Burge and a share in the business any day if he liked, that she associated the two objects now, and the thought immediately occurred that perhaps Adam had given her up because of what had happened lately, and had turned towards Mary Burge. With that thought, and before she had time to remember any reasons why it could not be true, came a new sense of forsakenness and disappointment. The one thing, the one person, her mind had rested on in its dull weariness, had slipped away from her, and peevish misery filled her eyes with tears. She was looking on the ground, but Adam saw her face, saw the tears, and before he had finished saying, "Hetty, dear Hetty, what are you crying for?" his eager, rapid thought had flown through all the causes conceivable to him, and had at last alighted on half the true one. Hetty thought he was going to marry Mary Burge. She didn't like him to marry. Perhaps she didn't like him to marry anyone but herself. All caution was swept away, all reason for it was gone, and Adam could feel nothing but trembling joy. He leaned towards her and took her hand as he said, "I could afford to be married now, Hetty. I could make a wife comfortable, but I shall never want to be married if you won't have me." Hetty looked up at him and smiled through her tears, as she had done to Arthur that first evening in the wood, when she had thought he was not coming, and yet he came. It was a feebler relief, a feebler triumph she felt now, but the great dark eyes and the sweet lips were as beautiful as ever, perhaps more beautiful, for there was a more luxuriant womanliness about Hetty of late. Adam could hardly believe in the happiness of that moment. His right hand held her left, and he pressed her arm close against his heart as he leaned down towards her. "Do you really love me, Hetty? Will you be my own wife, to love and take care of as long as I live?" Hetty did not speak, but Adam's face was very close to hers, and she put up her round cheek against his like a kitten. She wanted to be caressed. She wanted to feel as if Arthur were with her again. Adam cared for no words after that, and they hardly spoke through the rest of the walk. He only said, "I may tell your uncle and aunt, mayn't I, Hetty?" And she said yes. The red firelight on the hearth at the Hall Farm shone on joyful faces that evening, when Hetty was gone upstairs, and Adam took the opportunity of telling Mr. and Mrs. Poyser and the grandfather that he saw his way to maintaining a wife now, and that Hetty had consented to have him. "I hope you have no objections against me for her husband," said Adam. "I'm a poor man as yet, but she shall want nothing as I can work for." "Objections?" said Mr. Poyser, while the grandfather leaned forward and brought out his nay. "What objections can we ha' to you, lad? Never mind you being poorish as yet. There's money in your headpiece as there's money in the sown field. But it must ha' time. You'n got enough to begin on, and we can do a deal toward the bit of furniture you want. Thee's got feathers and linen to spare, plenty, eh?" This question was of course addressed to Mrs. Poyser, who was wrapped up in a warm shawl, and was too hoarse to speak with her usual facility. At first she only nodded emphatically, but she was presently unable to resist the temptation to be more explicit. "It'd be a poor tale if I hadn't feathers and linen," she said hoarsely, "when I never sell a fowl but what's plucked, and the wheels a going every day o' the week." "Come, my wench," said Mr. Poyser, when Hetty came down. "Come and kiss us, and let us wish you luck." Hetty went very quietly and kissed the big good-natured man. "There," he said, patting her on the back, "go and kiss your aunt and your grandfather. I'm as wishful to have you settled well as if you was my own daughter, and so's your aunt, I'll be bound, for she's done by you this 7 year, Hetty, as if you'd been her own. Come now," he went on, becoming jocose, as soon as Hetty had kissed her aunt and the old man. "Adam wants a kiss too, I'll warrant, and he's a right to one now." Hetty turned away, smiling, towards her empty chair. "Come, Adam, then, take one," persisted Mr. Poyser, "else you aren't half a man." Adam got up, blushing like a small maiden, great strong fellow as he was, and putting his arm round Hetty, stooped down and gently kissed her lips. It was a pretty scene in the red firelight, for there were no candles. Why should there be, when the fire was so bright and was reflected from all the pewter and the polished oak? No one wanted to work on a Sunday evening. Even Hetty felt something like contentment in the midst of all this love. Adam's attachment to her, Adam's caress, stirred no passion in her, were no longer enough to satisfy her vanity, but they were the best her life offered her now. They promised her some change. There was a great deal of discussion before Adam went away, about the possibility of his finding a house that would do for him to settle in. No house was empty except the one next to Will Maskery's in the village, and that was too small for Adam now. Mr. Poyser insisted that the best plan would be for Seth and his mother to move and leave Adam in the old home, which might be enlarged after a while, for there was plenty of space in the woodyard and garden. But Adam objected to turning his mother out. "Well, well," said Mr. Poyser at last, "we needn't fix everything tonight. We must take time to consider. You can't think of getting married afore Easter. I'm not for long courtships, but there must be a bit of time to make things comfortable." "Ay, to be sure," said Mrs. Poyser in a hoarse whisper. "Christian folks can't be married like cuckoos, I reckon." "I'm a bit daunted, though," said Mr. Poyser, "when I think as we may have notice to quit, and belike be forced to take a farm 20 mile off." "Eh?" said the old man, staring at the floor and lifting his hands up and down, while his arms rested on the elbows of his chair. "It's a poor tale if I mun leave the old spot and be buried in a strange parish. And you'll happen to double rates to pay," he added, looking up at his son. "Well, thee mustna fret beforehand, father," said Martin the younger. "Happen the captain'll come home and make our peace with old squire. I build upon that, for I know the captain'll see folks righted if he can." End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 35. The Hidden Dread. It was a busy time for Adam, the time between the beginning of November and the beginning of February, and he could see little of Hetty, except on Sundays. But a happy time nevertheless, for it was taking him nearer and nearer to March, when they were to be married, and all the little preparations for their new housekeeping marked the progress towards the longed-for day. 2 new rooms had been run up to the old house, for his mother and Seth were to live with them after all. Lisbeth had cried so piteously at the thought of leaving Adam that he had gone to Hetty and asked her if, for the love of him, she would put up with his mother's ways and consent to live with her. To his great delight, Hetty said, "Yes, I'd as soon she lived with us as not." Hetty's mind was oppressed at that moment with a worse difficulty than poor Lisbeth's ways. She could not care about them. So Adam was consoled for the disappointment he had felt when Seth had come back from his visit to Snowfield and said, "It was no use. Dinah's heart wasn't turned towards marrying." For when he had told his mother that Hetty was willing they should all live together and there was no more need of them to think of parting, she said, in a more contented tone, that he had heard her speak in since it had been settled that he was to be married. "Eh, my lad, I'll be as still as the old tabby, and ne'er want to do aught but the awful work, as she won't like to do. And then we needna part the platters and things, as a stood on the shelf together sin' afore thee wast born." There was only one cloud that now and then came across Adam's sunshine. Hetty seemed unhappy sometimes, but to all his anxious, tender questions she replied with an assurance that she was quite contented and wished nothing different, and the next time he saw her she was more lively than usual. It might be that she was a little overdone with work and anxiety now, for soon after Christmas Mrs. Poyser had taken another cold, which had brought on inflammation, and this illness had confined her to her room all through January. Hetty had to manage everything downstairs, and half supply Molly's place too, while the good damsel waited on her mistress, and she seemed to throw herself so entirely into her new functions, working with a grave steadiness which was new in her, that Mr. Poyser often told Adam she was wanting to show him what a good housekeeper he would have. But he doubted the lass was overdoing it. She must have a bit of rest when her aunt could come downstairs. This desirable event of Mrs. Poyser's coming downstairs happened in the early part of February, when some mild weather thawed the last patch of snow on the Binton Hills. On one of these days, soon after her aunt came down, Hetty went to Treddleston to buy some of the wedding things which were wanting, and which Mrs. Poyser had scolded her for neglecting, observing that she supposed it was because they were not for the outside, else she'd have bought 'em fast enough. It was about 10 o'clock when Hetty set off, and the slight hoar-frost that had whitened the hedges in the early morning had disappeared as the sun mounted the cloudless sky. Bright February days have a stronger charm of hope about them than any other days in the year. One likes to pause in the mild rays of the sun, and look over the gates at the patient plough-horses turning at the end of the furrow, and think that the beautiful year is all before one. The birds seem to feel just the same. Their notes are as clear as the clear air. There are no leaves on the trees and hedgerows, but how green all the grassy fields are, and the dark purplish brown of the ploughed earth and of the bare branches is beautiful too. What a glad world this looks like as one drives or rides along the valleys and over the hills. I have often thought so when, in foreign countries, where the fields and woods have looked to me like our English Loamshire, the rich land tilled with just as much care, the woods rolling down the gentle slopes of the green meadows, I have come on something by the roadside which has reminded me that I am not in Loamshire, an image of a great agony, the agony of the cross. It has stood perhaps by the clustering apple blossoms, or in the broad sunshine by the cornfield, or at the turning by the wood where a clear brook was gurgling below. And surely, if there came a traveller to this world who knew nothing of the story of man's life upon it, this image of agony would seem to him strangely out of place in the midst of this joyous nature. He would not know that hidden behind the apple blossoms, or among the golden corn, or under the shrouding boughs of the wood, there might be a human heart beating heavily with anguish, perhaps a young blooming girl, not knowing where to turn for refuge from swift advancing shame, understanding no more of this life of ours than a foolish lost lamb wandering farther and farther in the nightfall on the lonely heath, yet tasting the bitterest of life's bitterness. Such things are sometimes hidden among the sunny fields and behind the blossoming orchards, and the sound of the gurgling brook, if you came close to one spot behind a small bush, would be mingled for your ear with a despairing human sob. No wonder man's religion has much sorrow in it, no wonder he needs a suffering God. Hetty, in her red cloak and warm bonnet, with her basket in hand, is turning towards a gate by the side of the Treddleston road, but not that she may have a more lingering enjoyment of the sunshine and think with hope of the long unfolding year. She hardly knows that the sun is shining, and for weeks now, when she has hoped at all, it has been for something at which she herself trembles and shudders. She only wants to be out of the high road, that she may walk slowly and not care how her face looks, as she dwells on wretched thoughts, and through this gate she can get into a field path behind the wide, thick hedgerows. Her great dark eyes wander blankly over the fields like the eyes of one who is desolate, homeless, unloved, not the promised bride of a brave, tender man. But there are no tears in them. Her tears were all wept away in the weary night, before she went to sleep. At the next stile the pathway branches off. There are 2 roads before her, one along by the hedgerow, which will by and by lead her into the road again, the other across the fields, which will take her much farther out of the way into the scantlands, low-shrouded pastures, where she will see nobody. She chooses this and begins to walk a little faster, as if she had suddenly thought of an object towards which it was worth while to hasten. Soon she is in the scantlands, where the grassy land slopes gradually downwards, and she leaves the level ground to follow the slope. Farther on there is a clump of trees on the low ground, and she is making her way towards it. No, it is not a clump of trees, but a dark shrouded pool, so full with the wintry rains that the underboughs of the elder bushes lie low beneath the water. She sits down on the grassy bank, against the stooping stem of the great oak that hangs over the dark pool. She has thought of this pool often in the nights of the month that has just gone by, and now at last she has come to see it. She clasps her hands round her knees, and leans forward and looks earnestly at it, as if trying to guess what sort of bed it would make for her young round limbs. No, she has not courage to jump into that cold watery bed, and if she had, they might find her. They might find out why she had drowned herself. There is but one thing left to her. She must go away, go where they can't find her. After the first oncoming of her great dread, some weeks after her betrothal to Adam, she had waited and waited in the blind vague hope that something would happen to set her free from her terror, but she could wait no longer. All the force of her nature had been concentrated on the one effort of concealment, and she had shrunk with irresistible dread from every course that could tend towards a betrayal of her miserable secret. Whenever the thought of writing to Arthur had occurred to her, she had rejected it. He could do nothing for her that would shelter her from discovery and scorn among the relatives and neighbours who once more made all her world. Now her airy dream had vanished. Her imagination no longer saw happiness with Arthur, for he could do nothing that would satisfy or soothe her pride. No, something else would happen, something must happen, to set her free from this dread. In young, childish, ignorant souls, there is constantly this blind trust in some unshapen chance. It is as hard to a boy or a girl to believe that a great wretchedness will actually befall them, as to believe that they will die. But now necessity was pressing hard upon her. Now the time of her marriage was close at hand. She could no longer rest in this blind trust. She must run away. She must hide herself where no familiar eyes could detect her. And then the terror of wandering out into the world, of which she knew nothing, made the possibility of going to Arthur a thought which brought some comfort with it. She felt so helpless now, so unable to fashion the future for herself, that the prospect of throwing herself on him had a relief in it which was stronger than her pride. As she sat by the pool and shuddered at the dark cold water, the hope that he would receive her tenderly, that he would care for her and think for her, was like a sense of lulling warmth that made her for the moment indifferent to everything else, and she began now to think of nothing but the scheme by which she should get away. She had had a letter from Dinah lately, full of kind words about the coming marriage, which she had heard of from Seth, and when Hetty had read this letter aloud to her uncle, he had said, "I wish Dinah had come again now, for she'd be a comfort to your aunt when you're gone. What do you think, my wench, o' going to see her as soon as you can be spared, and persuading her to come back with you? You might happen persuade her with telling her as your aunt wants her, for all she writes o' not being able to come." Hetty had not liked the thought of going to Snowfield, and felt no longing to see Dinah, so she only said, "It's so far off, uncle." But now she thought this proposed visit would serve as a pretext for going away. She would tell her aunt when she got home again that she should like the change of going to Snowfield for a week or 10 days. And then, when she got to Stoniton, where nobody knew her, she would ask for the coach that would take her on the way to Windsor. Arthur was at Windsor, and she would go to him. As soon as Hetty had determined on this scheme, she rose from the grassy bank of the pool, took up her basket, and went on her way to Treddleston, for she must buy the wedding things she had come out for, though she would never want them. She must be careful not to raise any suspicion that she was going to run away. Mrs. Poyser was quite agreeably surprised that Hetty wished to go and see Dinah and try to bring her back to stay over the wedding. The sooner she went the better, since the weather was pleasant now, and Adam, when he came in the evening, said if Hetty could set off tomorrow, he would make time to go with her to Treddleston and see her safe into the Stoniton coach. "I wish I could go with you and take care of you, Hetty," he said the next morning, leaning in at the coach door. "But you won't stay much beyond the week. The time'll seem long." He was looking at her fondly, and his strong hand held hers in its grasp. Hetty felt a sense of protection in his presence. She was used to it now. If she could have had the past undone and known no other love than her quiet liking for Adam. The tears rose as she gave him the last look. "God bless her for loving me," said Adam, as he went on his way to work again, with Gyp at his heels. But Hetty's tears were not for Adam, not for the anguish that would come upon him when he found she was gone from him forever. They were for the misery of her own lot, which took her away from this brave, tender man who offered up his whole life to her, and threw her, a poor helpless suppliant, on the man who would think it a misfortune that she was obliged to cling to him. At 3 o'clock that day, when Hetty was on the coach that was to take her, they said, to Leicester, part of the long, long way to Windsor, she felt dimly that she might be travelling all this weary journey towards the beginning of a new misery. Yet Arthur was at Windsor. He would surely not be angry with her. If he did not mind about her as he used to do, he had promised to be good to her. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth, Brisbane, Australia. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 36. The Journey of Hope. A long, lonely journey with sadness in the heart, away from the familiar to the strange. That is a hard and dreary thing even to the rich, the strong, the instructed. A hard thing even when we are called by duty, not urged by dread. What was it then to Hetty? With her poor narrow thoughts, no longer melting into vague hopes, but pressed upon the chill of definite fear, repeating again and again the same small round of memories, shaping again and again the same childish, doubtful images of what was to come, seeing nothing in this wide world but the little history of her own pleasures and pains, with so little money in her pocket, and the way so long and difficult. Unless she could afford always to go in the coaches, and she felt sure she could not, for the journey to Stoniton was more expensive than she had expected, it was plain that she must trust to carriers' carts or slow waggons, and what a time it would be before she could get to the end of her journey. The burly old coachman from Oakbourne, seeing such a pretty young woman among the outside passengers, had invited her to come and sit beside him, and feeling that it became him as a man and a coachman to open the dialogue with a joke, He applied himself as soon as they were off the stones to the elaboration of one suitable in all respects. After many cuts with his whip and glances at Hetty out of the corner of his eye, he lifted his lips above the edge of his wrapper and said, "He's pretty nigh 6 foot, I'll be bound. Isna he now?" "Who?" said Hetty, rather startled. "Why, the sweetheart as you've left behind, or else him as you're going arter. Which is it?" Hetty felt her face flushing and then turned pale. She thought this coachman must know something about her. He must know Adam, and might tell him where she was gone, for it is difficult to country people to believe that those who make a figure in their own parish are not known everywhere else, and it was equally difficult to Hetty to understand that chance words could happen to apply closely to her circumstances. She was too frightened to speak. "Hey, hey," said the coachman, seeing that his joke was not so gratifying as he had expected. "You munna take it too serious. If he's behaved ill, get another. Such a pretty lass as you can get a sweetheart any day." Hetty's fear was allayed by and by, when she found that the coachman made no further allusion to her personal concerns, but it still had the effect of preventing her from asking him what were the places on the road to Windsor. She told him she was only going a little way out of Stoniton, and when she got down at the inn where the coach stopped, she hastened away with a basket to another part of the town. When she had formed her plan of going to Windsor, she had not foreseen any difficulties except that of getting away, and after she had overcome this by proposing the visit to Dinah, her thoughts flew to the meeting with Arthur and the question how he would behave to her, not resting on any probable incidents of the journey. She was too entirely ignorant of travelling to imagine any of its details, and with all her store of money, her 3 guineas, in her pocket, she thought herself amply provided. It was not until she found how much it cost her to get to Stoniton that she began to be alarmed about the journey, and then for the first time she felt her ignorance as to the places that must be passed on her way. Oppressed with this new alarm, she walked along the grim Stoniton streets, and at last turned into a shabby little inn where she hoped to get a cheap lodging for the night. Here she asked the landlord if he could tell her what places she must go to get to Windsor. "Well, I can't rightly say. Windsor must be pretty nigh London, for it's where the king lives," was the answer. "Anyhow, you'd best go to Ashby next. That's south'ard. But there's as many places from here to London as there's houses in Stoniton, by what I can make out. I've never been no traveller myself. But how comes a lone young woman like you to be thinking o' taking such a journey as that?" "I'm going to my brother. He's a soldier at Windsor," said Hetty, frightened at the landlord's questioning look. "I can't afford to go by the coach. Do you think there's a cart goes toward Ashby in the morning?" "Yes, there may be carts if anybody knowed where they started from, but you might run over the town before you found out. You'd best set off and walk, and trust to summat overtaking you." Every word sank like lead on Hetty's spirits. She saw the journey stretch bit by bit before her now. Even to get to Ashby seemed a hard thing. It might take the day, for what she knew, and that was nothing to the rest of the journey. But it must be done. She must get to Arthur. Oh, how she yearned to be again with somebody who would care for her. She who had never got up in the morning without the certainty of seeing familiar faces, people on whom she had an acknowledged claim, whose farthest journey had been to Rossiter on the pillion with her uncle, whose thoughts had always been taking holiday in dreams of pleasure, because all the business of her life was managed for her, this kitten-like Hetty, who till a few months ago had never felt any other grief than that of envying Mary Burge a new ribbon, or being girded at by her aunt for neglecting Totty, who must now make her toilsome way in loneliness, her peaceful home left behind for ever, and nothing but a tremulous hope of distant refuge before her. Now, for the first time, as she lay down tonight in the strange hard bed, she felt that her home had been a happy one, that her uncle had been very good to her, that her quiet lot at Hayslope, among the things and people she knew, with her little pride in her one best gown and bonnet, and nothing to hide from any one, was what she would like to wake up to as a reality, and find that all the feverish life she had known besides was a short nightmare. She thought of all she had left behind with yearning regret for her own sake. Her own misery filled her heart. There was no room in it for other people's sorrow. And yet, before the cruel letter, Arthur had been so tender and loving. The memory of that had still a charm for her, though it was no more than a soothing draught that just made pain bearable. For Hetty could conceive no other existence for herself in future than a hidden one, and a hidden life, even with love, would have had no delights for her, still less a life mingled with shame. She knew no romances, and had only a feeble share in the feelings which are the source of romance, so that well-read ladies may find it difficult to understand her state of mind. She was too ignorant of everything beyond the simple notions and habits in which she had been brought up, to have any more definite idea of her probable future than that Arthur would take care of her somehow, and shelter her from anger and scorn. He would not marry her and make her a lady, and apart from that she could think of nothing he could give towards which she looked with longing and ambition. The next morning she rose early, and taking only some milk and bread for her breakfast, set out to walk on the road towards Ashby, under a leaden-coloured sky, with a narrowing streak of yellow, like a departing hope, on the edge of the horizon. Now, in her faintness of heart at the length and difficulty of her journey, she was most of all afraid of spending her money, and becoming so destitute that she would have to ask people's charity. For Hetty had the pride not only of a proud nature, but of a proud class, the class that pays the most poor rates, and most shudders at the idea of profiting by a poor rate. It had not yet occurred to her that she might get money for her locket and earrings which she carried with her, and she applied all her small arithmetic and knowledge of prices to calculating how many meals and how many rides were contained in her 2 guineas, and the odd shillings, which had a melancholy look, as if they were the pale ashes of the other bright flaming coin. For the first few miles out of Stoniton she walked on bravely, always fixing on some tree or gate or projecting bush at the most distant visible point in the road as a goal, and feeling a faint joy when she had reached it. But when she came to the 4th milestone, the first she had happened to notice among the long grass by the roadside, and read that she was still only 4 miles beyond Stoniton, her courage sank. She had come only this little way, and yet felt tired and almost hungry again in the keen morning air, for though Hetty was accustomed to much movement and exertion indoors, she was not used to long walks which produced quite a different sort of fatigue from that of household activity. As she was looking at the milestone, she felt some drops falling on her face. It was beginning to rain. Here was a new trouble which had not entered into her sad thoughts before, and quite weighed down by this sudden addition to her burden, she sat down on the step of a stile and began to sob hysterically. The beginning of hardship is like the first taste of bitter food. It seems for a moment unbearable, yet if there is nothing else to satisfy our hunger, we take another bite and find it possible to go on. When Hetty recovered from her burst of weeping, she rallied her fainting courage. It was raining, and she must try to get on to a village where she might find rest and shelter. Presently, as she walked on wearily, she heard the rumbling of heavy wheels behind her. A covered waggon was coming, creeping slowly along with a slouching driver cracking his whip beside the horses. She waited for it, thinking that if the waggoner were not a very sour-looking man, she would ask him to take her up. As the waggon approached her, the driver had fallen behind, but there was something in the front of the big vehicle which encouraged her. At any previous moment in her life she would not have noticed it, but now the new susceptibility that suffering had awakened in her caused this object to impress her strongly. It was only a small white and liver-coloured spaniel which sat on the front ledge of the waggon, with large timid eyes and an incessant trembling in the body, such as you may have seen in some of these small creatures. Hetty cared little for animals, as you know, but at this moment she felt as if the helpless timid creature had some fellowship with her, and without being quite aware of the reason, she was less doubtful about speaking to the driver, who now came forward, a large ruddy man with a sack over his shoulders, by way of scarf or mantle. "Could you take me up in your waggon if you're going towards Ashby?" said Hetty. "I'll pay you for it." "Oh," said the big fellow, with that slowly dawning smile which belongs to heavy faces, "I can take you up forced enough without being paid for it, if you don't mind lying a bit closish atop of the woolpacks. Where do you come from, and what do you want at Ashby?" "I come from Stoniton. I'm going a long way, to Windsor." "What? Arter some service or what?" "Going to my brother, he's a soldier there." "Well, I'm going no furder nor Leicester, and fur enough too, but I'll take you, if you doan't mind being a bit long on the road. The hosses won't feel your weight no more nor they feel the little doog there, as I puck up on the road a fortni't ago. He war lost, I believe, and's been all of a tremble iver sin. Come, gie us your basket, and come behind and let me put you in." To lie on the wool packs, with a cranny left between the curtains of the awning to let in the air, was luxury to Hetty now, and she half slept away the hours till the driver came to ask her if she wanted to get down and have some victual. He himself was going to eat his dinner at this public. Late at night they reached Leicester, and so the second day of Hetty's journey was past. She had spent no money except what she had paid for her food, but she felt that this slow journeying would be intolerable for her another day, and in the morning she found her way to a coach office to ask about the road to Windsor, and see if it would cost her too much to go part of the distance by coach again. Yes, the distance was too great, the coaches were too dear, she must give them up, but the elderly clerk at the office, touched by her pretty anxious face, wrote down for her the names of the chief places she must pass through. This was the only comfort she got in Leicester, for the men stared at her as she went along the street, and for the first time in her life Hetty wished no one would look at her. She set out walking again, but this day she was fortunate, for she was soon overtaken by a carrier's cart which carried her to Hinckley, and by the help of a return chaise, with a drunken postilion, who frightened her by driving like Jehu the son of Nimshi, and shouting hilarious remarks at her, twisting himself backwards on his saddle, she was before night in the heart of woody Warwickshire, but still almost 100 miles from Windsor, they told her. Oh, what a large world it was, and what hard work for her to find her way in it. She went by mistake to Stratford-on-Avon, finding Stratford set down in her list of places, and then she was told she had come a long way out of the right road. It was not till the 5th day that she got to Stony Stratford. That seems but a slight journey as you look at the map, or remember your own pleasant travels to and from the meadowy banks of the Avon. But how wearily long it was to Hetty! It seemed to her as if this country of flat fields and hedgerows and dotted houses and villages and market towns, all so much alike to her indifferent eyes, must have no end, and she must go on wandering among them for ever, waiting tired at toll-gates for some cart to come, and then finding the cart went only a little way, a very little way, to the miller's a mile off perhaps, and she hated going into the public houses where she must go to get food and ask questions, because there were always men lounging there who stared at her and joked her rudely. Her body was very weary too, with these days of new fatigue and anxiety. They had made her look more pale and worn than all the time of hidden dread she had gone through at home. When at last she reached Stony Stratford, her impatience and weariness had become too strong for her economical caution. She determined to take the coach for the rest of the way, though it should cost her all her remaining money. She would need nothing at Windsor but to find Arthur. When she had paid the fare for the last coach, she had only a shilling, and as she got down at the sign of the Green Man in Windsor at 12 o'clock in the middle of the 7th day, hungry and faint, the coachman came up, and begged her to remember him. She put her hand in her pocket and took out the shilling, but the tears came with the sense of exhaustion and the thought that she was giving away her last means of getting food, which she really required before she could go in search of Arthur. As she held out the shilling, she lifted up her dark, tear-filled eyes to the coachman's face and said, "Can you give me back 6pence?" "No, no," he said gruffly. "Never mind, put the shilling up again." The landlord of the Green Man had stood near enough to witness this scene, and he was a man whose abundant feeding served to keep his good nature, as well as his person, in high condition, and that lovely tearful face of Hetty's would have found out the sensitive fibre in most men. "Come, young woman, come in," he said, "and have a drop of something. You're pretty well knocked up, I can see that." He took her into the bar and said to his wife, "Here, missus, take this young woman into the parlour. She's a little overcome." For Hetty's tears were falling fast. They were merely hysterical tears. She thought she had no reason for weeping now, and was vexed that she was too weak and tired to help it. She was at Windsor at last, not far from Arthur. She looked with eager, hungry eyes at the bread and meat and beer that the landlady brought her, and for some minutes she forgot everything else in the delicious sensations of satisfying hunger and recovering from exhaustion. The landlady sat opposite to her as she ate, and looked at her earnestly. No wonder Hetty had thrown off her bonnet, and her curls had fallen down. Her face was all the more touching in its youth and beauty because of its weary look, and the good woman's eyes presently wandered to her figure, which in her hurried dressing on her journey she had taken no pains to conceal. Moreover, the stranger's eye detects what the familiar unsuspecting eye leaves unnoticed. "Why, you're not very fit for travelling," she said, glancing while she spoke at Hetty's ringless hand. "Have you come far?" "Yes," said Hetty, roused by this question to exert more self-command, and feeling the better for the food she had taken. "I've come a good long way, and it's very tiring, but I'm better now. Could you tell me which way to go to this place?" Here Hetty took from her pocket a bit of paper. It was the end of Arthur's letter on which he had written his address. While she was speaking, the landlord had come in and had begun to look at her as earnestly as his wife had done. He took up the piece of paper which Hetty handed across the table and read the address. "Why, what do you want at this house?" he said. "It is in the nature of innkeepers and all men who have no pressing business of their own to ask as many questions as possible before giving any information." "I want to see a gentleman as is there," said Hetty. "But there's no gentleman there," returned the landlord. "It's shut up. Been shut up this fortnight. What gentleman is it you want? Perhaps I can let you know where to find him." "It's Captain Donnithorne," said Hetty tremulously, her heart beginning to beat painfully at this disappointment of her hope that she should find Arthur at once. "Captain Donnithorne? Stop a bit," said the landlord slowly. "Was he in the Loamshire militia? A tall young officer with a fairish skin and reddish whiskers, and had a servant by the name of Pym?" "Oh, yes," said Hetty. "You know him? Where is he?" "A fine sight o' miles away from here. The Loamshire militia's gone to Ireland. It's been gone this fortnight." "Look there, she's fainting," said the landlady, hastening to support Hetty, who had lost her miserable consciousness and looked like a beautiful corpse. They carried her to the sofa and loosened her dress. "Here's a bad business, I suspect," said the landlord as he brought in some water. "Ah, it's plain enough what sort of business it is," said the wife. "She's not a common flaunting dratchel, I can see that. She looks like a respectable country girl, and she comes from a good way off, to judge by her tongue. She talks something like that ostler we had that come from the north. He was as honest a fellow as we ever had about the house. They're all honest folks in the north." "I never saw a prettier young woman in my life," said the husband. "She's like a pictur in a shop window. It goes to one's art to look at her." "It'd have been a good deal better for her if she'd been uglier and had more conduct," said the landlady, who on any charitable construction must have been supposed to have more conduct than beauty. "But she's coming to again. Fetch a drop more water." End of chapter 36. Recording by Tony Ashworth, Brisbane, Australia.